It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program on a lovely summer Wednesday here in New York City, a very quiet one in the city. It appears as though everyone just takes off the day before July 4th. Now it's become the day before, the day after, pretty much take off the whole week. Not us. Not us. We show up. We were here on Monday for the post-International Fight Week show. Here on a Wednesday with still some more to do post-International Fight Week, and more to discuss, more to break down, more to dissect. And we look ahead to the weekend, a holiday weekend here in the United States, a weekend where there isn't a lot of MMA action. There's a one championship card on Friday, but there's a ton of boxing. And of course, the biggest fight and card of the weekend is the Jorge Masvidal versus Nathan Diaz card that goes down on Saturday. We just found out it's airing on UFC Fight Pass. It's airing on DAZN pay-per-view. It's airing on FanMio. It's airing on traditional pay-per-view outlets. So a lot of places to get this. Also, Chris Avila versus Anthony Pettis. Are you interested in this? Are you going to be watching it? The build has been interesting. There's been, I think, 5 press conferences. There might be another this week. They might actually, who would have thought Nathan Diaz would take part in 5 to 6 press conferences before a fight? They must be paying him very well, and I know they are, and it's well deserved. And so if you're looking for something to watch this weekend, if you're an MMA fan, that's probably it. That's probably the big one. And we'll see how it all goes down. We'll talk about that. Also, there was a press conference late last night.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's right. What the hell is that? An old school. Thank you for that, Frank.
Keep it together, man.
Yeah, and Francis. An old school. No, I screwed that up. Yeah, that's a what the F is that? What I just did with my chair. We had an old school on sale press conference last night here in America, in Perth. Israel Adesanya, DDP, Dricus du Plessis, Kai France, Steve Urseg. Maybe the weirdest part of the whole press conference was the fact that they had Kai France sit next to DDP while Ursig sat next to Izzy. Why wouldn't you have the city kickboxing guys sit next to each other? I guess it's a blue corner, red corner thing, but come on. I mean, who's paying attention to that? It's just kind of awkward to see Kai sitting next to his friend and teammates rival. But I want to talk about that press conference because there was a bunch of interesting things that happened. So we'll do that a little later on in the program. As always, we will also answer your questions on the nose Wednesdays. You know how we like to do, and there's certainly a lot of them to get to over on the Substack page. arielhelwani.substack.com is the place to get said questions and read them and submit them. And of course, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. So what are we doing on today's show? Well, back into the show, we will do On the Nose. We will answer your questions. We'll shoot on a holiday Wednesday, so to speak. Prior to that, we're going to be joined in studio by a man who I've been trying to speak to, trying to interview, try to have on this show and my ESPN show for about I don't know, 4 years, 2020. I've been wanting to talk to the co-founder of Most Valuable Promotions, Nakisa Bidarian, for quite some time about everything that he and Jake Paul have been doing, are doing, will be doing, his past as CFO, Chief Financial Officer of the UFC, worked at the UFC for about 5 or so years, was a real big part of the sale to Endeavor back in 2016. He doesn't do any interviews. Yeah, he'll pop up for a soundbite here or there, but nothing like this. He'll be joining us in studio, and of course, we are 17 days away from the Jake Paul versus Platinum Perry fight, which airs on DAZN pay-per-view in Tampa. I shall be there. I am looking forward to that. One of the last stops before Paris for me. And so we'll talk about all that and more with Nakisa Bidarian in studio at 3 o'clock. At 2:30, we'll be joined by Andrei Fili. And I'm also having some internet problems here. So if you're trying to interact with me, I don't think I'm getting the messages, just an FYI. So maybe talk in my ear if you want to tell me something. Andrei Fili is going to join us coming off his split decision win over Cub Swanson. Fight of the night winner on Saturday at UFC 303. Legend of the game. He's been in the UFC now for over 10 years. He's grown up in front of our eyes, Andrei Touchy-Fili. It's a great story, and he's a great guy, and he's one of my favorite people to speak to on the program. And so at 2:30, we will talk to Andrei Fili. At 1:30-ish, we will talk to Andrei Arlovski. So two Andres, spelled differently, on today's program. We found out pretty much on Saturday night that the fight that he had on Saturday against Martin Buday at UFC 303 is going to be his last in the UFC. And what a run for Andrei Arlovski. Most fights in UFC heavyweight history, 42. Most wins in UFC heavyweight history, 23. Third most finishes in UFC heavyweight history, 11. Total fight time, 6 hours and 49 minutes, 58 seconds. Number one most significant strikes in heavyweight history, landed 1585. Number one most total heavyweight strikes landed, 1907. I mean, a legendary career for the former heavyweight champion, 45 years young, but he is not done. He is not done. He says he's going to continue fighting. So we'll talk to Andrei Arlovski in about 30 minutes' time. But first, wanted to start off with someone who did call it a career, both in the UFC and out of the UFC on Saturday. It was an emotional scene. She's one of the most beloved fighters in the history of the UFC and in the history of MMA. No one has anything negative to say about Michelle Waterson-Gomez. And in my opinion, a pioneer, a trailblazer of the game, former atomweight champion in Invicta, moved over to the UFC, fought at 115, fought at 125, and was always a tremendous role model, always a tremendous ambassador for the sport, and always seemed to do things the right way. And on Saturday, following her fight against Gillian Robertson, she took off the gloves and called it a career. Wanted to talk to her about all of that and more. Here she is, Michelle Waterson-Gomez. Hello, Michelle. How are you?
I'm wonderful, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Thank you for all those kind words.
Of course, of course. And you look great. The swelling is going down a little bit. You feel okay?
It is, it's kind of just what happens every time. But yeah, it's actually healing pretty well. Everything was very surfacey, so I'm healing up. After I get off the phone with you, we're going to take a road trip out to Texas and enjoy 4th of July.
Amazing. And thank you very much for squeezing us in before your road trip. I appreciate it very much. There's been, I'm sure, a lot being said about you and a lot of things being thrown your way in the last few days. How are you handling all of this? Is it hard to process? Is it emotional? How are you doing with all the tributes and all the words and all the stuff being thrown your way?
It fills my heart. It really does. It's crazy. If you were to ask me when I was a little girl, like, what do you think you're going to be when you grow up? I would have never in a million years imagined that I would be a professional fighter for the UFC. But that's where the road took me, and I'm so eternally grateful for that. It's really shaped me into the person I am today. And the fight game is tough. It's unforgiving, and it's you're met with challenges at every step of the way, and it can be a lonely road sometimes. You have to be very selfish in order to climb the ladder, but it's kind of how life is. And I think that's why I fell in love with fighting, is because it is just like a mirror representation of what life is. It's tough. You're going to be met with adversities. It's supposed to be hard. You're supposed to have struggles, and you're supposed to meet those struggles with excitement. You're supposed to overcome those challenges and become a better person from it. And that's what I've done. And it's all I've ever known for my entire adult life. And I wasn't expecting the tribute. I really didn't even want anybody to know that I was retiring. Only told a couple people. And so it really did fill my heart.
And just curious, like right off the jump of this interview, I could tell that you're a little bit emotional, and obviously I see the tears. What do they represent? Are they sad tears? Are they happy tears? Are they a mix of emotion tears? What do the tears represent?
It's everything, It just sometimes when you fight, you have your head down and you just grind it out, and you kind of don't take those moments to really appreciate all of it. And I think it might be that I'm getting older. It might just be that I'm kind of actually taking the time to look back at everything that I've been able to accomplish. And it is just like, it's overwhelming to think that it's over. So yeah, it's sad. But I'm also grateful. I'm telling you, my cup is so full right now. And I guess sometimes you don't realize when you're in the thick of it, the amount of love and support that I've had over the years. And it's beautiful for sure.
When did you decide that this would be the last one?
When I took the fight.
Okay, so the whole training camp, you knew this was the last training camp, the last, final weeks. Like that was the decision.
Yeah.
And why? Why did you make that decision off the bat?
There's lots of reasons. I've been fighting for over 17 years. My husband sacrificed a lot in order for me to fight. He sacrificed his own fight career. As long as my daughter has been born, she's been a gym kid. You take her to the gym. There, she was in the car seat. She's had to sacrifice birthdays, events, change around things on her end, so mommy can train, so mommy can fight. And she's getting older, and I want to be in her corner. I want to be in my husband's corner. There are a lot of things that he's doing right now that I want to be a part of. And I'm not getting any younger. And it's just, I think that you just kind of have to recognize things for what they are. And as a fighter and a competitor, if I could, I would stay in, chasing the wins, chasing that incredible high that you get when you win, chasing the gold. But I think I just had to recognize where I was at in my MMA career, and the amount of time and sacrifice I was putting into that could be put into a different direction where I can get a win in different areas of life.
And so this training camp, how would you describe it? Because maybe there's milestones and things that you were thinking about, like this is the last time I'll do this. This is the last time I'm going to spar. You seem to be the type of person that would think of those things. And so was it an emotional one?
Camp was amazing. I have the best team in the world, at Jackson Wing, Coach Jackson, Coach Izzy, Coach Joy Villasenor, my husband, Coach Bart, everybody that's been a part of my fight career, Holly, everybody at the gym, they're family to me. And I don't even know if some of the people at the gym knew that I was getting ready to retire. I didn't want them to know, because I didn't want them to think that I was one foot in, 1 foot out. I was in this training camp to win, and we had an amazing fight camp, but it was a little different just because I was able to enjoy it. Like even the hard days, even the days that were rough, I was like, this is crazy. Like what, when we do this for a living, and, but even those days I really relished. And, I just soaked it all up.
Who did you tell beforehand that this was going to be the last one?
I told Dana and my coaches.
Okay. Did Holly know?
Yeah.
Okay. I would imagine. And so when you got to Vegas fight week, Friday night, Saturday, knowing that it was going to be your last walk, what was that day like?
I just kept telling myself to enjoy it. Like, this is amazing, Michelle. You never, fingers crossed I'll be able to be in the back in a different arena, right? I'd love to get into broadcasting. I'd love to be able to still touch the magic and be a part of the MMA world, because there's nothing like it. But to be able to compete, to be in the locker room, to feel those nerves, to hear the crowd, to have Bruce Buffer cheer me up, scream my name, and to be interviewed by Joe, all those things we take for granted. To be stopped by fans, to be asked to take pictures and autographs, those moments are priceless. And I just really was grateful to have that moment.
So you had
those moments.
You had no idea the video package was coming?
No.
Wow. What's going on in your head when that's playing?
It was a mix of emotions, because I was upset that I lost. You know?
Yeah. Of course.
I was still in there. I was still there.
Yeah.
And they started playing all those things, and it just made me realize that like, one singular moment doesn't tell the whole story. It doesn't represent who you are. And that goes for everything in life as well. Whether you're a fighter or not, bad things that happen to you in life, hard moments that happen to your life are just that. They're just moments. And the good times are just that as well. They're moments, And so you have to take it all. You have to take it all in and be able to step back and look at the picture in a whole. You can't have a beautiful canvas without the darks and the lights. You need all the in-betweens in order to have a beautiful picture, a beautiful piece of art. And then that's kind of what they were able to give to me, is to show me my career in a whole. And it made me grateful.
It's an incredible show of respect and love, because, as you know, sometimes they don't know about this beforehand, but they don't, even if they do, they don't always do this for every fighter. We saw it with Robbie Lawler last year. And so I'm sure you recognize that as well and understand that, that is a huge piece of respect that they just showed you.
100%. And I'm eternally grateful. I don't know why. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to, I'm not going to downplay, who I am. At the same time, I have a tremendous amount of respect for anybody that steps into the octagon. Robbie Lawler, Andrei Arlovski is a teammate of mine, and a big brother who I look up to. It's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles with everybody's career. Everybody's career is different. I remember fighting for the main event against Paige Van Zandt, and Uriah Faber was fighting on that undercard, and it was his retirement fight. And I didn't think that was fair. I thought that he should have been headlining the card because it was his retirement fight. But life isn't fair. You got to take them as they come, and that's the card. Those are the cards I was dealt. They showed me lots of love, and it was beautiful. It was really. There's nothing more I could say other than that.
There's some people who can't fathom getting older or having a chapter end in their life, and there are other people who prepare for it and think about it all the time and put a date, put an age, something like that. Which one were you? Were you someone who always thought about the end? Or are you someone who thought that you'd forever be young and that the end would never come?
I thought about it just because I think when you have children, you think about it more because you see them growing up. When I was fighting before I had Araya, and I see pictures of me holding the Invicta belt, and she was just a little baby, and now she's a teenager. And so, time flies when you look at it in comparison to your children. And so I think that's kind of where I was at with it. As a fighter, as a competitor, I didn't want to hang it up. I didn't want to. I wanted to continue to go for my own sake so that I could erase the losses. but it's like a drug. It's like you're constantly chasing the win, and sometimes you just don't get it. You just don't get it, but the truth is, I've won in so many other ways in life that the win in the octagon is, for me, and how I've kind of come to accept it is the character I've been able to build through fighting.
As far as the fight itself, obviously it didn't go your way, but man, they didn't give you an easy one for your last one. Gillian Robertson is supremely tough, especially on the ground. Are you happy with your performance in the fight, or because you didn't get no, you're not. Okay. You
Here's the thing. I wouldn't have taken the fight if I didn't think I could beat her. I tell that, I say that all the time with everybody that I've taken, and they don't. They never give me easy fights, and that's how I would prefer it. I would prefer it that way. But when we took the fight, I took it knowing that I had all the skills and abilities to beat her. My footwork's better, my stand-up's better. I have good takedown defense. I have good jiu-jitsu. I have good wrestling. And that's just another reason that solidifies why I have to walk away, because I should have beat her and I didn't. And it's just, father time catching up to me. Maybe it's not father time. Maybe it's just me not being able to translate what I do in training over into the octagon under lights when it counts. And that's important. That has to transfer over.
You mentioned your life post fighting, and you said you want to be in your husband Joshua's corner and things like that. Do you mean he's actually going to start fighting now, or do you mean like corner as far as life is concerned?
I don't, we all, he's always, he was a fighter before he hung it up and was in my corner. But I mean, in life, he never throws it in my face that he had to hang up, the gloves. He never throws it in my face that there are other things that he has to pick up because of my fighting. And I want to be in his corner and as supportive for his dreams as he was for mine. We're building homes now and building to sell, and it's scaling really fast, and he needs help, and I can be there to help him, and I would love to, because even as we're building homes, he's cornering me, holding mitts for me, helping with negotiations, helping with my social media, helping with my marketing, helping with my networking, and taxes, accounting. Takes a lot of energy, and so yeah, I do. I want to be in his corner. I want the things that he is pursuing to flourish.
As you know, fighters will retire and then they'll come back. We have this weekend Jorge Masvidal fighting. He retired around a year ago. This is just kind of the fight game, how it is. And so I'm just wondering, we have Karate Combat making a push now. Your background is in do you think we'll ever see you compete in anything ever again, or are you officially done all forms of martial arts / athletics?
I don't know. At the moment, I'm really content with walking away. I'm content with turning the page and taking a step forward into this new chapter. I'm really excited. I'd love to get into acting. I'd love to get into broadcasting. I'd love to be on the other side of it. I'd love to coach some of my teammates to greatness. I'd love to be able to help other female athletes, other female businesswomen, other mothers pursue their dreams, and whatever it is, I'd love to be able to be in their corner for that. I'm still a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. I want to get my black belt. Whether or not that involves having to compete, we shall see. But at the moment, I'm just pretty content with just being mommy.
So you'll be at the gym. You want to corner people and coach people, etc.
Yeah, it's in my blood. I can't walk away. And I thought I could, even just like jockeying back and forth between making the decision from my last fight. and just kind of giving myself a break away from it, and like just kind of dipping my toes into normal life is very different than the life of a professional fighter. And I see why so many fighters go back to fighting, because there's no other challenge in life like there is to prepare yourself for a fight. And so I would love to stay in the gym, keep my mind sharp, stay disciplined, be around, as my coach Diori says, touch the magic. Fighters, we're reaching for greatness, and I'm a strong believer in you are who you surround yourself with, and fighters are some of the best people in the world.
I know this may be a tough question for you to answer, but just curious, what are you most proud of when you think back of the body of work, what you've done and accomplished, what you represented? What is Michelle Waterson most proud of as far as her career is concerned?
I think I'm the most proud of believing in myself enough to try. Putting myself in front of really, really hard, almost untouchable goals, and reaching them. Like I'm a little karate girl from Aurora, Colorado. Rashad told me this in my last fight. He was like, "You're not even supposed to be here, Peanut." It's truthfully, he wasn't saying it in a mean way, but he was like, "You forced your way in." I did point sparring karate growing up, and it's very outside of who I am to be a fighter, and I wanted to know that I could, and so I did, and I stayed at the top for a really long time, and I'm really proud of that. I fought the best in the world. I stayed in the top 10 for as long as I could for the majority of my career until this last year. I was able to climb pretty high. I'm really proud of that.
Before you came on, I called you a pioneer, a trailblazer. I believe that. I don't just say that. Are you comfortable with that? Do you acknowledge that you are that as far as women's MMA is concerned?
Yeah, 100%. It's crazy to think, because at the gym they call me Peanut. When I first started fighting, I was the green girl. I was the little karate girl that really kind of didn't, have a place, have a home, and now I'm an OG. It's crazy. It's weird, but it's also something that I've grown to love and accept.
Do you have a favorite fight? Can I tell you my favorite fight, and then you tell me what yours is if you have one? I
Sure.
think if there are newer fans out there and they want to know the magic and how good you were and how talented you were and how skilled you were, to me, like one of the best fights of that particular year was you versus Jessica Penne. That was an incredible back and forth war, if you want to use that phrase. So if anyone is out there and watching this and wants to see like you at your finest, in my opinion, maybe like it was an incredible. I mean, the Invicta run was great in its own right, and you had great UFC fights too. But I don't know, maybe atom weight was the perfect weight for you at the time. There was just something magical about all of that. So that's my pick. Do you have a pick for? And do you agree with the pick? Like, would you put it at least even in the top 3, top 4?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. All right.
And the reasoning is because that was my moment. That was the time where I like bit down on my mouthpiece and shut the world out and just believed in myself. I was a 10-1 underdog against Jessica Penne, and nobody thought that I could win that belt. She was bigger. She was brown belt in the jiu-jitsu at the time. I was a white belt. Just had my daughter, and it was just like everything was stacked against me, but I knew in my heart that I was going to win, and it didn't matter how. I didn't have a specific way how. I just knew that I was going to win. And it was, like you said, it was a war. It was back and forth. And at one point she was on top of me, and she was ground and pounding me and raining down punches, trying to split me open. And I just remember looking over at my husband, and he was just telling me, like, calm down, you're fine. And I was able to reverse that position and then come out in the next round and finish her by submission. And it all came to a head. I just kind of was a little bit numb after, the ref pulled us apart. And I remember standing up and then just dropping right back to my knees, thinking about like all the hard work that had built up to that moment, So that was a beautiful moment for me, for sure.
Is that your favorite fight?
I have so many favorite fights for so many different reasons. That one was beautiful. The fight against Tamada, the fight I had to defend my atomweight belt, was beautiful in its own right, because I just had this aura of confidence that I was unstoppable, and I was a savage in that fight. And it showed in my performance. I love my fight against Paige Van Zandt because I was out for about a year and a half going through. I broke my hand in my UFC debut, but it didn't matter because I won. But after that, it was like a series of handbrakes. So it was like, gosh, I just got signed to the UFC, and I keep breaking my hand. Every time I got a fight set, it was like 2 weeks getting ready to fight, and then my hand would break again. So it was like that for a year and a half. And so it went from me getting signed to the UFC, riding this incredible high, to nobody being like knowing who I was. My hand was broken. Maybe I needed to stop fighting. I was paying all these medical bills. And then I got slated to fight Paige Van Zandt, and then it was the main event out of this incredible new stadium, and huge opportunity. And that fight just all seemed to fall in line perfectly. Sometimes, and they call it the Zen flow, call it whatever you want to call it, but that's what it was for me. It was like everything was happening in slow motion. I could see her movement, and everything just fell into place how it needed to. I was able to secure the submission, got performance of the night, and was able to bring extra money home, which was what meant the most to me, because I was out for a year and a half, costing my family money. And so that fight was also very meaningful to me as well.
Last question. Your daughter has been by your side. We've gotten to see her grow up. You would bring her to the fights alongside your mom as well. You kind of let us into your family throughout the years. And I noticed on Instagram, her name is Karate Cutie. So it seems like she's following in your footsteps. Do you think she will be a fighter? Does she want to be a fighter?
I didn't think I was. I didn't start fighting until I was an adult. She has no interest in it right now. She does jiu-jitsu. She's really good at it. But I don't think that's where her heart lies right now. And I will never force her to do something she doesn't want to, but who knows what, where the road takes her in the future. I'm just so incredibly proud of her and the young lady she's become over the years. She's just such an amazing, beautiful, beautiful young lady.
Congratulations on a great career, Michelle. Thank you for all the great fights. Thank you for being so great to the media. You're always available. You're always such a great interview. You and your family, as Dana said, there's nothing bad that anyone could say about any of you guys. And it was really an honor to watch you and cover you over the years. And I'm happy you got that send-off. You deserve that. And you're a legend of the game. You're a trailblazer and a pioneer, and you deserve everything that everyone is saying about you. So I hope that you are proud of the body of work and proud of everything that you accomplished. And I'm glad that you'll be around in some way, shape, or form, because I'm sure there's a whole new crop of fighters coming through Jackson Wink that can learn a hell of a lot from the likes of you. So well done enjoy your holiday weekend. And again, thank you for coming on before you guys go on your road trip.
Thanks for having me. I'm an emotional person, so sorry for crying this whole interview. But yeah, and I'm sure I'll go through the emotions, highs and lows throughout it. But I really appreciate you and the amount of work you put into, allowing us to share our stories, and that's what makes a difference. Is people watch the fights, but that's not what they get attached to. They get attached to a person because you guys, people like you, let us tell our story. And that's what's important is the story, the reason why we fight, and that's what you guys allow us to do, is to tell that story. So I'm eternally grateful for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. All the best. Congrats. There she is, Michelle Waterson-Gomez. What a legend. What a great human being. Congratulations to her on an incredible career, and looking forward to seeing what she does next. She mentioned Andrei Arlovski in that interview. We didn't know it, but on Saturday, it ended up being his last fight in the UFC. And what a freaking legend. I mean, you throw that word around. This man, to me, is a Hall of Famer. To me, is another pioneer of the sport. For different reasons, a trailblazer. As I said at the top of the show, most fights in UFC heavyweight history, 42. Most wins in UFC heavyweight history, 23. Third most finishes in UFC heavyweight history, 11. Total UFC fight time, 6 hours and 49 minutes, 58 seconds, most in heavyweight history. Number one, most significant strikes landed in heavyweight history, 1585. Total heavyweight strikes landed. Number one, 1907. Second most fights in UFC history with 42. One behind Jim Miller, 43. Second most wins with 23. Number one, 26, Jim Miller. And how about this? Only Jim Miller, Clay Guida, Max Holloway, Frankie Edgar, and RDA have spent more time in the octagon than one Andrei Arlovski. The Pitbull, the former heavyweight champion, he joins us now. My old friend. Is he there? Oh, he's not. All right. After all that?
Ariel, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're here?
Yeah, keep talking, please.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just
Keep
showering
talking.
you. I was showering you with all kinds of praise. Did you hear all of those stats?
Yeah, I heard it, and yeah, thank you.
Wow, you changed your facial hair again. I saw on Instagram you had a mustache like a day ago. What happened?
Wives kicked me out from the house, so I have to shave. And plus, I got comments, look like Cub from 70s, 80s, and also one of my dear friends says I look like a porn star from 70s,
Sure.
80s as well. So I decided to shave it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you look great, and it's great to talk to you.
Thank you.
And it's good to see you. Thank you for the time. And so it is, in fact, true. That was the final fight on your UFC contract?
Yeah.
And your decision to not look for a new contract, their decision, mutual decision, how would you describe it?
No, I knew it's going to be a last fight. UFC proposed to do something, but I didn't want it because my chapter in UFC is closed, but definitely not an MMA career. So that's why I decided nothing to do with like UFC proposed me something, but I said no. And yeah, it was last fight.
And can I ask,
at this point, yeah.
Why did you say no? Why were you not interested in continuing? Why did you feel like this should be the end?
No, obviously, I heard some rumors because I'm old, etc., and I knew I'm not going to get another contract, and that's why I didn't want to do. I mean, like I didn't want to any goodbye videos or whatever it is. But I really appreciate, like as usual, UFC family, Dana Hunter, and I'm not done fighting, so. I'm done with UFC, but I'm not done fighting, and more shit coming.
Okay.
FRM and Abe working on some stuff for me.
Yes, the great Abe Kawa. Did you tell them beforehand? Did you tell them this? Okay.
They asked me, "Do I want?" I said no. And some people, thank you, people who thinking they didn't do anything good, but yeah, UFC proposed me, and I read some comments. Yeah, everything good, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the fans were upset on your behalf. They were very, a lot of your loyal fans, and so
I'm upset too on my performance. But anyway, it is what it is.
Yes, and when I say upset, I don't mean they're upset towards you and your performance. They felt like you deserved something.
I know. Yeah, understood.
But that was your decision.
Yes.
Why didn't you want a big? Just because this is the end of your UFC run and you're I went through all the stats. Number one. Why didn't you want something?
I don't know. Get emotional before the fight, etc., etc. And actually, they show some video when I was in the locker room. I got some tears. It's unfocused my shit. So no.
Okay. Did you bring your family there because it was the last UFC fight? No. You never bring your family, right?
Once my wife came when I fought World Series of Fighting against where I was my chin was broken into places.
Was it Rumble Johnson?
Rumble Johnson, Anthony Rumble Johnson, yeah. And she spent whole night with me at the emergency room. Next day we flew back to Chicago, you know, full mass of blood, so it's not pleasurable shit. So I said, you know what, business is a business, family is family. Family, stay home, please, and take care of kids, and I'll see you next day.
Okay, and your kids have never, as they've gotten older, they've never said they wanted to see you. No, you just tell them.
No, of course they want. They want. Of course they want to see me. And especially middle one, this one, Dominic, he wants to see live, but I said no. Oldest one, he's understood, Andrusha, that's a business. They did work, but middle one, he's turned 6 just 1 month ago, 2 weeks ago, and no.
Will you take them to a fight just to be spectators, or you don't want them to go at all?
All the time when I'm going to as a guest fighter to UFC events, I'm bringing my oldest one. Maybe I'm gonna bring a middle one, Dominic, but definitely I don't want them to fight.
You don't want them to fight.
No.
And why is that?
First of all, they might be great. I don't know. Maybe in MMA, I think for oldest one, he's a baseball focus. Dominic, I don't know, and Dora definitely doesn't need to do fighting for life. And why I'm upset about to be in MMA or like any combat sports, because a priori they're already like in a better place than I was like 24 years ago, and they're not hungry. So just to be like a fighter because father was a fighter doesn't work for me. For me, it's better if I'm talking about my oldest one, son, Andrei. I rather achieve him in baseball, MLB, get the ring. So, and obviously he's doing okay. He's choose coaches from a team choose him one of the best team in his age in the whole country. So I'm very excited about this. So better focus on baseball. Plus, great example, Japanese player who signed like mega big contract. So, and this terms about money, I'm selfish, of course. I want him to be the best one in the MLB. He got everything for this.
How old is he?
In August, he's going to turn 12.
Okay, and what position?
Time flies.
Yeah, crazy.
You know what position? He's a catcher. Sometimes he pitch. But everybody like hitting the balls, right? And I spoke with what's the best position. I asked many coaches, and I talked to Malky. He said, you know what, catcher, he has the longest life in the sport. So I'm a good example. Like I'm Benjamin Button of UFC. So, and he can play like till age. I don't know till what age he can play in if he's going to be a catcher. So we'll see. But I spoke with the coaches who choose him, and he says he's going to rotate his like opposition. We'll see.
You're gonna have.
I think it's smart.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's smart because, like, you know, like 2 previous teams, like coach told them you're going to play here, and that's it. This guy, he's going to rotate. Obviously, better experience, more knowledge than me, definitely, and we'll see.
You're gonna have Malky and Abe represent your son.
Why not?
Yeah.
They did very good job with me in MMA, and obviously everything happened for the reason. But sometimes I'm thinking about what if I would meet Malki and Ibrahim back in 2000 when I start all this journey in UFC and United States. So it might be a different story, but I'm happy where I am right now, and everything happened for the reason.
When you left the cage on Saturday, I know you were upset, you said, with your performance, but was there any part of you that was, thinking about the career, the journey, all the fights in the UFC, everything that you've done? Were you reflective? Were you emotional? Were you thinking of any of that?
Be honest with you, I thought I'm gonna be like crying baby. I'm gonna cry like a little bitch. But as of today, I'm sit down, I'm driving, and this is not end of the life. Obviously, I spent the biggest amount of time training and fighting, especially in UFC, but I didn't sign a new contract with UFC. I left UFC, my chapter in UFC done, but life is not over. So, like I said, I'm very excited, and actually, I'm very happy how my feeling right now about how I hold it when I left octagon on my way back to the doctor office to check all the stuff after the fight. That's good. Of course, I get a little bit of emotion, and actually it's funny because right after the fight we went to we get back to the hotel, and first round management gave me a nice present, nice ring with some diamonds with a Pitbull logo. Abe says it's a molded face of my Maximus. And when he gave his speech, and I got tears. Yes, I'm not gonna lie, in my eyes. And it was like my coaches, couple more friends, and people thought he's doing proposal to me. That was funny. Everybody started clapping at the restaurant. I said, stop. It was funny, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's actually ring very nice, and his speech was very nice, and thank you for him.
So regarding the performance on Saturday and even the last couple ones, why do you feel like they haven't gone your way?
No, I knew. Actually, the UFC very nice. Listen, I was the oldest, probably the oldest UFC fighter for a long time who fought in the UFC. So I knew sooner or later it's gonna come in. Yeah, I didn't even bother Malki or Ibrahim talk about like extend my contract or give me a new one, because I knew.
And how did you feel about the fight on Saturday?
Horrible.
Why?
What do you mean, like my performance,
Yeah.
or about the fight?
Both performance and fight.
Performance horrible, and no doubt about he's fucking strong, Budai. And another point why, like you asked me before, Ariel, why I didn't want to do anything like with goodbye stuff. Hunter called me like I supposed to fight on June 15th in Apex, but said, listen, do you deserve this? I said, okay, 2 more weeks extra workout, extra work, extra camp. Yes, let's do it. And he moved from 15th to 29th. And like I said, I knew they want to do something, but I said, no, don't do it, please. And
okay,
yeah.
Your last UFC fight, it couldn't be at the Apex. It had to be in front of people, right? I mean, it's not the same.
No, that's why Hunter.
Yeah, I'm happy he did that.
Moved me from 15th to 29th.
You had a few at the Apex. What did you think about fighting there?
I love fighting in Apex. Everything on schedule, on time. Bam, 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 play.
You're so businesslike. No emotion, you don't want the crowd, you don't want the hype, you don't want the buzz, nothing like that.
Listen, no, of course everybody wants to fight in front of the big audience, but it's some people at Apex too as well, and someone have to fight for in Apex too. Why not me?
Okay, and why you say the fight was? You said it was bad. Why do you think it was bad? Why do you think?
It was bad because I didn't accept he's gonna give me pressure all the time, and it didn't go in my game plan. I didn't have room to like throw a lot of kicks. He all the time close the distance. So and during the fight when in first round when he put me against the cage and I reversed and second and third time. Every time when we were in the clinch, I felt he's super strong. Super strong.
And so most people at 45, most fighters aren't starting a new chapter. You say definitively you're going to keep fighting. This isn't the end of your career. This is the end of a chapter, but you're starting. Why do you want to still fight at your age with everything you've accomplished?
I want to beat a couple more records.
Okay.
I want to beat a couple more records.
Which records?
One of them, Bernard Hopkins. He fought at 48 last fight, and he was a champion. He won that fight, and obviously, Uncle Dana helped me to buy a new house, but I need to pay bills, and I got newborn baby, so I need to do something like a couple more years.
How many kids do you have now?
3.
3. And how old's the new one?
Baby just turned today 3rd. She turned 2 days ago, 7 months.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
12, 6, 7 months. Thank you.
Wow, 12. You have a whole range there. 12, 6, 7 months. What's it like having a newborn after you have a 12-year-old and a 6-year-old? Like you're past the diapers, now you're back to the diapers and all that.
Listen, I don't know. It sounds good or not, especially on your. I don't know. I like to change the diapers to my kids.
Yeah, it's fun.
Listen, I was in a camp and I didn't see my kids like for pretty much like for two months, yeah, and just for weekends. And no, I love to do what I'm doing. We're going on a vacation. I bought that, how it's called the kangaroo, whatever it is. I'm gonna carry my baby around for sure, nonstop.
I love that, the Bjorn, where you put the baby here and you attach it. My favorite thing. My favorite thing, and they sleep on your chest.
Yeah. Yep.
It's the best. It's the best. Where did you do the camp?
Yesterday, actually.
So, sorry, go ahead. Tell me. Yesterday.
When I chef yesterday, she started crying. I saw all these videos before. I said, "What the fuck? What's wrong?" No, she's like, "Oh," you started crying. I said, "Oh, baby, it's a papa. Come on." But yeah, it was funny.
Where did you do your camp?
One more time.
The camp that you just had, the training camp, were you in Albuquerque?
No. It was here in American Top Team, Coconut Green.
Okay.
But I had the rental apartment, so I just would eat, sleep, train. And for weekends, sometimes I came home. Like I took my kids. We went to pretty much when it was good weather. Every Sunday we went to shoot in skits, and that's it.
Wow. So even if you're in the same state, you're staying away from them during the training camp.
No, of course, business is business. It's old school, yeah.
Yeah, man, you're old school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you call me old?
No, old school.
Yeah, I know. You called old school. I know.
And so, okay, so you want to get to 48. Do you want to get to 50? Is that the goal?
No.
48?
No. Yeah.
And how does your wife feel about that? Like, maybe she doesn't want you to fight anymore.
So at this point, doesn't matter what she wants. She has to support me, and she knows what I love to do. That's my passion. So it's I love what I'm doing. So just just support me, and that's it. And she's cool about this for sure.
She doesn't say, "Oh,
she's worried about me. She's worried,
Yeah.
Of course. She's like, but listen,
you're gonna do what you're gonna do. No one's telling you no."
Exactly. Don't tell me what to do.
Okay. Sorry. And what?
No,
I know. What? Do you have a plan? Do you already know what you're going to do? Where you're going to fight next?
Next.
Okay, tell us.
No, not yet, but soon.
You have something already.
I'm pretty sure. Yes.
Okay, you're excited about it.
100%.
You even
but more excited to go like tomorrow for 10 days vacation with my family, and I'm more excited about that. But when I come back, hard work again.
Sure. And do you have like a fight, a date, and everything, or is it just like you have a promotion that you're gonna fight for?
Around some, yeah.
Wow. Okay,
around.
This is exciting. Can I ask you? Like, can I guess what it is, or would you rather me not guess?
You can guess, but I'm gonna sit like before I never smile. Now I a little bit smile, and you told me why
Sure.
Russians never smile, or people who came from Europe never smile, especially from Soviet bloc. Now I'm more American. I'm smiling, but I'm gonna be like.
I know you were
stoned.
terrifying.
You can guess, but and look in my eyes if I'm gonna think or not. But yeah,
I don't think I've ever been more afraid of a fighter than I was afraid of you in the early days.
Yes, and we get some good memories, and
Yes.
actually some of your questions and my answers became like,
Legendary.
yeah, exactly.
But I thought you were going to kick my ass. I legit thought you were going to like bite my head off.
But listen, I have to respect this, and I have to admit, you always were so professional. You always were so like nice to me, and that's called class to me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course, of course.
Is it going to be MMA or is it going to be a different type of combat sport?
It's going to be something.
Okay. I'm excited. Will you fight again this year?
And this year, most likely, yes.
Okay. Wow. And how is your body feeling? You know, like, do you feel like you need more recovery? Do you have to take... No.
Nothing happened. Headbutt and one scratch here. Nothing.
That's it. But even when you're training, like the you know, the bumps and bruises of training camp, do you feel like it takes you longer to feel...
No, but it's different. I never took that injury seriously, and it's part of the work, part of the job. You have to like. I'm not even pay attention.
Wow.
Of course, shit happens, but yeah, if it's not something critical, you can't work out, and you need some medical help ASAP. So that's a different story. But bruises, I don't know. Cuts, little cuts, that's nothing.
Your body's not sore?
Definitely.
All that?
No, body, of course, sore after good, especially good workout. You know, all your muscles, you feel it, but especially at age 45. But no, it's good.
Okay.
I like it. That's mean you're alive.
Do you think that, like, when you started, you know, now I read all these things, #1 wins, #1 fight, Could you have imagined any of this? Or did all of this succeed what you thought that was going to happen in your career?
No, and I can call myself like really lucky fighter, I guess. Fighting 24 years in the United States, and how many, like almost 20 years in the best organization before, from 2000 till 2009, from 9, and I come back in 2013, 11, 9, 20 years. 20 years in the best league, MMA league, to see how it was in the beginning and where is right now. So this is like, wow.
It's unbelievable. You've been in so many different eras, and your second stint in the UFC was longer than your first, and we think so much about your first.
Correct.
Crazy. Your longevity is unbelievable.
Exactly. If you remember my first manager, Leo Karolinsky from Chicago, remember?
Of course.
He told me, even when Dana White criticized you or something, never say anything bad about Dana White and about UFC. And I guess this is part of why I stay like in UFC so long. We have a lot of good example, like for example, Tito Ortiz, you know?
Yeah.
He was a champion. He says this and that, Dana that. No, I was quiet. First of all, because my English wasn't that good like as today, and secondly, listen, my mentality, it was, you know, he's a boss. He probably has his own vision of how runs the company, what to say, what not to say, and I always kept my mouth shut. And thank you, because of UFC, what I have right now, it's because of UFC pretty much, and my hard work.
Mm-hmm. So even if there were times where you wanted to say something, you just said, bite my tongue, right?
No, of course. Well, especially after the fight, Jake O'Brien. When I fought him, it was my last fight. First of all, I didn't fight for, I believe, like 7 or 8, 9 months. I didn't fight. I was waiting because it was a last fight at that time in UFC, and I supposed to fight. Affliction came up.
Yeah.
Affliction, Strike Force, Elite XC, all these organizations, and of course I want to either like resign new contract for good money on my terms, or leave and go over there. So I didn't fight for a long time, and I was, in my mind, Leo told me, you have to just win. That's it. How? It doesn't matter. Just win. I was accurate, you know. I was like try to save like my energy, like, you know, like this and that, and I won by decision. And I remember in press conference. Dana, because at that time, if you remember, like all fighters were like at the table, like for interview, for answering some questions, and I got critics, and I said, "Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right." Of course, I would say probably, "Oh, come on, listen, give me a break." But no, I kept my mouth shut, and That works.
I remember that UFC 82 in Columbus, they put you on the untelevised prelims. It wasn't even on TV. We couldn't even watch the fight because it was you were like Francis before Francis. You fought out the contract, you were on a winning streak, and then you went to Affliction. You got to hang out with Donald Trump, right? You got to meet him.
Yeah. Yeah, did you enjoy that press conference when he hosted phone calls interviews?
When he did what? Which one?
Remember, he was a host for interviews. It was like 5 or 6 fighters.
Who, Dana? Dana or Trump?
No. With Affliction and Dana
yes,
was host. And remember, I called him Mr. President because I thought he was involved somehow in Affliction, and everybody started laughing. But when Dan Lambert gave ATT facility for some rally, it was his son was Donald Trump Jr. And I told him back in 2009 on a press conference or phone calls, Q&A, I called your father Mr. President, and everybody started laughing. You see, I was right. 10 years later, he became a president. So
right.
It was kind of funny, you know.
Yes.
Sometimes not sometimes. At that time, I didn't understand. Like, president, you can call only president of the country. But like back in Russia, president can be any president of some company, and they call him Mr. President forever. Yeah, I called and I was right. It was right. We laughed a little bit, and we'll see what's going to happen this year in November.
By the way, why do you think, you were talking about that period with Affliction and Elite XC and Strikeforce, around 15 or so years ago now. Why do you think there aren't a lot of, competitors now? It doesn't feel like there's a lot of other options like there was back then, people throwing around money, giving fighters opportunities outside of the UFC. Why do you think now in 2024 there are less MMA promotions than there was back then?
Well, first of all, UFC today is the biggest MMA organization, televised, have a lot of contracts with TVs, advertising, and no doubt about Dana White and the company doing a great job. They know how to promote themselves and the sport. And UFC today is one of the mainstream sports on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember when it was pandemic, only Dana White was able to do keep doing some fights. I believe only 1 or 2 shows were canceled in New Jersey or New York, and after that, like Miami, it was like open for the fights, and they got Apex, so they printing money. Good for them.
Did you get a chance to speak to him on Saturday to say goodbye?
No. I was on a prelims, come on, and he usually comes for main card.
What's your favorite UFC fight?
When I beat Tim Silva for interim title, of course.
Legendary.
It was on a February 4th, and I gave to my birthday on February 4th. We fought on February 5th, and I gave to myself very good birthday present.
UFC 51.
Correct.
Crazy. Look at that. And you were just fought at 303.
Yeah, but my first UFC was UFC 28.
28.
And actually I thought if it's always a hope, right? If you get if I'm gonna get another contract, I would love to that UFC. My last fight in UFC would be on UFC 328. 300 UFCs later, but obviously it's a couple more. But who knows? We'll see.
You were 21 years old. You were 4-1. November 2000 was UFC 28. Randy Couture was on that card. Josh Barnett, Babalu Sobral, Kevin Randleman, Maurice Smith. These fighters obviously aren't.
Maurice Smith,
yeah, crazy.
Maurice Smith beat Randy Couture, I believe, right? At that time?
Yeah. And look at you. And there, and we're showing the photo of you, the difference. Also, the thing about you was every fight you look different. Different facial hair, different hair, long hair, short hair, mustache, beard, goatee. You always look different. You're like a chameleon.
Yeah. Hopefully only outside chameleon, not inside.
Sure. That's a good point.
Straightest fuck inside how it was 24 years ago.
Yes. Well, congratulations on a great run, Andrei, in the UFC.
Thank you.
Legendary run. I think you should be in the Hall of Fame. Do you agree?
Maybe one day. It's not up to me. We'll see.
Would you want that?
But somebody mentioned, I believe even Bruce Buffer announced future Hall of Famer before the fight, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like that?
I guess I guess so, because every player or fighter or boxer, MMA fighter, I don't know, he wants to be in the Hall of Famer, of course.
Yeah, it's nice.
Of course.
I think you should be there, and I'm interested and curious to see what you're going to do next. So keep us posted,
Okay.
please. You're going to fight again. You have something on the
100%.
table, a big deal. Yes.
I can promise you that you're gonna find out first. One of the first people.
Well, I went from first to one of the first. Nah, then I'm going to be 10th. It's either
No, obviously it's gonna be between me, Malky, Ibrahim, and you next.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I'll take that. Fourth.
I mean, from outside the company.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Andrei. Good luck to you. Congratulations, and enjoy your holiday.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Goodbye.
There he is, the great Andrei Arlovski, the Pitbull. Made his UFC debut, UFC 28, November 2000. Frank was like, what? How old are you, Frank, in 2006?
Who, me?
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, that's an incredible career. Andrei Fili coming up, Nakisa Bidarian coming up. What a run for Andrei Arlovski. Emotional stuff with Michelle Waterson, right? Off the jump.
Yeah, I thought so.
Off the jump, she was very emotional. I love Andrei. Was legitimately terrified of him. I'm not going to lie. Was absolutely
During
terrified.
the interview?
No. Back in July of 2008, Frank, I did an interview with Andrei Arlovski prior to Affliction Day of Reckoning. And we were in Anaheim, California. And I asked him about a story, that was about a woman and a fighter and this and that. And this is actually like my first viral moment, Frank. This is the first time that I had any kind of interview explode. I mean, very early in my career. And it turned into a whole thing online. People loved it. They made T-shirts. They made hats. I think he even sold hats and T-shirts of his own. We actually have the clip. Here's the clip. Here's me and Andrei Arlovski in Anaheim, July of 2008. Okay, I got to ask you this final question, though, because there was a lot of talk online. I'm sure you know about it. Tim Sylvia and your former ex-girlfriend. What was up with all that stuff?
You know what? I'm not interested, and it's his business. And if he did something with him, I just want to ask you, hey, Tim, how's taste my pee, okay?
All right.
About Tim Sylvia.
It's a little soap opera, right?
I don't care.
All right. Well, strong words from Andrei Arlovski. Clearly. How's taste my PPP, Frank? That's what he said. He was saying that. Did you understand?
I did understand that.
And that exploded. And not only did it explode, when I got to the hotel afterwards, I saw him and his former manager, and I legit thought they were going to kick my ass. I was terrified. But as you can see, he's a lovely guy. He's just a big old teddy bear. You just kind of have to get past the hard shell. But that was a big moment for us. And I thought he hated me, but then I saw him start to sell the merch. I was like, wait a second, maybe they don't hate me after all. So anyway, that's a classic right there. How's taste my PB? I really like. I sucked everything out of that one. I really, I mean, even today the caption was how's taste.
That's a throwback clip right there. 240p on the quality.
So the clip that I sent you was like someone who ripped the clip.
Okay.
The original didn't look that bad. I mean, it looked bad. 2008. I mean, it's
a long time.
But that's a little choppy. It is kind of crazy that I'm sending you like a bootleg version of my own interview.
Was it recorded on like a Motorola Razr?
No.
That's what it looked like. Audio was off.
Yeah. You get the point.
Oh, we got the point for sure. Still, the audio came.
Sure.
I'm happy this girl!
I was not happy after that interview. Actually, I think he was most unhappy, and then I was crapping my pants. Anyway, still to come, Andrei Fili and Nakisa Bidarian in studio, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what transpired late last night here in the U.S., and I guess morning time Wednesday in Perth. It was the Israel Adesanya versus DDP Dricus du Plessis press conference, and what struck me first about all of this is ahead of UFC 305, which, of course, goes down August 17th, middleweight title fight. These two have been going back and forth. There's a long, complicated, fierce rivalry there. But this used to be a staple of the UFC pay-per-view circuit. Like if there's a pay-per-view in Atlanta, in Nashville, in Chicago, in New Jersey, in Fort Lauderdale, Montreal, they would always do the on-sale press conference, meaning around 2.5 or so months before, they would, they would bring out the particulars, usually main event, maybe sometimes co-main. Someone would be there. If, back in the day, if it was a Canadian pay-per-view, it would be Tom Wright. Often it would be Dana if it was in the USA region. If it was in Europe, it would be a Gary Cook. Australia has their people. So anyway, they would do these press conferences like 2.5 months before, and it would kind of set the table for what was to come as far as the build is concerned. And when I was watching it yesterday, I was thinking, man, they haven't done one of these in a very, very long time. And they kind of fell by the wayside during COVID. Less travel, unnecessary, all that stuff. And really, the UFC is so hot right now, they don't necessarily need to do it. Like this is a way to drum up interest locally and for the media and the fans to, buy tickets. But now you put out a tweet, you put out a post, and they all get scooped up. And what was interesting about it was there were no fans. It was just media. It was kind of like a boxing press conference in that it was quiet. It was just the media and the fighters, UFC representative as well, a guy named Pete Klosko, head of the Australian region. And it occurred to me that a lot of the newer fans are so used to the Thursday before an event presser in the big venue with the theatrics, with the crazy crap talking, the fans, the buzz, the yelling, all that stuff. And I think a lot of them are, they're very new to this. This is a very foreign thing. And it was actually kind of refreshing because I thought, like, there's a part of me that is worried about the build for DDP Izzy and is kind of like anxious. Is this going to be uncomfortable? Is it going to go into a dark place? Is it going to get too weird? And I thought they were both great. I thought they both did a great job. I don't think they were playing up to the crowd. I don't think that they were like energized and with a bunch of adrenaline saying crazy stuff. I thought it was the perfect way to set things up. You could tell there's animosity, no love lost. They don't like each other. There's an intensity there. And it's interesting because we probably all thought it was going to be Izzy versus DDP as champion for Izzy. But obviously the roles are reversed now. This is Izzy's first fight. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. We haven't seen him since September of last year. It's a bit refreshing. DDP, won the belt in January, first title defense for him. And it just kind of all felt professional, but tense. And I thought it was great. It was perfect. I loved it. I don't think they need to do it for every card, obviously. But I think it was the perfect table setter and maybe set a different kind of tone than we all expected. If the press conference, like on fight week, would have been the first time, that wouldn't, and it may happen by the time we get there, could go off the rails. This was great. Here's a little highlight from last night, I should say. I can't make out if it was earlier today. No, it wouldn't, because they're 14 hours ahead, so it's already the next day. And you know what I'm saying. Last 16 hours ago. Here's a little highlight from DDP and Izzy.
I don't really give a fuck where he's from, but I'll show him who he is.
Yeah, whatever that means. I'm glad you took up golf because, that's a retirement sport. I can understand you start playing golf.
Hey, man, you do what you have to do in your own time.
Israel, there seems to be a bit of tension between yourself and Dricus. Can you just...
Really?
A little bit. Can you just run through why that is?
Tension. There's always tension whenever you fight anyone. This is a fight at the end of the day. We're not playing chess. We're fighting. So there's always going to be tension there. We've had history over the years. It's almost like destiny, because we met in the staff investor room in Thailand, Tiger Muay Thai, back in the day. Had a little play around, and funny enough, here we are again. It's like full circle, back where it all started for me. So, yeah, and also again, he tried to discredit the Three Kings and say that he's the real true African champion, and I was just like, it's a weird mindset, bro. Like, he came in the UFC, I knew who he was a little bit, but I didn't go, oh, who the fuck's this fake dude coming in? I just said, cool, there's another African in the UFC. But then him discrediting me, Francis Ngannou, Kamaru Usman, that ticked me off a little bit. So that's what started this. But again, I'll finish it.
Because do you just sort of have a response to what Israel said before about the tension between yourselves?
Yeah, no, for me, calling it tension, there's no tension for me. I get into the octagon and I do my job. I do my business. You can be the biggest asshole in the world. You can be the nicest guy in the world. I'm going out there to kill you. And I hope you're doing the same to me, because otherwise it's not going to be a good night for you. And as far as discrediting, never discredited anybody. Stating facts. Where do I reside? What's my postal code? Where do I train? Where do I live? Where was I born? In South Africa. Still there, still training. And I won this belt from South Africa. I didn't travel anywhere else. That was the only thing that I stated. So never discredited anybody. But quite frankly, I don't really care about how it rubbed him off the wrong way. I don't care.
I don't really give a fuck where he's from, but I'll show him who he is.
Yeah, whatever that means. I'm glad you took up golf, because, you know, that's a retirement sport. I can understand you start playing golf.
Hey, man, you do what you have to do in your own time.
So you can see some back and forth there. It was good stuff. I thought they both were in fine form. The face-off was intense. Here's the face-off. It lingered. When Dana's not there, it lingers because, you know, it's just a different type of energy. Poor Pete in the middle there. And look how intense, I mean, face-to-face, nose-to-nose practically. A little talking, a little back and forth. No audio, unfortunately. The build-up for this one is going to be great. It's going to be a great fight, a great scene. August 17th. Look how long it goes. I mean, there's a minute left in this.
Legit, like, yeah, I was going to say it goes for like a legit 90 seconds.
They just won't stop. Even when they turn to face the press, it's one of those where they're still looking at each other. There's an intensity there.
Oh, it's going to be so good. It's going to be such a good fight.
This is great. I mean, they're just going, staring. And who would have thought it'd be DDP with the belt, which adds a whole different dimension to all of this.
That's what I was just thinking. Just like, man, if you showed this to me a year ago, I would have been like, how did this happen?
Yeah.
How did we get to this point? And then you would explain it to me and I would be mind blown.
Look at this. Goes back. Izzy is not moving. That's as good as it gets. And the UFC did a fun thing as they were leaving the press conference. They kind of got this like them walking out shot and both kind of reacting. And I thought this was the best content of the entire day, the entire presser, because you can really tell how intense it all is. And I thought DDP in particular was incredible here because the narrative, and you could see like the approach that he is taking to all of this is he's done. He doesn't have it anymore. He's past his prime. This is mental warfare at its finest. And I thought DDP, this was like the best version of DDP that we've ever seen. He should stick with this. Forget all the Africa stuff. Stick with this. This is the stuff that people can relate to and can get behind, especially those that aren't fans of Israel's. Take a look at this. This is great stuff.
He's trying to convince himself that he still wants to be here. And I'm just here to let him know it's okay, it's over. It's over. And call it a day, call it a career. He's shorter than I thought. So that makes it worse for him because I'm a thick boy.
That was awesome. That was just because, you know, I wasn't really like, oh, what's going to happen? I was just like, you know, we'll get there when we get there. And then when we got there, it was like riding a bike. He's still here.
He's still here.
You know, getting that excitement, you know, that's exactly what he's lacking. He's lost that hunger for the game. He's lost that excitement for it. I lose that excitement today, I'll call it a career. And I believe me, there's a lot of excitement in this heart.
We've been here before. We have. We've been here before.
This is great stuff, man. The angle of he's lost it. He's trying to convince himself. Is he saying he's still here? That's going to be the theme going into this fight. And I think that's brilliant on DDP's part. He's done. He's washed. I'm the new kid. I'm the new champ. He'll never have this. He'll never recreate the magic. As long as I'm here, he'll never be that guy. He'll never be the champ. That's perfect. Thank you. That's how you sell a fight. The first African the training, I'm breathing. Like, no one gives a shit about that. Stop it with that. We never liked it. We never wanted it. It was too uncomfortable. This is what we want. I thought that was brilliant. You understand where I'm coming from, GC? Like that's how you sell a fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it just from watching that. I mean, I love this demeanor that DDP has going into it. I mean, he thinks, I love that he was just like, he's shorter than I thought. That's gonna help me. And then it's almost as if Izzy saw the clip of what DDP was saying and he was responding to it. So it's like they're both on the same wavelength of what they're thinking. Izzy's like, I still got it right here, and DDP's just like, nah, he's done. It's over. Retire. You're picking up golf. It's going to be amazing.
They did a great job. They did a great job with that clip. Both fighters did a great job. And you see there's value in doing these early press conferences. Now, for DDP, I think he had to fly like, it's a crazy trip from South Africa to Perth. I think it's like 14 hours to Sydney and 6 hours to Perth, something crazy like that.
I had no idea what was happening. I logged on to socials and just like saw clips of it. I was just like, oh, I had no clue this was going on.
It's a nice little surprise, right?
Oh, it was a great surprise. Stevie Erceg and Kaikar France up there too. Gotta love it.
So weird seeing Kaikar France sitting next to DDP.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't think about the city kickboxing thing.
Yeah. I know I'm harping on that, but it was weird. I can't wait for that fight. I really can't. Who's the favorite off the jump? Is it DDP?
No, is he?
Really?
Minus 150 or something. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you?
I can't wait for that card. No, not really. I mean, he was.
But just because the last performance, you know?
Yeah, I know, man. But like, I mean, he was like on top of the world going into that. He was like a minus 700 against Sean Strickland.
That is crazy.
Yeah. It is. In retrospect, it's really crazy. Yeah, I can't wait for that card. Can't wait for 304, 306, or whatever they're calling it. Yeah, we got a lot of good fights ahead.
Not a lot of like, not a lot of good non-pay-per-views, but the pay-per-views are great. You know what I mean?
Which is cool with me. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool with me. It feels like pay-per-views are when MMA becomes the epicenter anyway, when it really feels like it's the biggest. So as long as the pay-per-views are delivering, that's really what matters to me.
Yeah. And even to go a step further, like Noche UFC is going to be great. I mean, Noche UFC could be a crap card and it's still going to be a spectacle just because we all want to see what it looks like. But then you have the Utah card, which if Suga Marab is Noche, then I would suspect Max Ilya is Utah, or they flip it. You know, everyone ran with Mike. Like you just have to look at who's available, and then you have Armin and Islam, which would be the end of the month in October, and then you have Jones and Stipe, we hope, and then maybe it's, you know, if they do push Conor all the way to December, like there's going to be no 301s in that mix. By the way, we all saw the tweets back and forth with Michael Chandler and talking about the title fight and all that. My understanding is that is not the plan. And I say this with the utmost love and respect of Michael Chandler. Like, he is the ultimate company guy. Michael Chandler, he is not breaking the news that he's been offered a title fight on his Twitter. He's keeping that under wraps if it is in fact true. This is all part of the game. And it turned into a whole thing with RDA and Dustin Poirier and Makhachev. Conor didn't really seem to get in the mix. But the plan is still Arman Tsarukyan against Islam Makhachev. And the hope is still that we're going to get Conor versus Chandler. The date is still TBD. So I saw everyone going crazy about all of that. That is still the plan. Nothing has really changed. As I said, this weekend, coming up, holiday weekend here in the US of A, the big one for the MMA community is Nate Diaz versus Jorge Masvidal. Are you guys getting more excited about it? Are you starting to feel the buzz, the excitement? Sean O'Malley on the call. More Ronaldo.
I'm more interested.
It's starting to build?
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
It's a pretty cool, it's a pretty cool thing. It's still Nate Diaz. How many more do we get of him?
I care about Nate and I care about Jorge. Do I care about them boxing each other? That's less.
It'd be better if it was MMA.
If it was MMA, I'd care a lot more.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It'd be much better.
But I still care about
It's
Jorge.
a nice holiday weekend.
Yeah.
Nice little holiday weekend thing to watch.
In the absence of UFC, why not?
There's actually a lot of boxing this weekend, but this is the one that means most to MMA fans. Pettis, Chris Avila. It's not the worst card, by the way.
No.
Amado Vargas, who's the son of Fernando Vargas, is on the card. Shane Mosley Jr., the son of Shane Mosley, going up against Daniel Jacobs, just kind of flown under the radar. So it's actually not the worst card of all time.
Isn't Ryan Garcia's brother on it as well?
Yes, Sean Garcia is fighting Vargas. He's 7-0-1. Devin Cushing is on there as well.
Yeah.
So Alan Sanchez, who's fought on a lot of these the Real Fight Inc. cards. Well, there hasn't been that many of them, but he did fight on the one where they went up against Jake Paul last August. We were there. So yeah, I'm feeling I wonder if Nate is more motivated going into this fight as he was compared to the Jake Paul fight because of the history with Masvidal.
He said in the scrum, so they had the media workout yesterday. He said in the scrum yesterday that not having to cut weight, not having to train as hard, in fact, having to gain weight to fight Jake Paul had him kind of lazy and he wasn't focused. He admitted as such and said he wishes this fight was at 165. Like he is in shape and motivated and really like focused for this. And just the way he looked, like it's drastically different from the Jake Paul fight. Now, certainly that doesn't like you can look great and have a worse performance. You can look worse and have a great performance, but he looks in significantly better shape and to be more focused. So that's a good sign when you're thinking about a Nate Diaz fight, which, as I said, like increased my interest a little bit.
And this is 175, right?
Yeah.
That's a huge difference between the what was it? The Jake Paul fight.
I think he said 185 it was.
Yeah, 185, which is much bigger than he was.
Yeah, that's not, when he's in, tip-top shape, he's smaller than that. So he was saying he had to gain weight, and it just kept him unmotivated.
Who's the favorite right now? GC?
Yeah, Jorge Masvidal is. He opened as like a minus 375, but now he is all the way down to minus 255 on DraftKings.
Interesting.
So, it's moving. People betting on Diaz. People supporting him. I don't really know how you like. I guess you just take the assumption that Jorge Masvidal is a better boxer than Nate Diaz in an actual boxing match. Do
you think?
I feel like the fight's going to be close.
Do you think it's because people are, remembering the last performance?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I also wonder how many people are betting on this as well.
You don't think a lot?
I can't imagine like a truckload of money is coming into the sports books now.
Nah. If you're an MMA fan, this is probably the only card that's of great interest to you.
Yeah, sure. But I'm just talking about from like a widespread scene. I don't know how many people are betting on it.
What do you guys think? I feel like it goes the distance. I feel like that's the surest bet.
I think it goes the distance, and it's a split decision. I'll make my official pick, Nate Diaz. There.
Wow, Diaz via split decision.
Diaz via split decision. Yeah.
Rick, and for the record, for those out there wondering why we're no Parlay Pals this week because there's no major MMA and no official picks from GC. We might get a hot dog pick.
Oh, I do have one. Yeah, I do have one. I got a big hot dog.
Okay,
pick
save that for us.
Tremendously compelling competition this year.
You have a pick, Rick.
I don't know what to make of it. I'll be honest. Like,
yeah,
it's just so far outside the realm of what I've seen from both of them. Like, it's like I have no idea.
Throw a dart.
I was not impressed by Nate Diaz's boxing debut against Jake Paul, but as he alluded to, and you can confirm with your own eyes, like he just didn't look like he was that motivated. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah.
No, Frank, you're always motivated.
Well, I'm curious, and Moronalo on the call is fun. O'Malley.
I like Moro and O'Malley. I think O'Malley's
Porter.
going to be good. Porter's solid, but I think O'Malley's going to be good.
Yeah. The dude from the Logan Paul podcast, Mike.
Yeah.
I can't say his last name.
Majlik or something.
Yeah. I'm surprised they had Josh Thompson on there, if only because Thompson beat Nate.
Yeah, there's a bit of beef there, right?
Yeah. But hey, congrats to all for getting the gig, and I think it's going to be a good scene. And like I said, a lot of boxing on this weekend. Shakur Stevenson back in New Jersey, maybe his last fight under the Top Rank umbrella. That'll be interesting. Back in Brick City, Giovanni Cabrera, who I saw. When did I see him? Was it the Spence Crawford card? Great looking guy. Trains with Freddie Roach, going up against William Zepeda. That's Saturday night. And what about Big Johnny Fisher? Bosh against Alan Babich. They had a great stare down in front of the Big Ben. Matchroom does a great job with these. Look at this. Look at this one. This dude looks like a cross between Cahal Pendred and a lot of people saying Tai Tuivasa, no? Babich?
Wow, my words. Great there. My words. Just fists. Made a mistake.
You've made a big mistake.
Just be ready. Be ready.
Bosh.
Made a terrible mistake.
He just keeps saying you made a mistake.
I don't think you believe it. I do. Believe me, I do.
Look at this. Look at. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Ah!
Ah!
Calm down.
That is great. I love him. You know his dad, Big John Bosch, the Chinese dinners. Big main event for him. So that's all going down this weekend. And of course, the biggest one of them all is Canada, Venezuela. Enriquez versus Helwani Friday. Yeah, that's right. Copa. Commiserations. Are you joining us, GC? I know Team USA didn't quite work out. We do have a great Canadian.
Yeah, I mean it's tough to do that with the when the refs are so against you. We get the red card against Panama, and then they won't even shake Christian Pulisic's hand.
Well, he was being a little rude. He was doing that was taken out of context.
Sportsmanship, I mean, if we had the refs on our side, paid off like everyone else, we would have easily made it through.
We only had to score one goal to advance. Great American Jesse Marsh leading the way. So
shout out. Now I'm on the Uruguay bandwagon now.
Why? Why them? You have no
squad.
That's a squad. You could go Venezuela for Andy. You could go Canada for me. You have friends with connections.
No. If one of us is going to fail, we're all going to fail. I hope you guys get bounced in the next round.
Oh, both of us. We just both lose somehow.
Yeah. A little DQ action is what I'm hoping for.
All right. Fine. Fair enough. Sorry about that. I was actually pulling for America on Monday, but it was not.
I appreciate that.
It was not. I mean, I am American, unless we forget.
I was going to say, you are a U.S. citizen.
Sure. All right, let's move along. Still to come in 30 minutes, Nakisa Bidarian in studio. First ever interview. World exclusive. But before we get to that, one of our favorites on the program, love talking to this guy, and he had a very hard-fought, hard-earned, deserving win against the veteran Cub Swanson on Saturday. In fact, won the Fight of the Night award. Well done. Andrei Fili on the program once again. There he is.
What's up,
Hello,
guys?
Andrei, how are you?
What's up, guys? How are you?
I'm doing well. Little Shiner action there?
Yeah, just a little gift from Cub. He wanted to leave me something to remember him by, so I shout out to Cub. Thanks for the makeup. I actually think I look better with a little color on one side, a little asymmetry. So I'm just rocking with it.
You like
we got to play the hand we're dealt.
Yeah,
I don't mind it.
You don't want it to go away.
Eventually, it'd be nice to go away, but for a week, week and a half, it's not bad to walk around with a shiner. This on top of the missing tooth and the throat tattoos, it does have its perks. It has its downsides. Obviously, it closes some doors, but it opens up a lot of other doors. Like, I don't get hassled by people walking to the store. You know what I mean? Like the annoying T-Mobile, like, hey, who's your cell phone provider? They try to stop you at Target. Like, they don't do that to me.
No one's bothering you.
No one's bothering me walking through Target. I can just enjoy my time in peace. So, there's upsides. I do get randomly security stopped quite a bit more frequently. I get randomly security stopped, like going into Disneyland or something. But you play the hand you're dealt. You take the good with the bad.
Do you feel like people are watching you constantly? Like if you're just walking around, coffee shop, grocery, like do you feel like there's eyes on you? Like what is that guy's story?
There's eyes on all of us, brother. Have you ever heard of the Patriot Act?
Yes, I've heard of it. Wow. Oh yeah, no, it's a good point.
I definitely I look a certain way, and I look a certain way. I think, sometimes people give me side looks, but I've learned to live with it. And I also take a lot of joy in sort of subverting expectations. Like Whole Foods is my favorite place in the world. Like it's my favorite, like Whole Foods is church for me. Like I go to Whole Foods 3 or 4 days a week after training, and I just walk around and have pleasant interactions with older upper middle class white people and just have like pleasant interactions. And like there'll be a 65-year-old lady walking down the aisle, and she'll kind of give me a side eye, and we're in each other's way, and I just go, "Oh, excuse me, ma'am, after you." And I watch her face like light up and go, "Oh, well, thank you, young man." Walk by, and like I live for that. I also think there's something to be said, like, people look at me a certain way because I'm covered in tattoos, but like I chose to get covered in tattoos. Like I think a lot of heavily tattooed people have it wrong, where they like sort of like have this like sort of fuck you attitude, like, oh, like you look at me differently. It's like, of course people look at you different. You decided to get covered in tattoos. Like that's part of it. We're human beings. We profile everything all the time. That's how you survive. Like you should judge a book by its cover. Like you should. I recognize most people, like I'm a person who takes pride in being nice to people and being kind to people and helping people when I can. That doesn't mean that most people you meet with a black eye and no front tooth and throat tattoos are going to be nice people that you should trust and assume have your best interests. You should judge a book by its cover. If you pick up a Tom Clancy book and it's got a picture of a soldier with an AR-15 and you open it up, you kind of know what to expect. It's not going to be a romance novel, right? Like you should judge a book by its cover. So long story short, yeah, I do get looks, but I understand that most of that's on me, and I kind of enjoy the opportunity to prove people wrong and subvert expectations. And also when I just want to be left the fuck alone, it's like a poison dart frog that, it's got all these bright colors because, you at least should leave it the fuck alone.
I think you really like the juxtaposition of looking this way, but then also being a sweetheart.
Yeah, maybe, for sure. I like proving people wrong, and I went down and got a bunch of crazy tattoos at 19 and 23 and even 27, and now I'm 34, and maybe I wouldn't go get those same tattoos now, but it's part of me. It's part of the story, and I embrace it. I'm like, I'm more than one thing. Like I'm a tattooed scumbag dude who rides Harleys and gets in fist fights for a living and talks shit and spits blood and like jumps around on stage and does vocals in a band and whatever, stage dives. But like, I can also talk to you about poetry and Dostoevsky and politics and I love learning about religion. I love history. I want to go back to school and get a degree in history or philosophy. And I love learning, so I like being able to do both things. I'm not saying that I'm like some incredibly gifted genius guy, but I think I am more intelligent and more articulate than the average person gives me credit for. And, based on first look, and I like being able to prove people wrong. And like I said, I also like the option to be left alone when I want to be left alone. So, it works out.
By the way, are you done with the tattoos?
Oh, I wish I was, brother.
Okay.
But
which is the most recent one?
The only way out is through, and I'm probably 3/4 of the way covered, maybe a little less. So we just gotta keep on keeping on. Okay. I'm headed to Orange County. Headed to Captured Tattoo in Orange County in Tustin, where I get tattooed. Shout out to the Captured boys. Great shop. And I got 3 days back to back booked to try to fill up the rest of this arm and a couple other spots. I'm going to do the next one. Is that what you asked? What's the most recent one, or what's the next one?
Most recent one? Like, and what does it signify?
The next one, so two things. The next one, I'm getting up a portrait of my bulldog who passed away, my bulldog Harley. So that one's going to be special. And then the most recent are, I got an eagle, like a big eagle, which is, eagles, first of all, eagles are just cool. They're just a classic American tattoo. So I'm unironically patriotic. I love America. Also my dad's father is, from American Samoa, and so it's the American Samoan flag has an eagle. Also, it's got a bunch of lightning around it, and in Native American culture, the Thunderbird was a vision of a Thunderbird was a real significant vision for a lot of the chiefs, like the Lakota chiefs. I believe it was Crazy Horse had a vision of a Thunderbird, which signified being a Heoka, which is sort of like in Lakota society was kind of like a sacred clown. It's like you play the role of like a clown and someone who kind of points out inherent contradictions, and it's a sort of a societal responsibility. Not that I'm necessarily that, but definitely inspired by those stories of those historical stories. The other one that of really great significance is I got this big Jesus piece, and I wanted to specifically do a Jesus that wasn't blonde hair, blue eyes, and light skin, because that doesn't make much sense. So I did a little darker skin tone. It says in the book, skin of bronze and hair like sheep's wool. So we tried to be a little more historically accurate. And we also wanted to do a Jesus that was in the midst of his suffering, because I think that's the takeaway. Whether you're Christian or not, I'm not a deeply religious person, but especially in the last few years, I've felt myself be like, just be more moved and motivated by the story of Jesus Christ, because he willfully accepted this immense suffering because he knew that it was going to make the world a better place. I think the willful acceptance of our own responsibility is one of the keys to a meaningful life, and he's a great example of that. So yeah, those are the two most recent. And for everybody that thinks I'm a pretentious prick for taking 5 minutes to explain my tattoos,
No,
I also have like 40 other tattoos that have no meaning. I just thought they looked cool and I had space open. So they're not all like that.
Yeah,
There's plenty of tattoos that are just fun, dumb, cool looking tattoos that I wanted to get so I could look tough. Like, they're not all like that.
I like asking people about that stuff because I like to know if there's a meaning behind it, what it means to you, what it signifies. So that's on me.
Yeah.
Could I ask, this trend, it continues, win one, lose one, win one, lose one, win one. So now you're back. How do we go? How do we go on a bit of a run here? What needs to happen? Because now you're back in the winner's circle.
Yeah. I wish I had a clean, perfect soundbite answer. I'm a pretty good soundbite guy, I think, but I don't know if I have the perfect, clean, pretty soundbite for you for this one. I can just all I can do for success in my career is continue to be true to myself, be authentic, work my ass off, and enjoy this journey. And remember how blessed I am to do what I love every day. I've gotten back to enjoying this fight game, enjoying this process, enjoying this journey. And I believe it's going to set me down a path where I get on a win streak. I really make some noise in the division. I climb the top 15, top 10, top 5, and I will be the undisputed UFC featherweight champion of the world before I retire. I'm going to be a world champion. It's been a very rocky road, but I wouldn't have it any other way, man. It's just our style, I guess, outcasts and underdogs.
You say you got back to loving it. So when did you stop loving it, and how did you get back?
It's like, man, I've been doing this. This has been my job since I was 15 or 16, and I've been doing it full time since I was 20 or 21. I've been in the UFC since I was 23, and I just turned 34. Like, I'm only 34, but I'm deep in this game, man. This has been my whole life, and this is like any other thing that you love. It's like it's a marriage. It's not always going to be the honeymoon phase. It can't be. So at some point you show up and you just go through the motions, no matter how much you love something. You're a dad, you're a husband, right? Like, you're a good dad, you're a good husband. But I'm sure there's days where at the end of the day, you're laying in bed and you go, I probably could have done better today. I could have been more committed. I could have been more understanding today, more patient today, more generous with my time or my affection, or set a better example. It's the same thing with fighting. You show up and you work your ass off and you put your hours on the mat every day, no matter what. It doesn't matter how you feel. That's what separates that's what separates professionals from everyone else. It doesn't matter how you feel. I show up, I train 3 times a day, I bust my ass, I work hard, I take pride in how hard I work. But there's still some days where you go, like, at some point in the past 15 years, there's been days, there's been weeks, there's been months where you go, yeah, I'm going to work. I clock in, I zone out, I do the work. I'm guilty of that, and that's just being real. There's going to be guys who say that that's not true for them. I think they're liars. I think everybody along a long enough timeline can say that there have been times where this turns into a job. Thankfully, I was disciplined enough in those times where even when I didn't feel exceptionally motivated, my discipline made sure that I still stuck to my core values and made sure that I still got the work in. Now I've sort of come out the other side of that, and I'm having fun again. I'm enjoying it, and part of that is a conscious decision to remember how blessed I am and be grateful for the fact I get to fight in the UFC and the fact that 15-year-old me would literally kill to be where I'm at right now. Part of it is making the conscious switch to be grateful and to practice gratitude and to appreciate where you're at and not take it for granted. Another part of it is just riding the waves of life, ups and downs. Sometimes bad shit happens, Sometimes you get hard times. Sometimes you get a bad deal. Sometimes you get a $50,000 fight of the night bonus. Sometimes everything's going your way and sometimes it's not. And I think the key is just not getting too high with the highs, not getting too low with the lows, and practicing that gratitude. And I know it sounds a little cliche maybe, but you can't be anxious and grateful. You can't be self-conscious and grateful. You can't be practicing self-pity and gratitude at the same time. That gratitude erases all that shit. So when you're really rooted in gratitude and when you figure out your core values and you let those lead you, it gets easier to love what you do, and it gets easier to really know yourself. And I think as long as I just keep doing that, the wins will keep figuring themselves out. As long as I have fun, as long as I perform to the best of my ability, everything will be fine.
I'd love to maybe ask a follow-up and push back on one thing you said there.
Yeah.
Because you said something that spoke to me. You said you can't be anxious and grateful. So I'll equate it to my life. I'm an anxious person. I find myself probably more anxious than the common Joe, but I'm also very grateful. I'm also very grateful.
Right.
So I go through ups and downs. Is it problematic to be absolute? Why can't you be anxious and grateful? Why can't you be anxious about the fight, but also grateful about the fight, grateful about the opportunity? Why can't it be both in your opinion? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to put myself in your mindset. So why can't it be both in your opinion?
No, it's a great question. And I'm glad because now I can elaborate on that because I'm in your shoes too. I've dealt with depression since I was a single digit age. I've dealt with anxiety that's pretty severe. I'm incredibly obsessive compulsive, and that'll spiral out of control if I let it. I still feel all those things. That doesn't just go. It's not like all those things are magically gone. I mean, when you practice gratitude, that's the antidote for the other things. I don't mean that over the course of fight week you won't be incredibly anxious or incredibly grateful, and it might fluctuate between the two. You might oscillate between the two, but I mean, in the moment that you're practicing gratitude, you aren't anxious.
Okay.
Like in the moment that you go, like if you call me and you go, hey brother, which also by the way you can do if you ever, I know you got a support system, but shout out to Men's Mental Health. We're just outside of June, so if you called me and said, hey brother, I'm fucking going through it, like I'm so anxious, and I gave you what might seem like corny advice, but I genuinely think is a great tool. If you called me and said, hey brother, I'm feeling anxious, I'm really going through it right now, and I said, sit down and write out 3 things you're grateful for, and actually sit and think about those things as you write them. Give me 3 things you're grateful for. And you said, I'm grateful for my wife, I'm grateful for my daughter, I'm grateful for my beautiful home, I'm grateful for my immensely successful MMA show, I'm grateful for the fact that I get to pay my bills doing what I love every day. As you're writing those things, I guarantee when you're writing those things, if you're really practicing that gratitude, at least in that moment, the anxiety isn't there. And it's definitely, if it's there, it's got the volume turned way, way down. And so you might feel anxious when you wake up first thing in the morning, and you might feel anxious when you're laying in bed at night in a dark room, staring at the ceiling, and you might feel anxious before you walk out to your fight, and you might feel anxious before the big weight cut. But if you use that gratitude to recenter yourself back to the present moment, that anxiety doesn't exist. Your anxiety exists because you're trying to control things that aren't in your control. You're trying to control things that are happening 10 minutes from now or 2 hours from now or on Saturday or that happened 10 years ago that you wish you could change, right? When you're in the present moment, there is an anxiety because in the present moment, you handle whatever's in front of you. In the present moment, there is no thinking about what needs to be done. You just do it. And a good piece of armor to deal with what's in front of you in the present moment is that gratitude.
This is why I love talking to you and people like you, It's because we've been talking for 20 minutes, and I haven't even asked you a single thing about the actual fight. This is why I love that. I truly love that.
Yeah. Me as well. I love talking to you.
Thank you. But so could I ask, because I saw on your Instagram, you said you weren't too happy with the fight, with the performance.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. I was incredibly unhappy. And this is the thing, like a lot of people might not come out and admit this, but I can't fake the funk. Like if you like me, I appreciate it. And if you don't like me, I understand there's plenty of things not to like, fuck you, but I get it. But you're always going to get me. Like it's always going to be me. I can't fake the funk. I can't come out there and be like, I'm the fucking man. I did. It's like, the truth is if I feel like that after a fight where I feel like I'm the best 45er in the world, because I do believe that. If I feel that way after the fight, I'll say it. But if I feel after the fight that I didn't perform to the best of my ability, I'll say that too, because I just keep it real. Like I'm gonna always give people the authentic version of myself, and that's how I felt, man. I got done with the fight, and all my coaches are like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, man?" I'm like, I'm just not happy with myself. I got back to do all the media with you take the pictures with the team and you talk to the media and they ask you all these questions and you're supposed to be just telling everyone how great you are, and I'm really happy with the win. And I believe I won the fight. I think I did. I actually went back and watched the fight and it was less close than I think people were saying. It was less close than I even felt. And when I got done with the fight, I felt confident that I won the fight. I landed the cleaner shots. I dictated the pace of the fight. I controlled range, even though he was closing in. I'm dealing with a crafty, tricky, awkward, dangerous veteran, and I'm controlling every minute of the fight. So I knew I did enough to win the fight, but I didn't perform to the level that I wanted to perform at. Now that I've gone back and watched the fight twice, I'm actually pretty happy with the performance. But in the moment, I was really down on myself. And the UFC staff were asking me what's wrong. My coaches were trying to tell me to snap out of it. I have a great deal of respect for Cub, and he's a legend. And I wanted to add a feather to my cap where I finished him, where I highlight reeled him. I worked so hard this camp. Like I did things I've never done. I got out of my comfort zone. I worked so fucking hard, spent so much time focused on my own, alone, putting in work. And not just alone, obviously with my team as well, but I really got out of my comfort zone and worked my ass off, and I wanted to finish, and I wanted a dominant win. And, I did enough to win, and I think the judges got it right, but I wasn't happy with myself after the fight. I'm my own hardest critic, and I was in my head after the fight. I was really frustrated with myself. I was really disappointed. I felt a little ashamed, just being candid. I felt ashamed. I felt I had let myself down a bit with my performance, and
ashamed is strong.
Yeah.
Ashamed of a win. Ashamed. Fight of the night on International Fight Week. Ashamed.
Yeah. I can't. I wasn't enough. When I'm done, I want to be in the Hall of Fame. I want to be one of the greatest ever. I want people to say that every time they saw me fight, it was a fucking spectacle. It was exciting, and I was ashamed when I got out of the cage. I apologized to my coaches, and they're like, "What are you apologizing for?" And I just, I didn't like the way I performed. I wanted to be the standout on the card. I wanted to finish a legend. I wanted to be the thing that everyone was talking about Sunday morning when they went back to work and talked about the fights.
You got the Fight of the Night award and won the Fight of the Night.
Right.
You are describing what you did.
Yeah, and so this is why it's so important to have coaches around that you can trust and who really love you and give a fuck about you. And I'll get emotional right now, man. I love my coaches. My coaches are my family. They're my brothers, and I'm so I don't know where I'd be without them. So they basically told me to pull my head on my ass and snap out of it. Then I won Fight of the Night, and it was like, maybe that fight didn't suck as bad as I thought. Right after the fight, I saw Sean Shelby. I saw Sean Shelby right after the fight, and I said, "I'm sorry, man. Fuck, sorry." And he looked at me and goes, "What the hell are you apologizing for? That fight was badass." So that was the first thing. Second thing with getting Fight of the Night, I'm like, okay, maybe it wasn't that bad of a fight. And then I went back and watched it the next day, and I was fucking dreading watching it. I didn't want to watch it. My girlfriend Melissa was like, "Put the fight on." I'm like, I really would rather sit here and watch Bob's Burgers and eat chips and salsa and fucking mochi and just relax and not watch this. And my girlfriend, shout out to my girlfriend, Melissa, she goes, put the fucking fight on and watch it. And so I put the fight on and watched it. And, halfway through the second, I look at her, I'm like, not that bad. We did all right. You know what? We did all right. Cub is fucking hard to fight.
Yeah.
And my teammate, my brother, my good friend, Mike Malott, he made me feel a lot better. He had a lot of good things to say. And my coach, Danny Castillo, and he had a lot of good things to say. My coach, Kieran Fitzgibbons from CSA, he wrote me out a paragraph. He's a very analytical guy. He's a very intelligent coach. And he wrote me out a full paragraph. And, basically to summarize was, you didn't do everything that you wanted to do, but you did a lot of great things. And the reason you didn't do everything that you wanted to do wasn't because you're not a great fighter. It's because you're a great fighter who fought another great fighter who's been doing this even longer than you have, which is rare. Like, he also had a game plan that he tried to impose, and he did everything he could to make the fight his fight and win the fight and fight the way that he wanted to. And when you recontextualize it that way, then I can be happier with the win, But in the moment, no, I wasn't especially happy. I was actually quite unhappy. I was quite pissed off. I took my coaches and all my friends who came to see me from out of town. They all came to Vegas to see me. I never do after parties. I took them to Marquee. Everyone's partying, having a good time, having drinks, telling me, "Oh, Derek, you just beat Cub Swanson. You beat a legend." And I'm sitting in the corner like of the club like this, like little black rain cloud, like, "What's up, man? Yeah, thanks. Cool. Yeah, have a drink. Good to see you, man." And
do you regret that now? Do you regret that? I mean, those moments aren't going to last forever, right? I mean, at some point, this is going to end.
It will. Yeah. Well, come on, settle down.
No. But I'm just saying, we just talked to Michelle Waterson.
Ruin my day.
No. But I'm just saying, you shouldn't feel that way. I saw the video of Uriah cutting a rug at the party. Like, you should be celebrating that. You won. You didn't lose. You won.
Yeah. So, I won, and I won fight of the night, and life is beautiful, and I have beautiful
sulking.
I snapped out of it. I think what helped me snap out of it was well, first of all, the $50,000 from the fight of the night helped me snap out of it. That'll help, right? Yeah. That'll help. That'll help anybody get out of there, pull their head out of their ass. But seeing all my friends get to enjoy this sort of moment together that's the whole point of fighting, right? Like, getting all your friends in one place and getting to celebrate being alive together, and the manifestation of all your hard work, all that hard work coming to fruition, and knowing that you just got 3 checks and you're going to be able to pay the mortgage. And, I'm going to help buy my mom a house. I just bought a badass 88 Bronco so I could give my girlfriend my Cadillac and, take care of the people. I'm at a point now where I make enough money fighting where I can take care of the people around me. I flew my dad out from Florida. It's the first time my dad and I have spent more than maybe 8 hours together in like almost 20 years. Like,
wow. What prompted that?
Dad, just wanted to spend some time, like my one of the things that I am more fortunate, I grew up a certain way, and you can argue, who had it better, who has it worse. There's people who had it way worse than me, but I went through some tough shit as a kid, and I have been immensely fortunate to have parents who not only have turned their life around, but I have gotten a certain closure and new chapter on life with my parents, because they both have not only turned their life around, but they've owned the mistakes, like, dude, my mom is like an incredible person. My mom has lost like 60 or 70 pounds. She works out every day. She goes to church and volunteers at church. She journals. She works at a school district where she helps underprivileged kids get free meals, and she does clothing drives. Like, some of these kids are homeless and trying to finish high school at a continuation school and don't have anything. And my mom helps these kids out. Like, my mom is a person that I'm immensely proud of now. I'm ridiculously proud of my mom, and our relationship is like better than I can ever ask for. My dad, who I went actual decades without, really interacting with my dad in any meaningful way. And he was incarcerated for a long time. And him and my mom's relationship was really toxic growing up. And we got moved away from him probably for the best, when I was only 10. And so now I went from basically 10 years old to my UFC fight in Sacramento without really seeing my dad. So we're talking legitimately almost 20 years.
Wow.
And now my dad's been out of prison for 4 or 5 years now. He's moved to a place where he's away from whatever bullshit he could get him in trouble. He's a productive, healthy, good person, and I get to spend time with him, and like that's something that I don't take for granted. Like I'm a person now who has a good relationship with both his parents. Like me and my dad are homies. We're cool. We we're like sat around the pool, sat around the fire pit having a beer. We brought him to the PI. We sat in the sauna and got to hang out and meet everybody, and took him around Vegas a little bit. And it sounds like probably to a lot of people it sounds like pretty regular stuff to have a relationship with your parents, but there was a long time where I didn't, and now I do. And it's funny. I'm like against all odds, I'm like this well-adjusted adult human. Like I got a good relationship with both my parents. I got a stable, healthy girlfriend who fucking puts up with me somehow. I just bought my second home, beautiful place here in Vegas. I'm able to make enough money to be able to help the people around me. I'm the healthiest and happiest I've ever been. Like if you'd asked me when I was like 19 what the plan was, it would be like make the UFC, be a UFC champion in my early 20s, die by 27 like all the great rock stars, and go out like a fucking rock star and remember me like that. And now I'm 34, I'm paying taxes, I got a second mortgage. I'm a sellout. I've never been happier. It's the best.
Amazing, man.
It's the best.
That's amazing.
It's
I'm very happy for you. It's great. It's great to hear that, to see the smile on your face. By the way, you mentioned in the post-fight press conference, you talked about the pizza. You were getting pizza, and you said you like everything a little well done. Does that include steak?
Everything a little bit.
Because I get a little shit when I say I like well done steak. Do you like well done steak too?
Dude. No? I'm a medium well guy. Okay. And I'll fucking sock anybody who wants to argue with me about it. I grew up eating I grew up eating well done steak.
I feel better.
Okay. And I never liked steak that much because it was always not that good. I recognize that if a steak is well done, it's less juicy and tender than if it's undercooked. But I don't like undercooked food. So I have gone from well to medium well. I'll do medium well. And people will still scoff at me. They're like, if you don't eat it fucking rare. It's like, bro, I don't cook my fucking food. Who cares? Cook my fucking food. That's the way I like my food. And this is the issue. People go, come on, you got to get steak guys, which is like,
the worst.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Of all the people you want to be a motorcycle guy, you want to be a fight guy, you want to be a tattoo guy, you want to be a history or journalist guy, or a fucking whatever guy you want to be, clothing guy, denim head, sneakerhead, whatever. Be whatever kind of guy, pro wrestling, be whatever fuck guy you want. But if you're a steak guy, it's like, leave me alone, dude. Leave me the fuck alone.
People get so mad. They get so mad. They get offended. I think it says more about them than it does about us.
It's like, why do you care about what I'm eating? Why do you care about what I'm eating, first of all? Second, here's the thing. You want me to get a medium steak? I will do a medium steak. I'll even do a medium burger if you actually cook it medium. But steak guys love to be like fucking steak. So you say, all right, look it, man, I'll do a medium. And then they think in their head they know better than you. Like, trust me, I'll give him medium rare. He'll see. And then they give you this big bloody piece of meat. I'm like, I don't want this. I don't want this. I said medium, and this is fucking pouring blood. So now, to be safe, I say medium well, and I stand on that, and I respect you. I like my eggs scrambled hard. I don't like mushy, runny eggs. Like my eggs scrambled hard. I like my bacon crispy. I like my steak medium well. I like my chicken a little extra cooked.
Yeah.
Like I like it a little crispy. Like, cook my food. Yeah. I don't think that should be that controversial of a thing to be like, hey, can you cook my food all the way?
I agree.
I'm with you, dude. I'm with you, man.
I feel now anytime someone gives me crap, I'm just going to say, talk to Andrei Fili about this.
Holler at your boy.
I wanted to also ask you, because people mention this every time, and it happened a while back, and we've talked a couple of times. I didn't ask you about it. But just curious, if you don't mind answering, you once infamously, I think someone said, like, what do you like? And you said that you like, I think
I like big booty Latinas.
Yes. You do have a girlfriend. And so I was just curious how she felt about that comment. Because it comes up a lot.
Like an idiot.
Because like even today, people are like, ask Andrei about the big, Yeah. So how did she?
So number one, let's clear the air. My girlfriend is beautiful. She has a big old butt, and she's Filipino, Hawaiian, and Puerto Rican. So she counts as a big booty Latina.
Okay, so there you go. All right.
The second thing is, even if that wasn't true, she's my girlfriend of 8 years. You think she hasn't heard me say dumb shit before? You think you think I haven't made, you think from the beginning of our relationship, the inception of us being a couple, that she hasn't just heard me say off the wall outlandish shit forever? She doesn't. I say stupid shit. I make stupid jokes. I make myself laugh, which is like the main goal. I make my friends laugh, which is like the other main goal. And anybody else who laughs, like that's sprinkles on top. And then when Melissa heard that, she just looked at me and rolled her eyes like, "You're a fucking idiot." Like, okay. And of course that's the thing that goes viral. Like I could sit here and articulate the rawest, realest emotions, like the most heartfelt like experience of fighting. And then the thing that I've said that goes viral the most is me talking about butts. So like, what the fuck? What do you want to do? Whatever. I do. I like butts. Like I like big booty Latinas. I like big old butts. And who doesn't? Right? If you don't, like you said, if it says more about you, if you care about how a man eats his steak, it says a lot more about you than me. If me talking about big old butts makes you feel any other type of way except happy, it says a lot more about you than me. This is how I feel.
We'll leave it at that. You're the man, Andrei. Thank you so much. Congrats
Feelings
on the win.
mutual, brother. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, really appreciate it. And looking forward to the next one. Well done.
Yes, sir.
There he is.
Thank you.
Andrei Fili. I said well done there. It's on my mind now. The stakes are,
I saw that.
Yeah.
Or heard that, rather.
Yeah. I was, I wanted to agree with him on the stake, but then the last comment, I was just going to let him say, whatever he wanted to say on that.
You didn't want to do a...
Who, me? No. No, I wanted to give him a... There's actually a bunch that we could play for that comment. Like there's the Tatsura. There's that one that you could play. You can also, if you're on the other side, you could play the Francis one.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, you could play that too if you don't feel that way about the stakes or the other comment, So it's just one of those things.
We keep it fair and balanced.
Yes. Great stuff. What a guy, right? I mean, what a freaking guy. He is one of a kind and a real pleasure to speak to. All the interviews today have been a pleasure, and I am really looking forward to our next interview. And by the way, coming up in about an hour or so, we will have On the Nose. We'll answer your questions, a ton of questions already over on the Substack page. A lot going on post 303, going into the weekend, all kinds of news going on in the world of combat sports. So stay tuned for that. But for now, an interview that I've been trying to secure for about 4 years' time. And it's finally time to make it happen, my friends. The co-founder of Most Valuable Promotions, the one and only Nakisa Bidarian. Is he here? Ah, yes, he is. Wow. I didn't believe this was actually going to happen. How are you, my friend?
Good.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Wow,
Thank you for
please.
having me.
Yes, have a seat. Look at you. Drinking a little Celsius there.
Always.
Welcome. Move your chair a little bit up. I don't know what they're trying to do. We're trying to make Nakisa look bad here. Okay, that's better. That's better. Yeah, I like it. I didn't think this day would ever happen.
Well, I'm glad it's happening.
Yes, I'm glad too. Why is it happening now? Because Lord knows I've asked you a million times. Why is now the right time to speak?
I think it's a great time because we have a big fight coming up with Jake and Mike Perry. And it felt like it was a good moment to sit down with you and talk about that and the future of MVP and Jake Paul.
Okay. I love that. So let us start there because I want to talk. I mean, you've done a lot in your life and career. Obviously, the days in the UFC and post-UFC and now with Jake. July 20th was supposed to be a huge night for you and for Jake and for the company. Obviously, the Netflix fight, Mike Tyson, it didn't go down. When you found out that was falling through, there was a period there, right, where the fight fell through, and before you announced the Mike Perry fight, what was that moment like when you found out this massive moment that you had worked so hard to put together was actually not going to come to fruition?
I think we were prepared for it. We always expected the unknown to happen in the fight game, and particularly in this scenario where we had 6 months of lead time to fight night, or 4 months, I should say, at that point in time. Injuries are a common part of this sport, right? Conor McGregor, massive comeback after 3 years, gets postponed. Right. So it wasn't a shock to the system. It was certainly not ideal, but you roll with it and you focus on what's next.
Is there like a state of depression in that moment?
No.
None of that?
No, there's a state of never count on everything happening as you planned, and reassess and re-strategize and refocus on what's next.
How did Jake take the news?
I think at first he was like, no, this can't be the case. This can't be the case. And then eventually it was just, reflection on what does he want to do next. And that's where we landed on. He wanted to fight July 20th and finding the right opponent to do so.
And so I think you got word around on a Thursday. The news came out on a Friday because I remember where I was when I found out about it. How soon after hearing the news do you start looking at, okay, let's stay on the same day and who are we fighting? Like how soon do you pivot from, all right, we're done with this and now let's see how we salvage this date?
Gave Jake and Amanda a couple of days to digest and figure out what they wanted to do. And when they came to the conclusion that, yes, it's important to stay active, it was no fault of theirs that the fight was getting postponed. And then we started to think about what do we do for July 20th.
Okay, and how did we end up with Mike Perry?
That's who everybody wanted to begin with, right? Like when Mike Tyson was announced, especially the MMA community, I saw lots of, oh, it should be Mike Perry, not Mike Tyson. Jake's fighting the wrong Mike. This is the guy that could beat him. We talked to Mike over the past couple of years a few times around doing this fight, and it just never was the right time. And I actually think Mike Perry is like the perfect preparation for Mike Tyson. Other than Mike Tyson, Mike Perry will be the best opponent that Jake has ever faced. He's the most dangerous. He's obviously the youngest other than Tommy Fury. And it serves as an awesome test to see if he's ready to get in there with Mike Tyson.
Any part of you that says, because you, I believe my timeline is correct, you announced the November 15th date, the new date for Tyson Paul, before you announced this fight. So is there any part of you or Jake that was like, I know November 15th is what, now 4 months away at the time, maybe 5 months away?
At the time, 5 months away. At fight night, 4 months away.
Let's just wait. Let's not tempt the gods. Remember what happened with Francis and Tyson, right? They announced the Usyk fight. Francis shows up, shocks the world, so to speak, and then they have to postpone. Was there any part of you that was like, you know what, maybe this is too big of a risk. Let's just wait, get the Tyson fight out of the way, and then we'll look at the Perrys of the world.
If it was 2 months, if it was 2.5 months, maybe. But from that moment to November 15th was pretty much 5 months. That's half a year. So, to wait on the hope that nothing changes between now and then just didn't make a lot of sense to us, assuming Jake wanted to fight.
Okay. And how did you, how did you do the dance between Netflix and DAZN? Because Tyson's on Netflix, this one's on DAZN. I still have some people coming up to me and saying like, wait, is Perry on DAZN or Netflix? Like, so how did that work out? Can you peel behind the curtain?
We partnered with Netflix November 1st of last year.
Wow.
And
that's how long ago?
Yes. And then we focused on who's the right opponent, what's the right event. And when the postponement happened with Mike, we did talk to Netflix about potentially staying on the same date and doing another opponent. But I think we all felt like it was important for their entry into combat sports to do it in a massive cross-generational way, which is what Jake and Mike Tyson is. DAZN, thank God for DAZN in terms of boxing from my perspective. They are by far the most committed in the sport, right? Across every vertical of whatever the sport is. And they were very enthusiastic about putting on this fight.
So the deal with Netflix was November.
We signed it November 1st of last year, yes.
And was it just Jake fighting on Netflix or was Jake Tyson?
Jake fighting on Netflix and various potential opponents to look at.
When did Tyson get done?
Honestly, Tyson really happened because Mike and his team approached me to say, we'd like to fight Jake Paul. Here's an opportunity that we have. And I said, time out. Let me come back to you on what opportunity we have, which I think makes a lot more sense.
Wow. And was that before 2024? Like, was that late 23?
Late 23.
Man, and you guys kept that under wraps.
Yeah, we did a good job in my mind of doing so.
And so if you came to an agreement of sorts with Netflix in November, he fought twice, Jake did. I know it wasn't against like world-class talent in many people's eyes, but there were 2 opportunities to slip on a banana peel, get an injury, tear a ligament, twist a knee.
Yeah, I mean, look, he fought more experienced boxers than most of the events that he's had to date. And so it was certainly risky in that regard, for sure. But we felt confident that he would prevail.
Was it nerve-wracking for you?
It wasn't nerve-wracking, no. I was always hopeful that the right thing would happen, and it did both times.
What do you say to people who say the Tyson fight should not happen?
Why?
Shouldn't have happened before and shouldn't happen now because of the pull-out? The age, the ulcer.
Also, anyone can get an ulcer, right?
Right.
And injuries, as I just said, look at Conor McGregor.
Right.
36 years old. He's been rehabbing for 3 years. The fight gets postponed. Mike Tyson and Jake Paul make sense because of the age, from my perspective. If Mike was in his early 30s, given Jake's experience, there's no sense to that fight. Age is the equalizing factor. When you look at Mike Tyson at age 27, he was 40-1. Jake Paul is 27, he's 9-1. Jake Paul's been a professional for 4 years. Mike Tyson at that point was a professional for, I think, 14 years. So what makes this fight exciting, what makes it real, is that there is a chance that either guy can lose. And if you actually talk to the vast majority of the public, if you look at the polls we've done, everyone thinks that Mike Tyson is going to knock out Jake Paul. So I think as long as he has a clean bill of health, which he did, and he will 100% will if we move forward with November 15th, which we plan to, then of course that fight should happen.
As far as your comfort initially signing up for this, he's 57, right, when you agree to it. Did you have to see something? Did you have to get documentation, tests, whatever, to feel comfortable about putting on a fight between someone who's 50? Forget about Tyson versus Jake. Just the idea of a 57-year-old fighting in a fight isn't common, right, in the world of combat sports. So did you have to reach a point of comfort as well?
No, absolutely. We went through the process of his full medicals and making sure his doctors gave him the clearances, and then working with the commission to get to that point as well. So we felt comfortable. The rules are obviously 8 rounds, 2 minutes, and those 2 minutes are really to give Mike the chance to be as powerful and impactful as he can. Because look, power doesn't go, but certainly stamina goes when you get older. That's clear, right? So it's how do you equalize the playing field in all regards?
How is he doing now?
He's doing great.
Okay.
And Jake is pissed because he sees Mike in Europe living life, doing appearances, celebrating his birthday. And he's like, I thought he was injured. Like, what's going on? And I talked to Team Tyson yesterday, and they said he's back, not doing boxing training, but doing strength and conditioning, feels great. So everything looks to be on track. But first, we got to get through Saturday, July 20th.
Sure. And the new date, by the way, is Friday, November 15th. Any particular reason why you chose a Friday?
Share a voice, right? That's football season. I've always been adamant that you don't really want to go against college football or the NFL to maximize eyeballs. And for us, being on a Friday with Netflix makes a lot of sense.
Did you announce how many tickets you had sold up until the point of the cancel?
Sold about 40,000.
40,000.
Yeah.
And everyone who bought tickets, is it just honored for the new date, or do they have to buy tickets again? How does that work?
Fully honored. Refunds were available for a period of time. I think we saw about 20% refunds, which makes sense. For some people, it just doesn't work. They were planning to travel there. They have other commitments. And we actually feel it's a better day from a ticket perspective because not a lot of people want to travel to Dallas in the summertime.
Right.
Here, we think it's a great weekend from that perspective.
What do you think you get as far as attendance?
75,000 people.
Wow, that much?
Yeah.
Dang. And could I ask the Jake Netflix deal, is it a one-off?
It's we want to be in business together for the long term.
Okay.
But obviously, if I'm Netflix, I would say let me do this first one, see how it performs, and then go from there.
When you agree to a deal with Mike Perry, do you have to tie in BKFC, or is he free to do whatever he wants?
Look, BKFC's been great with Mike. I think they've said this is an amazing opportunity for you, and Mike and his team were clear from day one that they had the ability to do this.
Okay, so no issues there.
No issues.
What do you say to people like me who bring up the weight difference? That Mike, typically fights at 75, 85. This is a 200-pound fight, right? A
Fights at 85 in BKFC.
Yeah.
Just fought Luke Rockhold, who's as big a man as Jake Paul, and I think finished Luke Rockhold in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the weight difference is that vast versus the experience that he's had against bigger men. And I think it's a very dangerous fight for Jake, right? Because when you looked at the fight with Nate Diaz, you knew Nate Diaz wasn't a quitter, but he's not a big puncher. So you felt comfort in that, okay, this could go to distance, but the likelihood of him putting Jake down was lower than higher. Here with Mike Perry, he's a very dangerous opponent, right? You could say he's similar to Mike Tyson in many ways, that he'll take a punch to give a punch when Mike was younger. And he's nonstop, he's no quitting. And when you get very close to him, you're at risk. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a pretty fair fight.
And so,
and most MMA pundits, as you probably know, Daniel Cormier, Michael Bisping, go down the list, are saying this is a grave mistake for Jake Paul. Mike Perry's gonna win.
Are you nervous about it?
No, I believe in whatever's meant to happen is going to happen. Obviously, you know, we feel good about Jake's position within the fight, but you never truly know what happens come fight night.
And so, you know, when we were gearing up for the Diaz fight around this time last year, right, in early August it happened, we thought maybe there'd be like a boxing, MMA, home and home type of thing, right? In the end, could that be Mike Perry?
Definitely.
Because you guys have a position with PFL.
Yes.
Your specific role is what for the public? Like on the board of?
Yeah, I'm an observer of the board.
Okay.
Jake and I have equity within the PFL, and we help them kind of look at overall strategy around pay-per-views and fighters in general.
Okay, so is there a chance? Is this something that's been discussed? That, like, if Jake wins and you do an MMA fight, if Mike wins and you do an MMA fight, like some sort of back-to-back here?
Yeah, I think if the fight makes sense, that's absolutely something that Jake would like to do, right? When I say makes sense, it means let's see how this one does, how it performs. And if there's appetite for that, Jake has said to me 100% he'd be down to do MMA with Mike Perry.
There are some people who are starting to believe Jake will never fight in MMA.
I'm one of those people too, because it just depends on how his career goes, right?
Because initially when the announcement came out, it seemed definitive, but it seemed like 24 was the year, right? I think it came out late 22, and then you said like not 23, but maybe 24.
We announced it early 23.
Early 23, okay.
Early 23. And look, his goal is to fight in MMA. Just everything needs to align for that to be the case. I think 2025 makes a lot of sense for that. It's just about having the right opponent. We've talked to, Nate Diaz multiple times. As you know, there's hurdles to that. We've talked to Tommy Fury about doing a boxing rematch, and the winner, if Jake was to win, we would do a trilogy within PFL. We'll definitely talk to Mike Perry depending on how this fight does. But right now, we're focused on July 20th.
Why didn't the Nate Diaz MMA fight happen?
I think the expectations of what was being asked from Team Diaz didn't align with reality in terms of compensation, coupled with the desire to be co-promoted with Real Fight, right? The opportunity is with PFL. The compensation that PFL was offering was, in my mind, more than fair if you actually believe, if you're Nate Diaz, that you're going to demolish Jake Paul within 5 rounds. So that was really what caused it to be paused.
All right, now back to the beginning of you and Jake. When did you first meet
Back to
him?
July 20th, man. Can we talk about July 20th?
We've been talking about July 20th for like 15 minutes.
No, we haven't.
What are you talking about?
No.
What more do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Amanda Serrano.
Okay.
Right, taking this fight against a 14-0 fighter, right?
Another risk.
Another risk. Amanda's going into her 50th fight. She hasn't fought since last October because, as you know, in March, her fight had to be canceled last minute. She's taken on Stevie Morgan, who's 14-0 with 13 knockouts. It's probably more knockouts than 99% of top 20 boxers within women boxers. So that we're very excited about. And then you think about H2O. He was supposed to fight Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield, on Netflix. Another top prospect. H2O is 11-0 with 9 knockouts. Floyd, I think, was 17-0. We were going to do the fight on this card. Floyd got injured. And H2O stepping up against Lucas Body, who is a Canadian like yourself.
Shout out.
16-0 with 14 knockouts. So excited about that for July 20th. And then you have Chavez Jr. coming back. And a lot of people were surprised when he was going to fight on Netflix against Darren Till. When that fell off, Chavez's team was very adamant that they wanted to continue to be in business with us. And he hasn't fought in 3 years, right? If you remember, he lost to Anderson Silva. What I love about this fight is he's fighting Uriah Hall, who knocked out Anderson Silva near the end of Anderson's career. So it's a great redemption opportunity for Chavez. And for Uriah, it's his chance to kind of make an impact on boxing. He fought for us almost 2 years ago, beat Le'Veon Bell, but I don't think he got the credit he deserved. As you look at Le'Veon's career and how it's progressed, this is really an interesting opportunity for him. And then we have Tony Aguilar, who's 12-0, taking on Corey Marksman, who's 9-0 in the opener of the pay-per-view. And plus, it's the return of Shadeja Green, who we invested in a year ago. She had a chance to become a unified champion. In December, she lost, and this is her first comeback. So we're excited. July 20th on DAZN pay-per-view, man. And I know you're going to be there, so excited to have you.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. The Darren Till situation is interesting because when the news came out about Hall and Chavez, I kept getting questions. Why isn't it just Till and Chavez, right? And actually, I spoke to Till yesterday because he was telling me about this fight that he's on this weekend.
Yeah.
I believe it's called Social Knockouts.
Yeah. Shout out to Tam Khan, who's the head of Social Knockouts. Yes.
Yeah, and there's an irony there because like Till was the guy who was very outspoken about the influencer boxing scene.
What did he say?
Oh, he said, well, I asked him, is this true? Because I didn't know if it was a Photoshop. And I did ask him, why aren't you fighting Chavez? And he told me that it's a visa issue. And so is that accurate?
That is accurate. We were working to fix it. Obviously, with the postponement, we put a pause on it. And then when we got refocused on July 20th, timing just didn't make sense. So we'll readdress it with him, post July 20th and see if we can get it done.
For November 15th, potentially. Okay. And you also announced today Most Valuable Prospects card. So a lot of exciting things.
Yeah, but look, when we set up Most Valuable Promotions, there was two main objectives for Jake and I. One was bringing awareness to women's boxing, which I think we've done and we're going to continue to do. And we're going to triple down on that, I think. Like, women's boxing should be getting more attention, should be getting more investment. And what we've done with Amanda Serrano and what she's done over the past 2 years is demonstrative of that. And then giving young boxers an opportunity, right? Jake is fighting July 20th and then going to Paris to work with USA Boxing to bring awareness to those young boxers. So prospects is a big part of our strategy.
How hard was it to get the Taylor Serrano fight done?
This time around?
Well, I mean, in general, right? Like for July 20th, like just to make that fight happen without Eddie Hearn and Matchroom.
I think it always came down to what Katie wanted to do, right? I think Eddie and Matchroom were supportive of Katie. And to Katie and her team's credit, I think they saw this unique opportunity to be on this massive event. And I see a lot of comments that speak about, oh, the main event should be Taylor and Serrano. Do you want Taylor and Serrano to get the maximum exposure? Or do you want just pride and ego to say these are the two like prime career boxers and this should be the main event? I want as many people as possible to see how unbelievable these two boxers are. And that's done by being right before Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, where that's touching literally 6 different generations that 80% of probably don't know much about boxing. And they're going to get a chance to see these two women compete at the highest level. So it wasn't hard, time consuming, yes, but once Katie wanted it, and of course Amanda wanted it, we knew it would get done. And again, shout out to DAZN for being supportive of getting Katie off of platform to do this.
When did you first meet Jake Paul?
I met Jake Paul in October of 2019.
Where were you? Like, how did it all go down?
A friend who was a music manager who said he's meeting with this guy named Jake Paul. And similar to UFC, I didn't know what UFC was when Abu Dhabi invested 10% of UFC when I used to work for an entity owned by the government of Abu Dhabi. I didn't know who Jake Paul was. I said, who is that? He said, he's a YouTuber. I said, what is that? He goes, the guy who creates YouTube content. And I'm meeting with him. He wants to be a rapper, an actor, and a boxer. And he has a boxing match coming up in January, February that he needs help on. So can you come meet with him? And I said, sure. Again, I don't know the guy, but I'll come and meet with him. That was my first meeting with Jake. And 3 things stood out. 1, he wanted to do a lot of different things, which was those things I just mentioned, plus be an entrepreneur. 2, he said to me that he wants to start a fighters union, particularly focused on UFC. And I remember my reaction at the time was, I have no interest in that. I know the UFC guys well. I'm not interested. And then 3 was that he actually had a platform, right? If you take out Brock Lesnar, maybe CM Punk, it's very rare in MMA or boxing for a fighter to come into the sport with built-in audience. It's not college basketball or football or baseball or even hockey where they're building audience before they get to the pro leagues. So that was like the aha moment for me that, okay, there's something special here if he's focused. And he definitely wasn't at that point from my perspective. So I helped him with that one fight and then we kind of shook hands and moved away.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that was for the Anton Gibb fight, right?
Yes.
In Miami.
Yes.
And so you were there.
I was there. So he had gotten an offer from Eddie Hearn and Matchroom. Yeah. Right? That was a Matchroom card. And ultimately, when I got involved, I connected with John Skipper, who was heading DAZN at the time, and negotiated a new deal for him to be on that card, which Amanda Serrano was also on that card on the prelims, non-TV, making, I think, like $15,000 or $20,000 as a champ.
And so then you said goodbye?
Effectively, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he wasn't focused enough, and I didn't think it made sense for me to spend time on on his boxing career at that point if he wasn't going to give it the proper amount of focus.
And how did he react when you said goodbye?
He was cool.
He was just like, peace out.
Yeah, I think he thought like, you know, there was lots of opportunity and he was going to be successful. I remember he made a big Conor McGregor video after that, which again, I also said to him at the time, I said, I know Conor really well, respect him. Like, please don't be putting this stuff out. And he's like, you know, who are you?
Right.
Like, we just met. Like, don't worry about it. I got this.
So how do you reconnect?
It all goes back to Mike Tyson. I got hit up to executive produce Tyson versus Jones, which was Tyson's comeback exhibition fight against Roy Jones Jr., which to date is still the biggest pay-per-view that's come out since that time period, right? So it speaks to the power of Mike Tyson, but also coupling him with a younger, social media-driven person like Jake Paul. So I called Jake and I said, I have an opportunity for you. I think it's pretty special, but you're going to get paid like 1/6 of what you got paid your first fight. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I said, here's the opportunity. You're going to be the co-main event. And I believe the world's going to be watching because we're in the middle of the pandemic and all eyes will be on this event and you can steal the show. And that's what happened. He stole the show. And on the back of that, I helped him do his next deal, which was an 8-figure deal to fight Ben Askren.
But at that point, MVP is a thing.
No.
By the time Ben Askren happens, it's not a thing yet.
No.
Okay.
No.
It's still Triller. You're just
still
fighting.
Triller, and I'm still just helping Jake
Okay.
ad hoc effectively in his career. And once we did the Triller deal for Ben Askren, on the back of that fight, we sat down and decided to partner together across his whole ecosystem.
Okay. And at this point, you feel like he's motivated? You feel like he's locked in?
I feel he's motivated. He wants to take boxing seriously. He understands the return that he can get from it. He's starting to fall in love with the sport truly, right? It's giving him purpose. It's giving him motivation. It's giving him discipline. We still had an issue of he was going at Conor McGregor and Dana White consistently. And I remember his comment to me at that point was, tell them I'm just a young, crazy guy and you can't control me. And that was really the start of our full-time relationship. We launched MVP in August of 2021.
Right. Tyron Woodley, Cleveland.
Yes.
The Showtime fight.
Exactly.
And so you're now you're like putting on the show.
Yeah.
Are you thinking to yourself like, what the hell did I get into? This is not, you know, like in 2019 when you meet him, right? For your friend tells you, what are you doing in your life?
I had just sold my stake in Fertitta Capital back to Frank and Lorenzo Fertitta, who were the reason I ended up with UFC to begin with. And I was really reevaluating what I wanted to focus on, right? So my background started in consulting with Accenture, went to undergrad in Canada, shout out to the University of Waterloo.
Yeah.
Started with Accenture in management consulting, and then I went to grad school at Dartmouth, Tuck School of Business, and got onto Wall Street. Did mergers and acquisitions with Citigroup, and I think it was late 2006, I decided I wanted to move back to Dubai. Moved back to Dubai with Morgan Stanley, doing the same mergers and acquisitions, capital markets, and then got eventually recruited to go work for an entity owned by the government of Abu Dhabi. And I was focused on and responsible for real estate, hospitality, and gaming including casinos, not video games.
Okay.
I think January of 2010, I read an article that Abu Dhabi had invested 10% in something called UFC. I'd never heard of the UFC.
Never heard of it?
Never. Didn't know what it was.
What? Never saw a fight?
I watched boxing. I'm an avid basketball fan.
Yeah.
Crazy Laker fan. Grew up watching boxing, obviously, with the big fights, right? But I'd never heard of UFC. No
Okay.
clue. Read about it, said cool, moved on. And then maybe 6 months later, I got called in to meet Lorenzo Fertitta and Frank Fertitta. And that's really how my kind of exposure to
Meet for
UFC
what?
started. Looking at setting up an investment fund backed by that entity and the Fertittas to invest in sports, media, and entertainment. And from the collective perspective, whether it's a casino or UFC, whether it's a casino or basketball, in terms of consumers, it's all entertainment. So setting up a fund to invest within that landscape.
And so how do you go from that to being actually hired by the UFC?
I ended up leaving Abu Dhabi in September of 2011 to work with Lorenzo and Frank to set up this investment fund. And as I was going through that process, Lorenzo said, you know, can we put this on hold? And can you come work with me at the UFC We're growing like gangbusters around the globe. We have a lot of great people, but we don't have anyone with your background. And I think he actually liked the fact that I didn't know shit all about fighting. In reality, I think I'd been to 2 fights by that point. Maybe had met Dana White ad hoc once. And I started at UFC kind of full-time April of 2012 as head of strategy.
Head of strategy. You eventually become CFO.
Chief strategy officer and then chief financial officer.
And so
I will say for the record, I've never been an accountant. I took 2 accounting classes in undergrad and 2 accounting classes in grad school, but have never actually been an accountant, unfortunately. Though I think it's a very, very, very honorable profession.
Fair enough. You jump in there. So this is, you say 2012?
Yeah.
Like this is the beginning of the Fox deal. This is like the real explosion, right?
Yeah, this is really like going from being a tactical events company, which puts on massive, great events, to being a strategic media company that has a roster of talent and content that it monetizes on a continuous basis. And that was really my focus when I came in, is how do we go from being kind of short-term tactical episodic and being more long-term strategic in what we do.
This is the rise of Ronda, the rise of Conor. Like you're there for all of it.
I was, yeah. It was definitely
Was
an
it
exciting
wild?
time. Yeah, it was great. I think you mentioned Ronda. That was the best lesson I could have gotten in terms of treating women's sports equally to men's. And you can say a lot of things about UFC in terms of fighter pay and fighter treatment. And I'm very passionate about that now, looking back on it. But they have always treated women equally to men within that sport. Whoever drove the numbers got the pay, same rules, same opportunities. And that formed the basis of my belief that women in boxing should be treated the same.
When you were there, was there, you say you're passionate about fighter pay now, and obviously Jake has spoken a lot about it. Are there ever moments where you're like, it's not adding up?
I think there were moments of this could change over time, and this profitability may change over time. That was definitely a discussion. It wasn't, to be completely honest, while there, I wasn't thinking this is not fair to fighters, right? It was more about, as an executive of the company, how do we protect this moat that we've created?
What about like unions and all that? Yeah, I remember there was Diaz McGregor 2. There was like a push for a union. One of the guys, Jeff Boris, was sitting there at the press conference. You remember all that? Like, yeah. And now this is a talking point, obviously, that Jake talks about a lot. Did you think that was a potential? I think we've never been further away from a union, to be honest, in the UFC. But did you think that was a...
I think we always thought it could happen. And I think a lot of people within the UFC at the time, at least, thought it might be a good thing because it helps kind of cultivate a real relationship with the talent that's contractual and that the deliverables are very clearly outlined and everyone's kind of rowing in the same direction together to maximize revenues for the benefit of the league or the promotion in this context, as well as the fighters.
I went back.
And I still believe that today, right? I still believe that if there was a more formal relationship with talent within combat sports, you're going to accrete more value.
You think it happens in our lifetime?
I think it's very hard, given that fighters are individually driven and the flow of information is limited. Is
Jake still concerned with this? Is he still 100%. Working on it?
He's always talking about it. He's always concerned about it. I think, it's something that he continues to try to cultivate. It does become complicated with the PFL relationship. We did, make a commitment with PFL that we would always have 50% of revenue within pay-per-views go to the fighters. So it's something that, of course, it's always top of mind, and we always try to do the best that we can. We give out a lot more than 50% of revenues to fighters, but every fight promoter does, with the exception of UFC. That's just the nature of the business, to be in business.
I went back and looked at the press release when it was announced that UFC was being sold to Endeavor. You're in there. I forget the wording, but it's like that you helped broker this. Like
I was the lead advisor for UFC and the Fertittas, in addition to JP Morgan and Rain. But it was really something that I worked on for 2+ years with the support of Frank and Lorenzo and getting them the outcome that they wanted at the time.
Before going to where eventually it was sold, were there ever periods where it was close to going to someone else? There was always like a random, like a group in China, an Abu Dhabi group, a Fox group.
2014. There was almost a sale that happened.
Wow.
Didn't hit quite. Didn't quite hit the level that Lorenzo and Frank wanted to achieve, and they felt like they should stay in. And 2016, when they decided to sell it, they get the mark that they wanted to hit.
4.025 billion, right?
Something like that, yeah.
What do you think it would go for now? Like, what do you think it should be valued at now? Because at the time, I'll be honest, I thought that was a crazy number. Now, obviously,
now every sports entity's valuation has risen significantly. Look, now they're a public company, so their public valuation, you could say, is reflective of what the company is worth. I think, look, UFC is the greatest combat sports promotion that ever was, that is, and I think will be for a very long period of time. And that's why I'm hopeful at some point in time they'll bring in the fighters to truly be their partners like other leagues do, because I think that will only benefit them in the long term.
So the sale was announced in July, and I think you stayed on until December of 2016, right?
That's right.
And then you went to work with Fertitta Capital?
I went and set up Fertitta Capital. The Fertittas committed a certain amount of capital for myself and the team to invest in media, entertainment, and sports, with the expectation that over time we were bringing in third-party capital, so other investors would come in.
Okay.
And it got to a point after about 2 years where there was a misalignment in terms of that vision, meaning Frank and Lorenzo Fertitta wanted to keep the capital in-house, captive to their family, and I wanted to bring in third-party capital, and that's where we decided to part ways.
Was it amicable?
100%.
Okay, so it wasn't like you guys were butting heads. It just felt like a fork in the
No,
road.
it was just strategically what I wanted in terms of my path forward, and what they wanted, and rightfully so, for themselves were different. So it just made sense to part ways at that point.
And could I ask, like, when you were with the UFC, what was your relationship like with Dana?
I think, look, I respect Dana for the impact he's had on fight sports, right? And you have to commend his ability to control the narrative at UFC and with the fighters. I would say Dana and I had an up and down relationship, which I don't think is different to a lot of relationships he had with executives at UFC during that period of time. I've always been outspoken in my beliefs and not afraid to present what we think is the right path forward strategically to do things. And you have to remember, I wasn't hired by Dana White. I didn't interview with Dana White to come into the UFC. You could argue that he was a proponent of me leaving the UFC, absolutely, for many different reasons. But you know, we had an amicable relationship for most of the time that I was there.
Is it hard, like, you know, not to beat around the bush, but like he has sometimes talked about you and has made it personal. You don't speak. You don't respond. Yeah. Usually Jake will sometimes respond about things he said. But like, is it hard for you as someone who's always been in the background? You're not a front-facing guy, right? Yeah. You're the CFO of the company. Is it hard for you to just kind of bite your tongue or not respond, or just to look at this?
I don't see the gain in it, right? I think if I look at the history of it, in 2021, Jake was making content and poking Dana White. Mm-hmm. Jake is 24 years old. Now Dana, who I forget how old he is in 2021, very accomplished businessman, is then starting to attack Jake Paul. So I thought, okay, this is good back and forth. Go back to Ben Askren, who Dana and Ben Askren had no relationship. As soon as it was announced Ben Askren was fighting Jake Paul, Dana helped Ben Askren get with Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach started training Ben Askren. Freddie Roach made the statement that Ben Askren is going to make Jake Paul the biggest meme in fight sports history. I remember Dana went on some podcast and said he's going to bet $1 million that Jake is going to lose. And Jake didn't lose, Jake won. And then fast forward to Tyron Woodley. He beat Tyron Woodley in the first fight. Dana came out and said the fight is rigged. And I started to really think about, like, what is the purpose of knocking down this young man? I understand he's making content poking you, but like, why do you want to break him with misinformation effectively, right? Like, the fight is fixed, really? And then it came to the second Tyron Woodley fight, and he came out and said Jake Paul's using steroids. And that was really the moment where I went to Jake and I said, okay, like, now I'm on your side and you're passionate about fighter pay. I'm going to support that effort and I'm going to educate you more on fighter pay, and let's start to be a little bit more public with that. And that's really the point where Dana attacked me, because I think he understood pretty clearly that I had helped Jake understand the fighter pay ecosystem.
And is that tough for you to not respond? As, like, you know, you have pride, and now all of a sudden...
I'm a private person.
Okay.
I'm focused on my family. You know, Dana White can talk about me all he wants. It's okay with me. he can say as many lies as he wants.
It has subsided though.
It has. Yeah, look, he's been making the rounds now. I saw the last one talking about, I think it was Shannon Sharp, about Showtime boxing is out of business because of Jake Paul. Blatant lie, right? But yeah, generally it's subsided, yes.
You know, when I announced that you were coming on today, I thought a lot of the comments would be like, oh, ask about Dana, ask about Dana. That wasn't actually the case. That's more, you know, for my, you know, interests and the MMA audience. You know what the number one question was, right? You have no idea.
No.
Every single question was, ask him why the KSI fight isn't happening. Ask him, are you going to ask him? Are you going to ask him? Are you going to ask him?
Well,
of course
you're on social media, and yeah, the fans, obviously. For
why
Jake
isn't it
KSI.
happening?
I don't think it's not happening. I think it's a matter of, does it happen? When does it happen?
Why hasn't it happened up until this point?
I don't think they've been realistic in what the fight is. I don't think they've really negotiated fairly in private. Again, I don't negotiate in public. We've never, you know, made out to try to put them down. Jake and KSI going back and forth with each other, totally cool. Two fighters, two content creators, do your thing. When his representation is constantly taking a public position on Jake Paul, on MVP, on myself, it's just not who I want to do business with. It's not who Jake wants to do business with. You know, Jake Paul, KSI is a great fight. I think it's an exciting fight. But it's going to be on terms that make sense in the background between ourselves, DAZN, and Wasserman.
Can it happen?
I think it definitely can happen, yes. But does Jake need it to happen? Absolutely not. Does KSI need it to happen? Absolutely not, right?
Will it happen?
I'm hopeful it does.
Yeah?
Definitely.
Oh, that's great news. I want this fight. I think we all want this fight. There's just so much tension there, and there's such a build. It's like I remember the Anton Gibb fight. You're sitting in the front row, right?
Yeah.
And you're talking to him.
I'm talking to him because the whole background on that fight was, okay, Jake Paul, you want to fight me, beat my guy first.
Yeah.
And he demolished that guy. And KSI didn't even want to go in the ring to face off with Jake. So it's never been a function of Jake not wanting to fight KSI. KSI has not wanted to fight Jake at different moments when Jake was ready.
So is there anything precluding it from happening?
I think the biggest thing is weight, right? That coming to an agreement on that. And Jake's never been more comfortable than he is at cruiserweight. I think too often in crossover, people have gotten fascinated with a specific weight, right? And cruiserweight's the perfect weight. It's 176 pounds to 200 pounds. You can weigh 177, you can weigh 200. You can weigh 199, you can weigh 198. That weight makes sense to Jake, and if we're ever gonna do it, that's how we're gonna do it at.
Okay, so he could come in at 85, you wouldn't care. Are you saying, they're saying like, we don't want it above a certain weight, and that's been the issue?
That's been a discussion in the past, absolutely. And my view is, Jake Paul has grown as a man. Like, I think KSI is 31, 32 years old. Jake Paul just turned 27. His body has been forming, right, into an adult. And as a man, he walks around at 210 pounds. So he and his coaches believe the best weight for him is at cruiserweight. Whether that's 195, 199, 200, depends on, I guess, the camp that he's in and what they're doing specifically, but he's gonna fight at cruiserweight.
Do you agree with me when I say like this could sell out Wembley, this could sell out Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, like this could be a gigantic mega event?
I think it could sell out MSG, it could sell out, you know, venues in the US.
Would you prefer it to be in the US?
100%.
Okay.
100% would prefer it to be in the US. And look, the truth is, and you could look at any statistic, Jake is a relevant entity in the UK. KSI is not as big as Jake is in the UK, in the US, right? And I think there's a lot to be gained in terms of doing the fight here in the most important pay-per-view market in the world. Every 3 pay-per-view buys in the UK are equal to 1 in the US. So I want that fight in the US.
But he's a gigantic deal in the UK. Still, it would be bigger here as opposed to there.
I think if you take it to the UK, you significantly hurt the US.
Okay.
If you have it in the US, you still have great upside in the UK.
Is there a chance it's next? After the Perry Tyson, like could it be in 25?
I don't think that's a focus for Jake. I think there's much bigger fights that he's focused on from his perspective. Don't ask me what those are.
Oh, I was just about to ask you.
But whether it's financially or motivationally, right? Like he does want to fight Tommy Fury again at some point. to make that right.
What interests you more?
Of what?
Fury or KSI?
100% Fury.
Really?
Of course. Of course.
I'd love
that. That really is about quote unquote legacy, right? Because that was the first young boxer he faced. And, you know, I'm going to Puerto Rico next week to spend a week with him. That fight was the first fight ever that I didn't spend time with him before the fight.
Huh.
And I believe to this date he shouldn't have fought that fight, right?
What do you mean?
Because he was very sick.
Oh.
He found out 2 weeks before the fight that he was allergic to dust, and his entire camp was in Dubai. So never making that mistake again, he still put on a valiant effort that night. He definitely was drained weight-wise, hence why, you know, he didn't have the same energy, and hence why cruiserweight's the right weight for him. But, you know, that to me is a more important fight than KSI for sure.
Allergic to dust.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Canelo, were you about to say Canelo? Did I cut you off there?
Canelo is definitely someone that he wants to fight.
Doable?
I think if Jake knocks out Mike Tyson, it's very doable.
What's more doable if he knocks out Mike Tyson, that or Conor?
Canelo.
You think so?
I don't think Conor has much to gain from fighting Jake Paul. Right? Like, he's pretty wealthy.
Yeah.
It's a different sport.
So is Canelo, though.
Right. But Jake has been disruptive in Canelo's sport.
Sure, fair.
And Jake may put down one of the most iconic boxers in history in Mike Tyson. So if I'm Canelo, I'd look at that and say, okay, now I'm going to teach this young man a lesson for hurting this legend within my sport. I don't know what Conor's motivation is.
Yeah, he's talked some shit. He said some stuff, some personal.
Yeah, I think Conor is more likely to fight KSI than Jake Paul.
Think so?
Yeah, I think it's an easier fight for him.
I want that KSI fight. Can I help make it happen? Can I get everyone in a room?
Well, look, we're having good discussions with DAZN, and the plan is to work with Wasserman on it.
Okay.
In a professional context.
Okay, so that's promising.
Always, yeah.
Okay, wow, all right. I've gone over the time allotted. I see Mike over there. He's giving me the look. I got to stick to 35 minutes. 35. You come all the way here. I want you to get your money's worth.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
You know, I want you to get. By the way, Bronny James. Everyone's getting a little crazy about this, don't you think? Like all these old guys being like, this is nepotism. You're a Laker fan. I just saw a clip today of Rob Parker of Fox Sports being like, this ruins the NBA. He's the 55th pick. Don't you think it's crazy that people are getting crazy about this? It's a cool moment.
I think it's a great moment for sports. I think nepotism is commonplace in all of sports, not just the NBA.
By the way, Jeannie Buss is the owner of the Lakers because her dad was the owner of the Lakers. Like, come on.
The league is going to benefit from Bronny James's involvement. He is a social media star. He's a talented basketball player. Summer league's ratings are going to increase because of his involvement. Like there's nothing but upside here. So for anyone to be upset is just, you know, it's kind of like being upset with Jake Paul, right?
Yeah.
Jake Paul is unequivocally the most successful fighter in history 4 years in. No one comes close. No one. You couldn't list one that comes close, including Brock Lesnar if you include his WWE career. 4 years in terms of what he's done in terms of box office, pay-per-view, impact, helping other boxers, because he had platform, he had awareness, and he's got the focus and discipline to drive with it. Bronny James has the same potential, man, to be really impactful within the sport globally. And I think he deserves the situation that he's in.
One more I'll ask you about. When the Tyson fight fell through and then all that stuff was going on Twitter between him and Logan, and I remember the interview with him and Logan. And there was that one interview, I forget which fight it was after, where Jake was like, I feel like you're not rooting for me, like you're trying to put me down. And then that was, and some people were saying like that was, you know, that was pro wrestling fake stuff. I felt like, I have a brother. I felt like it was legit. They were airing out some grievances.
They have the utmost love for each other.
But there's always like a tit for tat tension, no?
Utmost love for each other, but there is a competitive nature between them. Absolutely. There is an older brother, younger brother dynamic, always, right? And I do believe you'll see that fight at some point. And
really?
There is not 1 ounce of wrestling in it. It's 100% real.
You think it happens?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I do.
Sooner rather than later?
I think to be determined, right? Again, it's just about how things sequence and what makes sense. I think it's hard to predict in fight sports, any fight happening.
Sure.
When.
That feels like a Netflix event.
that feels like a massive global event no matter what, because it's two brothers putting it all on the line. So I think, it's a great event no matter what.
Was that close? Meaning, instead of going the Perry route, did you guys seriously consider that one? Was there serious talks?
We said to Netflix we could get the two of them to agree to do it on July 20th on Netflix.
And what happened?
I think Netflix saw it as a phenomenal, massive event with not enough run up to do it the right way.
Okay. So July 20th is going to be Jake Paul versus Platinum Perry, DAZN pay-per-view, Amanda Serrano on it. There, look, poster. How about that promotion?
There you go.
Yeah, by the way, Fear No Man.
Fear no man or woman.
And the M is upside down because it's the W. That's the latest venture, right?
That is the latest Jake Paul venture. It is a men's personal care line that is in every single Walmart in America.
Just Walmart, by the way?
To start, Walmart.
Okay.
Yes, it will expand from there to Target, CVS, etc. But it's had a beyond successful launch and will be a big part of Jake's platform going forward.
Yeah, and you've announced Sean O'Malley's a part of it.
Sean O'Malley's a co-owner. Ruby Rose is a co-owner.
And there's some other faces that are blurred out.
We'll be announcing 3 or 4 other meaningful co-owners to that as well.
No truth to the rumor that Helwani's a co-owner. There's been some...
Listen, man, you stack a lot of W's. So you're already an owner in that regard.
Last question. And I hope you don't mind me asking this.
Yeah.
But we talk about the brother dynamic. I know you lost your brother, and I know everything revolves around him, right? That you named your company in his honor. Your son is named in his honor. And I'm just wondering, when you have these moments, these W's, if you will, these successes, when I see you talk about him on social media and how everything is for him, and you go visit him and where he's resting. If I could just ask, like, why he is such a presence in your life, in your life, and what he means to you, because I know you lost him at a young age.
Yeah, look, we grew up very rich until I was like 5 years old. And then we fled Iran because of the revolution. And then we were very poor for a long period of time. And, we were rough kids doing rough things. And I believe he saved my life by giving up his life. So I always feel grateful to him for the sacrifices he made, and I will honor him till I put my head to rest, right? And I hope he always knows that I'm always thinking of him no matter what. And he's never forgotten. It's, 30 plus years, 32 years that he passed away, and he's a part of our lives every single day. Bar bad, Bidarian.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Good luck to you guys, July 20th. Looking forward to it. Good luck on November 15th and with everything that you guys are doing. Well done as well. There he is, Nakisa Bidarian, an interview 4 or so years in the making. Where are you going? Where are you going? I'm saying goodbye. What are you, such a rush to leave? You got a plane to catch or something?
I do, yes.
Oh, you do? Okay, sorry. You actually do. As we say goodbye, here's Jake and Mike. They were on the show a couple of weeks ago. That was good stuff, right?
Hundreds of thousands of views on your platform.
Well done. Well done to us. Jake in the pool, Mike doing his thing. So here's that clip, and we'll be back with On the Nose. In 31 days from now, tickets are on sale right now on Ticketmaster. It's going down in Tampa, Florida. Amalie Arena. You can buy the pay-per-view right now on DAZN.com. It's a sprint to July 20th. And we are very lucky to have both men on at the same time to kick this bad boy off. Let us say hello to Jake Paul and Mike Perry. There they are.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, gentlemen.
What's up?
How are you?
Let's go.
Mike, good to see you.
Private School Perry. Private School Perry.
Oh. Yeah, I've had a plan this whole time, and I know Mike Tyson says everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face, but I like getting punched in my face, so my plan is coming together quite nicely.
That's because you're a fucking idiot. What makes me good at fighting is I don't like getting punched in the face, and I practice not to. That's what I'm going to teach you in the sport of boxing, you little bitch. This is not bare knuckle, not a bunch of just old MMA fighters. MMA fighters just running around punching each other bare knuckle like some fucking hooligans. I'll show you a real sport.
That's just me. I'm the only one. The rest are scared to come do it. And it's funny that you call this fight Fear No Man, because you will be terrified on July 20th.
Bro, what's there to be scared of? You're just a Mike appetizer. You're like, before the main course comes out, you got everything to lose. You're like a little
to ruin your plans.
little Mike mozzarella stick, just get you right before the main course. Mike Tyson, November 15th. But July 20th, I'm going to show you who your dad is. That's for sure.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny that you've been saying that too, because you're the green one. You're very new to this game, and I'm going to show you how much you don't know. I'm going to teach you a lesson on July 20th. It's a fact, bro. I've been in this game a long time, and you came up and took the easy route. But I appreciate the opportunity that you have. You're 9-1 in boxing, and the only real fight you have was Tommy Fury. I'm going to do what he did to you, but much better.
Can you even teach lessons? Like, I don't even know if you know how to read.
Oh, so you didn't learn a lot after our first sparring match? You didn't? Because I'm pretty sure you learned a lot in those last 4 rounds.
You know what happened.
It was.
You know what happened.
You popped me in the first 2 rounds, but I wanted to feel it. I like to get punched in my face, Jake.
Okay, Mike. You know what happened, brother.
Okay, so
I don't need to sit here and talk about it.
And I want to ask you guys specifically about that, but Jake, let me ask you just off the jump here. Why take this fight? You have a massive, massive opportunity November 15th. You thought you were going to fight July 20th against Tyson. Why take this fight? It's only 5 months away. And when you do say, okay, I want to take a fight, you're taking it against a freaking dog in Mike Perry. You could have fought any sort of guy out there, but against maybe the most dangerous guy you fought so far. What's the line of thinking behind this decision?
Man, I'm on a tear. Like, I'm not slowing down for anybody. If people want to delay fights, I got to get my experience in the ring. I love fighting. I love going under the bright lights, and I love putting on shows for the fans. And I will become world champion. But to do that, I need experience. And Mike Tyson is an absolute killer. So I do want to face another absolute killer. Don't get it wrong. I think Mike Perry's funny. It's entertaining and stuff, but he is a savage. And I do respect him as a fighter, and I know how good he is and how tough he is. And I want to challenge myself in preparations for the Mike Tyson. I was scared of going up against Mike Tyson. I was unsure, but this can be almost a stepping stone in the right direction and give me more time in preparation. And hopefully Mike Perry can last and give me some good 8 rounds. But we'll see what happens. I don't think he has what it takes to last that long. But that's why I took this fight. I need the experience. I need tough guys, and I love putting on shows for the fans.
Mike, are you surprised he picked you?
No, I've planned this, bro, since the day we sparred. I sparred him for free. I told him he could get that work, and I saw that camera sitting right there when I told him, "Oh, you kicked my ass, man." That was a father-son moment. I was teaching you a lesson, little green boy. And this will be like my 31st professional fight. He's had 9 or 10 professional fights, but not against all professional fighters. I've been fighting high-level professional fighters, top 15 in the UFC for the past, so many years, and then I've beaten up world champions. The past 3 years, I've been on a tear myself, doing it in a way that people are afraid to come and do it and bare knuckle. And if you think that the gloves are going to change it, I train all day with the gloves, 16-ounce, 18-ounce boxing gloves. And when I put on these 10-ounce boxing gloves, I built myself up to 200 pounds, which is what the weight class is, that cruiserweight.
All right, back on the MMA Hour. That was Mike Perry and Jake Paul. Excuse me, back, I don't know, 2 or so weeks ago here on the program. So great stuff there, and you can watch the whole thing on our YouTube channel. Enjoyed the chat very much. Appreciate Nakisa coming in. Like I said, he doesn't do many, if any of those, and so it was great to learn more about him and his background, and hope you guys enjoyed that as well. On the Nose coming up in a second. First, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Know the beautiful thing about being a sports fan? There's only like 2 days in the whole year without a game. 2, that's it. And we're kind of in that period now. No Euro, no Copa America. There is some baseball, but it's quiet times. Not in the world of combat sports, though. Always something going on. And this weekend, like I said, Masvidal Diaz, Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda, the big Bosch man, Johnny Fisher. All that going on. So if you're a fan of the sweet science, head over to DraftKings Sportsbook, where every day is game day. Super easy, by the way, for first-timers to get started. Try betting on something simple like picking a team to win. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app, select your team, and place your first bet. It really couldn't be any easier, any simpler. And if you're new to DraftKings, you got to check this out. New customers can bet just $5 to get 150 in bonus bets instantly. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMAR. That's code TheMAR for new customers to get 115 bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY or text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Bonus bets expire 168 hours. Issuance deposited and eligibility restrictions apply. See terms and responsible gaming resources over at dkng.co/base. Thank you very much to them for their support. And time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
That is me.
Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose.
Oh, Alec Burke signed with the Heat?
To answer your questions.
Come
Get out of your seats
that
and
traitor?
speech because
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Ariel Helwani.
What? That's disappointing. Everyone's signing our guys. First Hartenstein. I feel like Leon Rose is cooking. He's cooking. Something. He's got something up his sleeve. For sure. By the way, Frank, you big massage guy?
No problem, mate, yeah?
My back has been killing me lately.
Oh, wait. No. You were asking me if I'm into massage. And
Yes.
then telling me that you could use a massage.
What?
Is that what you're asking if I want to give you a massage?
No, but I just wanted to tell you that my back has been killing me, and I finally succumbed yesterday based off the recommendation of someone that I trust very much. And I got a massage, but the place that I called, it was kind of last minute. They only had a 25-minute massage. That was all they had. This was the biggest, this was like taking a sip of like the greatest drink of all time, and that's it. You only get a sip.
Was this a sports medicine place or like a hippity-dippity place?
So, such a great question. When I walked in, it was a little hibbity or dibbity, but
Full of riz.
Yeah, but clearly the therapist, the massage therapist, knew what she was doing and was some kind of athlete, because I told her about my problems, my back, and right over here, whatever part of the body this is. And 25 minutes, she's like, I know exactly what's wrong with you, but I need like 80 minutes.
And all my acupuncture needles stand by.
No acupuncture. I did that once for a good stretch of time, like maybe 8 months, and it was awful. I hated it. But point is, I'm so excited for next week when I get this 80-minute, because I actually have a patch, a huge heated patch on my lower back right now. That's making it feel a little bit better. But I've been in so much pain where I can't bend down, I can't sleep well. And it was such a great feeling to get this 25-minute massage. And so she asked me, when's the last time you got a massage? I honestly can't remember. I've actually been anti-massage because I don't like, the oil touching me, just like you're sitting there. Like, what are you doing? It's boring. It was fantastic.
What?
Yeah.
This is a terrible take.
No.
I can't believe that.
Listen,
you also said as you were leading up to it, you were like, I finally succumbed to getting a massage.
Yes.
As if it's some sort of punishment. No, this is luxury. This is as good as it gets here.
What do you do? Like, you're laying there and you're I can't wait till this is over.
This is my revelation. I'm telling you, I felt this way going in. Now I can't stop thinking about it, and I'm dying to have the second chapter of this massage. I'm dying to have
I'm stoked for you. I'm stoked.
That's all
for
I'm
you.
thinking
Massages are the greatest thing ever. Done by a real professional that knows exactly what they're doing. How fast did that 25 minutes go by?
That was the thing. I think it felt like I couldn't believe it was 25 minutes. I thought it was 60 seconds. And I was so upset.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I got one that was 75 minutes, and I swear I blinked my eyes and it was over. It was.
Yeah, so this next one is 80 minutes. And I'm like, 80 minutes. What am I going to be doing there? But no, she was telling me there's a problem here, there's a problem there, there's a problem with this. I'm like, oh man, This is very exciting. This is what happens when you get old.
You do nothing. That's what's great about it.
You just sit around.
Do nothing.
Yeah.
I used to work for Panasonic.
Okay.
And they had a masseuse come in once a month to do 30 minutes. We would just alternate breaks. And
wow.
I've been looking for the masseuse here at Vox, and I yet to find it. But
oh, you didn't know? 50
When people say great benefits package,
yeah,
that's what they mean. That is a great benefits package. Shout out Panasonic.
Yeah, until you go to the doctor and they're like, let's discuss your copay. It's like, damn it, I knew they'd give me something.
Yeah. Well, if you're like me and don't like the whole vibe, do yourself a favor. Go check it out. It's a great time. And of course, I said this to my wife afterwards, and she was like, yeah, of course. She gets them, not regularly, but, maybe once, twice a year. Actually, when we went on vacation in December, there was a whole problem with our room, and they gave us free massages, and I just gave it to her and her mom. I was like, nah, I can't be bothered with this.
Wow.
And now here I am.
Would you ever do a sensory deprivation tank?
What is that? The one where you go underwater or something?
No, you float
you
in the water.
So I don't love water
body
as well.
I don't even feel it.
But does it go in your ears?
Not if you put the earplugs in.
Yeah, I always have a weird thing with the ears. I get ear infections. I don't like the pressure. I don't know. Have you done it?
Oh yeah, several times.
Is it good?
Oh, it's amazing.
It's like a massage?
Up there with the massage.
Really? How long do you spend there?
An hour.
You're just floating for an hour?
You float. It's completely dark. All of your senses are deprived. It's the best thing.
And what is the feeling?
Complete zen.
Wow. Where do you do
it's
this
good
in
for
New York?
Sports medicine as well. Yeah, you can do it all over New York.
Really?
There's a couple places in Brooklyn.
What are you, some kind of Yuri Prochaska guy?
I'm
coming! Man, Frank has really upped the repertoire here.
What the fuck is that?
You've used that one a couple times today.
Okay.
Wow, he's already bored of it.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. I thought we had a whole catalog. There we go. Well, anyway, I wanted to get that off my chest. Okay, let's get to the questions, shall we? Jax GT, good afternoon, Helwani. It's very hard to put into words the level of hype that I felt on Saturday night watching Dan Ige walk into the cage. I almost had tears in my eyes because I could only imagine the feelings he was feeling and then how his team just banded together. And then after hearing Eric Nixick's timeline breakdown of the entire day and all the behind the scenes of it all, it was absolutely incredible. Some humans truly live for this shit, and I'm so happy I get to be a fan and witness all these incredible human stories. P.S. From January of 2023 to today, in pretty much all of sports, but for this show's sake, combat sports feels very reminiscent of the way 2015, 2017 felt with the McGregor era and all the rest. Thank you for covering it all and bringing us these access to most of it, if not all. Shout out. Thank you. Yeah, man, I was thinking about it when Eric Nixick was talking. I wish we all had an Eric Nixick in our lives, right? Like a guy who's just down for whatever. Call him up. Yo, I'm going to battle. Can you be ready in 30? Can you get my cup? Can you go pick up the rest of the team and meet me there? That's an incredible thing. And shout out to him on the release of his new podcast, Verse Us, with Randall, aka Randy. I think it's Randy Randall, formerly of the UFC social team, now works for himself. So that's pretty cool. And I think they've dropped already 2 episodes. Eric Nixick's the man. And I loved the breakdown of it all. I loved how he told the story. I loved the idea. I loved how Danny Ige, who like I said to Eric, is, not the most outspoken, brash fighter, soft-spoken, I would describe him as, was walking in there like a freaking G. Black shirt, chain, and just going to battle. 2 hours ago, he's in his house doing whatever. Getting a massage, actually. Maybe that's why I thought of it, to be honest with you. If Dan Ige could get a massage and go to battle like that, so can I. And yeah, I just loved everything about it. I really did. and Jax is right. These people are they're such unique and incredible and inspiring human beings. And we are lucky to be watching them and following them and, covering them. Matt from SD. Happy Independence Day Eve to the boys and the Ariel. Thank you. Quick weight class question. As 155 pounds has been one of the deepest for some time and 135 being a close second, are we ready to start including 185 in this conversation? I think it's important to recognize fighters outside of the top 15 for this. And with guys like Bo and Ikram, there's certainly a lot of killers coming up at middleweight. Happy belated Canada Day, Ariel. Keep putting smiles on all our faces. Thank you. 185? So we've already established that 35 and 55 are the two deepest. Is 185 next? Here's the top 10 at 185. DDP, Champ, Strickland, Izzy, Whitaker, Imavov, Cannonier, Vittori, Allen, Costa, Hermanson, Dolice. I don't know. Here's the top 10 at 170. Edwards, Usman, Bilal, Shafkat, Colby, JDM, Gilbert, Gary, Brady, Wonderboy, Neil. I think that's a deeper top 10. You guys agree? I mean, 45. Taporia, Volk, Holloway, Ortega, Yair, Movsar, Arnold, Emmett, Sterling, Cater, Giga. I think that's arguably deeper as well. So no, I don't agree. Do you guys agree with Matt from SD?
No.
No.
Sorry, Matt.
No, it's okay. Alex Moreno. My boy Ariel, hope you had an amazing Canada Day. I'm sure the Six God liking your comment on IG made it one to remember. Did he really? Wow. Drake, and I'll always be a Drake guy. I'm sorry. Okay? I am sorry. Drake.
What was the comment?
Okay, so I'll tell you a bit of a story. In the 90s, as you may know, being a Canadian wasn't the coolest thing in the world. And what I mean by that was, like, we weren't cool as a country. The Raptors weren't cool. The Grizzlies weren't cool. Like, we were the hockey country. And certainly when it comes to hip hop, we weren't cool. Now, a lot has happened since then, namely Drake, The Weeknd, etc. The Raptors winning the championship, all that, Vince Carter, blah, blah, blah. We've become a lot cooler as a country. But in the 90s, Canadian hip hop, which I loved, Maestro Fresh West was kind of a pioneer in the early 90s, but mid to late 90s, there was a group of rappers that started to make Canadian hip hop really cool. Cardinal Official, Chaclair, those were some of them. And they banded together to record a song called Northern Touch. And it was all the Canadian rappers, mainly from Toronto and Vancouver, T-Dot and Van City, as they called it, came together to put out this anthem called Northern Touch. And it was incredible. And when it came out, everyone loved it. I went to an outdoor concert in Montreal in the summer, I think, of 98, and I saw them play it, and it was incredible. Our version of MTV was called Much Music, and when that music video would come on, it was amazing. Like, you stopped and listened to it. Till this day, I listen to it all the time. It was the song that I chose for the post on Monday for Canada Day because it was, to me, like, that is Canadian hip-hop, Northern Touch. We notorious. Ain't nobody can bang with us. Rascals, checkmate, Cardinal and thrust. Chaclair coming down with the Northern Touch. Anyway, Drake, on his Instagram, posted a story of him singing it. And I was like, oh, this is incredible. Drake, you know, obviously he is who he is, singing Northern Touch. I never heard that before. And then he posted something. Okay, he posted a video 2 days ago. This is the video, and he's singing it. Rascals, checkmate, caught it now. And I was like, wow, that's how I saw it. It was in the carousel. So one of the lines from the song is, I like chillin', Monday Night Raw watching, me and Danny Yo at the Sky Dome when it's in town. And back in the night, it's like, wow, they mentioned Monday Night Raw. And so I wrote that in the post. I like chillin', Monday Night Raw watching, me and Danny. And so I guess, now I'm looking at it, 274 likes and liked by the author. Shout out. Yeah. Drizzy, we still got love, all right? I know it's cool for everyone to shit on Drake and to be Kendrick, not like us, not like us. No. Yesterday, by the way, Spencer, my guy, with the video of Plinio Cruz, amazing video. The edit was incredible. I still don't know how this guy, the dude who does the videos for my Instagram, Spencer, legend, does them all on his phone. I don't know how this is possible. Anyway, incredible edit. He had the Not Like Us song. I was like, I'm sorry, I can't. Drake's my guy. Until proven otherwise, he is my guy. And it says here, liked by author. 274 likes. What do you guys have to say about that? Any questions? Any comments?
Yeah, I have to give you some credit. I was gonna come for you, but as I'm seeing here, I mean, I don't see many other ones that say liked by author. I actually don't see any.
Can you see any of them? Like
I see he responded to one person, but other than that,
here,
yeah, normally it says they liked by author.
Yo,
yeah, a lot of love there.
That would be. I mean, he's rocking the Canada Toronto Raptors shirt. That's a bucket list interview for me. I'm not gonna lie. From the crib and then T-Dot in the 6. I'll fly up for that. You have to admit, it's in vogue now to be anti-Drake, right?
Yeah, to shit on Drake for sure.
Where do you
Drake though?
What's up?
Where do I lie?
Where do you stand? Where do you stand?
Where do I stand on what?
On the whole beef.
Shitting on Drake?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think he lost the beef to Kendrick. Like, if you were making it like a sporting event, like, did he win or did he lose all the raps that they were putting out? He lost. I don't think many people are going to argue that. But I mean, I still like Drake. I mean, I've been listening to Drake for 15 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm still going to listen to him. It's okay. I mean, when him and Meek Mill went at it in 2016, I like Meek Mill. I still listen to Meek Mill. But I mean, Drake clearly won that one.
I'm loyal. All right. Unless you give me like a real, like, moral, ethical reason not to like you, I'm backing him. I'm backing him.
I don't know. I feel like you were kind of leaning Kendrick until he liked your comment.
Are you crazy?
I was totally on that same wavelength.
What are you talking?
Yeah. You picked up on that, Frankie?
I felt fuck off.
He was like, "What's the best Kendrick album to start with?" I was like, "Oh, let me tell you Scam," and then
listen.
We were talking about something, and you were like, "Yeah, man, they're not like us," and I was like,
"Nah,
is that a
this
Kendrick
is
reference?"
By the way, this is crazy. I felt some sort of way when I saw LeBron out there at that concert. I even asked how Torontonians felt about DeMar DeRozan up there. And they're like, "Oh, he's from Compton First." I get that, but isn't he friends with Drake? Like, I've definitely seen DeRozan and Drake together.
LeBron switched up hard.
What's up?
LeBron switched up hard.
Yeah.
Him and Drake are like boys. Like,
how could he?
Like, I mean, he's come on the shop. Like, they go way back.
If you're a Drake, do you cut LeBron out of your life after that?
I mean, you at least have to have a conversation.
That is, and by the way, guess who wasn't there? KD. Guess who was at the crib on Canada Day? K Dizzle. Yeah.
Weston Road flows.
Whatever that means.
Oh, come on, man.
What does that mean?
You got the shout out in that song.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I felt some sort of way.
He's already dead.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You've really been putting in work, Frank.
Yeah.
We've got like 15 new audio drops. I love it.
What would you say? What would you say, Frank, Drake's reaction would be if he saw the clip of LeBron? Next day he wakes up and LeBron's out there singing and dancing.
Oh, he
Not
saw
Like Us.
it.
Yeah. What do you think?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's exactly it. That's right. 100%. Anyway, I don't know how we got down this. The 6 God. Yeah. I didn't even finish
real
the question.
quick.
Yeah.
I thought this was funny. Nakisa comes into the control room to check audio while you're talking about steaks.
Oh, yeah.
He's like,
this is a crazy
what are they
take.
talking about? And then we explain it, and he's like, how'd they get there? And I was like, look, this is how it's tough journalism here. The first question is, how do you like your steak?
No,
So I was fully expecting you to do that. But that was the first time I've seen someone react that way. We're like, all right, what's going on? When they walk right in the middle of it.
Yeah. We told Nakisa that Frank is a Serrano stan and also a Jake stan. And yes, I do believe he invited you to Tampa, but it was more of like, come on out. It wasn't a, hey, here's a plane ticket or anything like that, right?
I mean, he did text me. So.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. See you out there. Anyway, the rest of this question is, thank you, Alex, for telling me about that. With the 4th of July being tomorrow, I wanted to ask you and the crew, what are y'all's go-to activities for the day? Thanks for making Mondays and Wednesdays the best days of the week. I don't really have, and I'll just go first very quickly because obviously I've been here the least amount of time. and I haven't spent as many summers, obviously, as you guys here. It used to be a tradition for us to go to a local spot near our house and watch the fireworks on July 4th. But unfortunately, my boys are now in sleepaway camp, and we don't do that anymore. They're all grown up. And so maybe we go to the beach and just take it easy. What about you guys? Frank, what do you do on July 4th? What's your
Wait, what are you going to do this year? You said that's what you usually do, so now they're gone. What are you doing? What is your plan?
Probably go to the beach or something.
Okay.
But cool. This was a thing. In fact, funny story for you. 2018, July 4th, my middle son, Walter, at the time is 4. My oldest son is 6. And so we snuck out because the 4-year-old was clearly like getting tired. And you have to wait till it gets dark for the fireworks to pop off. And we went to a local baseball field and we watched it there. And then we went to get the car. And while I was in the parking lot trying to get out, and there's a massive, traffic jam, that's when I got word that Max Holloway was withdrawing from the Brian Ortega fight, International Fight Week 2018. And so I'm in the midst of this thing, and like we're not moving, and my son is falling asleep, and we're all sweaty, and there's no, there's no end in sight. Like we're stuck. And then I finally confirm it, and then I get home, and I had just started at ESPN like 2 weeks prior, and I ran home and did a phoner for the 11 o'clock Sports Center, breaking this news that Holloway was out. It wasn't even like an on-air interview; it was just a phoner, and that was my first Sports Center appearance as an ESPN employee. My very first Sports Center appearance was when, the whole 199 thing happened, and that was weird. Just going on to talk about myself as a non-employee, just as a subject. But that was my first one, so I'll always remember that. Anyway, what about you, Rick? What are you doing?
I'll probably go to Jones Beach at some point tomorrow. I live very close to Jones Beach, so the last couple of years, like we've just been able to see the fireworks from our backyard. But it's it's very nice. Jones Beach has a good tradition of July 4th stuff going on, so I think I'll head over there tomorrow.
What about you, GC?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter where I'm at. You got to start the day off with the hot dog eating contest at noon. I mean, that's a yearly must. And I'm going to have to eat a hot dog myself, probably more than one. Get near a body of water, whether it's a pool, a lake, an ocean. Got to do that. Hopefully do some grilling. That's how you cook the hot dog. And then go and watch fireworks, which are typically going to start at 7, 8, 9, 10, whenever it gets dark. And then you come back and you do fireworks of your own.
Damn.
And that's pretty much what July 4th. I mean, you gotta celebrate the holiday. It's not just Thanksgiving and Christmas I'm big on. I mean, you gotta go hard. Wear something tacky, that's red, white, and blue, whether it's just like the classic Old Navy shirt or you're just going top to bottom with the stars and stripes. You gotta go all out, man.
I love it. And is it okay to have like a veggie dog? Or are you one that looks down on those people?
No, man. Whatever you want to do. I personally, myself, am not going to do that. But like Andrei Fili said, why would I care about what you're eating?
Hell yeah.
Do you, man?
Hell yeah.
Do you?
And by the way, since we just brought it up, who are you picking for the hot dog eating?
Well, that's actually a great question that you just asked about the veggie dogs. Because Joey Chestnut won't be in the competition this year because he wanted to use a brand that wasn't Nathan's Hot Dogs. It's obviously the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. So they said no. So now he's going to battle against y'all's boy Kobayashi in like a one-on-one thing Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
So he's out. So the door is wide open for the first time in a decade, longer than a decade, for someone else to get a victory. So my pick is going to be the man who has been runner-up to him 3 years in a row, Jeffrey Esper, repping the Northeast. He's a Massachusetts guy. Got to support the Northeastern man. 3 times in a row, this man has had to watch Joey Chestnut just blow him away. He's putting up these great performances. I believe it was 51 hot dogs just a couple years ago, but comes up like 25 hot dogs short to the greatness that is Joey Chestnut. This is his time. This is his moment. Maybe his only chance to ever get to hold the mustard belt and I think he's going to capitalize on it. I was doing some tape study, was getting deep on it. His qualifier for the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest took place at Lake Compounds. Shout out. I don't know if that rings a bell to you and Rick.
Sort of does.
Sure does.
Yearly picnic, baby. Shout out.
Oh,
a great
that's
amusement park in
right.
beautiful Bristol, Connecticut. That's where he knocked out his qualifier to get into the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. Took out 49.5 dogs. The secondary favorite in this one, I believe his name is Nick Wayrie. His career best is 47. So in qualifiers, he's doing better than this guy's career best. I get it. You want the story with Nick Wayrie and Mickey Sudo. They're the couple. They could become the power couple. She's like a minus 3,500 to win the women's. He could win the men's first time ever. A couple ends up holding the ketchup and mustard belts at the same time. But no, man, we're going to support our Northeastern man. Jeffrey Esper gets it done.
It does feel like the Chestnut Kobayashi showdown is much bigger. Like it's completely overshadowing this, right?
I think that's 100%. And I think even if they weren't doing that, the event is overshadowed by the fact that Joey Chestnut is not there. There will always be an asterisk next to this one. It's going to be the talk of the broadcast for the entire portion of it. So it's a bummer. I mean, you want to see an American hero, an American legend, and Joey Chestnut perform at the peak of his powers. But Jeffrey Esper, it's finally time to stop coming in second and get a hold of that belt.
It's a great breakdown. Thank you for it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I do like. I'm still confused as to why Chestnut is Chestnut not competing because he got the Netflix deal. Was the original reason a BS excuse?
Oh,
like
no, I think it was definitely the dogs.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it was the dogs.
I feel if Netflix came with a boatload of cash and said we want you to do Kobayashi, he's going to say all right.
I don't think that was it.
You don't think so? You don't think one had anything to do with the other?
Oh yeah, he had Impossible Foods. Yeah, I think that maybe opened it up to Joey Chestnut being able to do the
By the way, this is not new. This is literally what happened with Kobayashi. Like,
what happened? He didn't want to have Nathan's?
No, I forget what it was. He wanted to have some kind of branding or something. I forget the exact scenario, but it was something against the regulations of what the people who host Nathan's Famous wanted, and that was it. Couldn't do it.
So is Joey Chestnut like a vegetarian now? What's going on?
No, I think he probably just got a boatload of money. He definitely is not a vegetarian. I think I saw him suck down like 87 oysters in 6 minutes the other day. And now I'm looking back at myself in just disgust right now. I attended the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest in 2022, got a t-shirt. Not wearing it today is
that's crazy.
Maybe just my biggest faux pas in the history of this program.
That is crazy.
Yeah, so Kobayashi in 2010, Major League Eating banned him from the event over a contractual dispute. They wanted him to be exclusive to MLE, which sanctioned the Nathan's.
Okay, well that I understand, but it's not like he was saying like I don't want to eat a certain type of hot dog. That sounds crazy.
Well, Joey Chestnut is doing a deal outside of what their parameters allow for, right? He's doing.
He had already signed the endorsement deal.
Yeah, with a non-Nathan's hot dog, and. No go.
And they said you either get this, we continue this deal, and you're allowed to eat the Impossible Dogs at the hot dog eating contest, or we end the deal and you can do the hot dog eating contest. And money talks. Money talks.
Do you guys think this will be addressed on the broadcast tomorrow?
Hell no.
Yes.
Oh,
no. What?
Wow.
Oh, I think they're gonna spend quite a bit of time.
So it's interesting, right? Like if this was a UFC broadcast, this would be swept under the rug. It's like Francis Ngannou wasn't talked about when John Jones fought Cyril Gane. But I did see that, to me, one of the best sports journalists of our generation, Jeremy Schaap, is a part of the broadcast. If he's involved, I have to think that they're going to talk about it.
I think they're going to have like an E60 breakdown on it. Are you kidding me? This is like if it was Michael Chandler versus Conor McGregor, but instead of Conor McGregor showing up, it's just some Joe Schmo off the street.
No, because you still have Conor. That's the problem. This scenario, you've lost Conor.
I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I got that mixed up. It's like Chandler, McGregor, and it's now Michael Chandler versus Joe Schmo off the street, and then being like, "Yep, nothing new here. Nothing's different. We don't know what changed."
You can't draw attention to this being a consolation prize trophy, and the fact that the best guy is not there. You can't do it.
The only attention that it'll get anyone that throws on ESPN is going to be like, "Where's Joey Chestnut?"
I think you have to.
You have to.
No good for the promo.
That means that you like like you like the fact that the UFC isn't as.
I'm not saying I like or dislike. This is not my personal preference. I'm putting myself in the mind.
If you were producing the event,
yeah, we're not talking about him.
Wow.
Oh, you have to. You have to. This is crazy.
Not even a mention.
Yeah, this
not
is
even
a mention of why he's not there. Of why the greatest of Michael Jordan.
I'm not diminishing my product.
Major League Eating.
Crazy.
No.
How does it diminish it? You have to
because
explain
it lets you know unequivocally that my guy who's about to be holding that. What is it? You said mustard or ketchup belt is not the guy.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows. ESPN is.
Yeah, then you don't need to remind them. If they already know, they know. They don't need to hear it from me.
No,
good.
They're talking.
They know.
About
Then they don't need to hear it from me.
I like them covering it as a real sporting event.
No,
and if the
now you're
and if the big dog isn't there,
real sport.
If the big dog isn't there, then we got to talk about it.
Defamation from you, Rick.
This is crazy. This is crazy. You guys are sinking
insanity.
the promotion. You guys wanted to just go into the toilet.
Dude, I just made you the biggest pitch for why Jeffrey Esper is about to finish his hero arc. I can promote this all day long.
Yeah.
Mickey Sudo, Nick Wayrie becoming the first power couple of Major League Eating.
Chestnut and
Mustard and
Kobayashi are
ketchup
doing
belt at the
something
same
else.
time.
They got other plans.
That's Labor Day. We'll worry about that on Labor Day. Don't worry.
Not relevant. It's missing the star.
By the way, the Netflix event is sort of like the affliction to the UFC's, July 4th. Like here they are just paying a boatload to get.
Oh, this is like it's more like the Super Bowl too. The great.
No, but I mean like they're disrupting it, right? And they're taking away these guys for this one-off event.
Sure.
Which Andrei Arlovski was a part of. Okay, let's keep it rolling here. Aesop, happy 4th of July, Ariel and Parlay boys. Question: why do you think Dana is so adamant on keeping John Jones as number one? I'm not really sure. Maybe because he thinks that, maybe he just thinks it. I would argue that he is confusing greatest of all time and current pound for pound best. And maybe it's all a way to promote the last one or two fights. Go all in, promote him as the man, gets people talking about him. I don't think it's necessary. I think you've missed two opportunities to really put over Islam and Alex Pereira focusing on this stuff. I think when he gets into that argument with Aioli, it's hard to listen to because he's just yelling and he's, Aioli pushed back a little bit. He could have pushed back in the argument. He is like, well, he's not active. He's like, well, he got hurt. And so what? That actually does kind of disqualify you from the competition. The bottom line is John Jones is the greatest of all time. And if you are someone who says the greatest of all time can't be someone who popped for steroids, he's not. But if everything is allowed, he's the greatest of all time. He has the best resume. He's never been beaten. He's never been knocked out, blah, 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 blah. It is also a fact that he has only fought once since February of 2020. Once. And it was for a couple of minutes, and he moved up and he beat Cyril Gane, who is not the best heavyweight at the time. Danny keeps saying that. That was Francis Ngannou. He left the company a couple months prior. And so once, and by the time this fight happens in November, God willing, it will be once between February 2020 and November 2024. Almost 5 years, one fight. How could that be, part of being the best right now is activity. You can't just sit on it. Once. Guys like Pereira has fought 9 times since 2021. Since 2021, since November of 2021, almost 2 years after Jones-Reyes, Alex Pereira has fought 9 times and won a title in 2 different weight classes, which is a point that Dana brings up, the 2 different weight classes thing. And he beat the best at 85, and he beat the best at 205, the champion who got injured and gave up his title. To me, it's Pereira or Islam. Number 3 is Leon Edwards, and number 4 is John Jones. And you could start to make a case for others. If he doesn't fight in November, then I don't know what to say. And again, one should have nothing to do with the other. Current best is not the same as all-time best. And I think he's doing this to promote him and to get people talking about him. And one last push because he is a big draw, and that fight is going to be huge. GC over RC. Howdy, AJ. Not sure if you guys saw Mighty Mouse's interview with Nate Diaz, but Nate said before the Anthony Pettis fight, he smoked a blunt, then went to the arena. I find it hilarious that while Nate Diaz was smoking a blunt, Pettis was getting drug tested and ended up cutting his thumb in the process. Happy 4th to you and the crew. I saw that they did the interview. I did not see the actual interview, but Mighty Mouse is killing it, man. It's great to see him. It's great to see him. It's great to see him doing his thing. It's great to see him. It's just great. It's great to see how much love and respect that he's getting. And I just, I love, this is a guy who deserved all that love and respect a long, long time ago. And it's cool to see what he's become and how much, like he puts everything into that YouTube channel. You could tell, like he doesn't go half-ass on anything. So now it's jiu-jitsu. He loves it. He's passionate about it. I love people that are passionate and they pour everything into something. And the quality of his channel is great. Our friend Michael Wantsover is helping him. And it's cool to see an athlete now turn into a content creator and a journalist. Like what he's doing there is interviewing someone for an hour plus and, doing his research and asking questions. That's journalism. It's a form of journalism. And it's not easy for athletes who have been on the other side of the questions their entire career to now put their ego aside and be the one asking questions. I've always said, I think one of the best to ever do that is Stone Cold Steve Austin. His podcast was great. He would research, he would ask great follow-ups, he would listen. And DJ's in that sort of, in my opinion, he's in that same bracket. Hut, Ariel, I assume you are familiar with the series Hot Ones. I often hear the compliments from the guests on Sean Evans' interview questions and style. Just curious your thoughts on him as an interviewer and who in the crew, including yourself, would be able to make it to the last wing. Who would quit first? Thanks, love the show. Someone wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, I would absolutely destroy Hot Ones.
I think you would
quit first.
I think I would quit potentially first.
I would put Conan O'Brien to shame. That's how nasty I would get on Hot Ones.
What, is he the all-time best?
Yeah, he's probably the best to ever do it.
Doctor with him.
Well, what's that?
He had a fake doctor with him, but more than that, like he was doing a gimmick where he pretended that the wings were not hot at all and successfully did it, even though it was clearly like burning him. It was an all-time performance. Truly special.
Greatest ever.
Yeah.
Gordon Ramsay was pretty good too.
Yeah. There's some classic. What a great show.
Oh, there's so many good episodes. There's no doubt I'm making it through it. I don't know how bad it's going to hurt, but if I got up there, I'm making it through it.
It's not the spice that bothers me. It's like the performance and the spice at the same time. Like, nah.
Yeah, you know what? My interview would be pretty boring, so I'd just be focused on the wings.
Here's my biggest problem. I can't drink milk while eating wings, so I feel like...
Even your oat milk?
They'll give you something else. I think they could probably find a thing for you.
You could do cauliflower bites instead of wings.
Nice.
Wait, what? Oh.
Can you have cauliflower milk?
Is that the same? Like, do people do that?
No.
Some people do. Yeah, cauliflower.
No, there's a couple people that do the meat alternatives.
Yeah, the alternative.
Is there anything that can work the same as wings?
Yeah, like a alternative meat.
No. Sorry, not wings, milk.
Yeah. I mean, there's base. It's because it's basic, and yeah, there's other basic things that you could do.
Sand is a good one. You just pack your mouth full of sand.
Why couldn't you eat milk and wings at the same time? Stomach?
No, I don't have milk with meat.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a kosher thing.
Is there? I'm just genuinely curious. Is there like a rule book that describes all these things, or is there certain?
It's not a rule book, but if you want to know the reason why people who observe this don't have milk and meat, it's because it is said that you should not mix life with death.
Oh,
and so milk is life and the meat is death. Do you understand what I mean? And so most people will wait an hour. So you can have a glass of milk and then an hour later have the meat. If for the very religious, you can have meat. You can have meat and then have to wait 6 hours to have milk. So that's why some people, like my dad, is big into this, and so like if he wants to have a certain type of dessert, he's not going to have meat because he'll want to have this dairy dessert type of thing.
Planning ahead, yeah,
smart. Regarding the questions and the interview style, is this a controversial statement? I don't watch it as much as you guys. I have a tremendous amount of respect for what they built and all the stuff that Complex does, the sneaker shopping and whatnot. is this a fair criticism? You guys tell me. I think the questions are great. I think it's a compelling watch. I think the idea of, blending the two, the spicy wings and and then asking, hard hitting, provocative questions, whatever, is brilliant. I'm not a huge fan of the delivery because it feels like the questions are pre-written and being read off a paper, and that, as someone who's a snob when it comes to this, is a bit of a turnoff. Is that fair or unfair?
I think that's fair. He has a very pre-thought delivery. It does not seem off the cuff.
Yeah.
But I can give grace to the fact that he is part of the team creating the questions and the show, and the fact that he is then consuming the wings and has to kind of maybe stick a little more to a script because of how easy it would be to lose your thought as you're consuming wings of death. So I think it's fair, but I understand also why you'd want to kind of stick to a format in that way. But yes, the delivery can be clunky.
It's also not really like a conversational type thing. Like, it's almost just like with each new wing, you're getting a new question, and then you just sort of let the person like wallow in the heat and the question that you just asked. So like, I almost feel as if it's better scripted like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's not like a lot of back and forth most of the time.
Yeah.
It's really just like, here it is. You answer it while you're trying to survive.
Exactly.
And then we'll move on to the next one.
Is the appeal more the reaction to the hot wings as opposed to the answers to the questions?
I'd say the best. Yeah, the best are when they both hit, right? When they're either dying or succeeding.
Out, yeah.
Or they're giving these prolific, like, beautiful, eloquent answers while they have wing sauce all over their faces and they're trying not to rub their eyes. I mean, the concept is brilliant.
Is there an all-time best interview that you would suggest?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. There's been some really good ones.
There's I mean, the Gordon Ramsay one is great. The Conan O'Brien one is great. The Shaquille O'Neal one is good. I mean, they've done, Tony Hawk does a great one where he did like the world's hottest chip challenge with him. That's another great one. They've done so many episodes at this point.
One of the most fascinating interview ones in my recent memory, but not necessarily because of the wing aspect of it, was probably Florence Pugh. I thought she was quite an interesting person and had some good answers for what she was asked. But it's a prolific series. It's truly incredible.
Is that PEW?
No.
PUGH.
Oh, here it is.
POUGH.
No,
PUGH.
Yeah.
PUGH.
Of course. Yeah, I hope I'm not coming across as a hater. But,
no, I see. Hey, listen, I'm a fan of that series, and I understand exactly what you're saying. Like, the style is not necessarily. I'd almost not call it an interview. I'd almost call it more of like a Q&A format, right? It's really just like lob out. Connor astutely pointed it out. It's more like lob it out. You try and get through this while you're trying to survive here, and then we just move on to the next one. It's not a lot of back and forth.
All right. Ryan, hey, Ariel, do you still believe Connor versus Chandler could happen in August, September, or do you think he gets pushed to December? Had tickets for 303, got refunded, and trying to reschedule. I'm not going to say definitively, but I feel like it's looking less and less likely, and I can just kind of read the tea leaves and foresee a December push. As of right now, I think they don't want to create a new date, and everything is just kind of perfect as it is. And I could just kind of feel by the way Dana's answering these questions. I'm not talking about Connor until he's 100%, all that stuff. It just feels like an inevitability. But let's see. Hut, Ariel, DDP and Izzy had a pretty intense face-off at the press conference yesterday. They were both frozen like Elsa, just staring at each other. What do you take away from the face-off? Press conference didn't give us much. Love the show. Respect your Riz. Great crew. We spoke about the presser earlier. I thought it was great. I didn't mind it at all. I think Kai France versus Steve Ercik's a great fight. Obviously, the Manel Cape and KKF beef was a fun one, and we thought we were going to get that. I thought they were both in good form. I thought the back and forth was good. I thought the face-off was great. Everyone's talking about it. I thought the aftermath stuff that we showed was great, so I loved it. I actually was like, is this going to go down an uncomfortable path? And it didn't. I enjoyed it. Danny, hey, Ariel and crew, longtime listener, first-time inquirer. I have seen a lot of tweets from Chandler McGregor teasing new matchups, not to mention the Diamond has now entered the chat. Do you think it is more likely that they scrap the McGregor-Chandler fight and move in a different direction, or is there still hope for the original matchup? P.S. I am one of those rare audio-only listeners. I am a high school math teacher with 3 young kids, so usually only find time to listen while driving or exercising. I do see the odd clip on Instagram, but mainly consume on the go. Love what you do. Keep up the great work. Hey, Danny. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. I still think the plan is McGregor-Chandler. It does seem like Dustin is getting antsy, though. He's getting that itch, and he does have to recover the knee, the nose. But I think we all kind of suspected that, right? I think we all kind of had a feeling he wasn't quite done. But yeah, McGregor-Chandler for now. Miguel from Mexico. Hey, Ariel and crew. This one's for GC. Have you considered training jiu-jitsu or any other martial art now that you're so immersed in MMA? P.S. I'm Mexican and Spanish is my first language. Just wanted to let you guys know that unfortunately, Diego Lopez's translator, Jacob, does a pretty poor job with his interviews. Don't know the guy or anything, but I think it's a shame the way Diego's answers got lost in translation. That's a bummer. I don't think he's a pro interpreter. I think he works for Iridium. And so maybe next time we can mention that. Anyway, back to GC. Martial arts. You into it?
Yeah, I've considered it. I just haven't gone and taken a lesson or anything. I've done boxing and stuff, but not like actual martial arts. I feel like one day I'm destined to get in there, but it's just all about pulling the trigger.
I would be curious to hear your thoughts and views on jiu-jitsu, your experience, because you're long, you got the long limbs. I think you would be good at it, and I think you would enjoy it. I also think you would enjoy Muay Thai.
Yeah.
So
what makes you say that?
The same reason.
Going to Thailand?
Well, no, you don't have to go to Thailand for that. I mean,
Should
that
I
would
just
be
go
great.
on site for a month. Just
Sure, yeah.
going to Tiger Muay Thai.
I mean,
what did he say? Staff infested training room at Tiger Muay Thai.
Yeah. Oh, yesterday,
Yeah,
where he first
DDP.
met DDP. Yeah. No.
Have you ever thought about it, Rick?
I did jiu-jitsu for a little bit and plan
wow.
to get back into it, but it's tough with the kids. But I'm considering putting them into it, and I think that'll be the easy path back into it myself. So.
Oh yes, that would be beautiful.
Yeah, I think the girls would be good to take it. So that might be my return to it.
We continue. Hi, Ariel from David. Why do you think Dana immediately shuts down the idea of adding McGregor-Chandler to a card like the Sphere? We've talked about this. 2 title fights. Here's the bottom line. He's talked about $17 million already being invested into that card. Conor McGregor costs a lot of money. And so, let's just say he gets 20 million. Let's just say. It's an expensive ass card, So that one is, he's saying it's a one and done. It's an expensive card. And I think putting a Conor on there makes it a super expensive card. And so I think that they don't feel like it makes sense. It would be incredible. He's the one who deserves to be there. It's the one for us fans makes the most sense, but I just don't see it happening. Plus, on top of that, they don't like to have a title fight or 2 on the same card as a Conor fight because the pay-per-views are this high. You don't want to divide that pie among the champions who get pay-per-view points. As you can see, recently when he fights, there's no one else on the card that gets pay-per-view points. Something in the throat. Is that working, by the way, when I'm doing that?
No, actually. I didn't even know you were doing it.
Oh, so it is working.
I hear you clearing your throat.
Oh, so why am I?
I know you were pushing the button. That's how much it's not working.
Wow. So the cough thing this whole time hasn't been working.
Yeah, I've just been thought you're doing an ASMR thing. Now it works. Or unless I feel like you're messing with me.
I swear, every time I've been doing that, I've been pressing this.
Okay. I still don't believe that you're not messing, because I heard the and you're saying that you've been pushing the button?
Yeah, the whole time.
Because now when you push the button, it's working great. Are you pushing it hard enough?
I mean, it cuts off. It cuts off my mic.
Interesting.
Matt Moe, which is worse, GC not having seen any of the Rocky movies or missing the entire Tatsuro Taira card? I
I didn't miss the entire Tatsuro Taira card. I just missed the main card. Just watched the preliminaries for that one.
Tough crowd.
Still haven't seen any of the Rockies. I'm gonna get to it though. I'm gonna get to it. A little summer movie marathon, Rocky edition. Maybe get some Rocky Road ice cream.
Let's do it.
Let's just live it up.
Oh yeah, Rocky Road. Gabriel Cedeno. Hello, Ariel and crew. Quick one. Any insight on Khabib and his gym? Seems like there's a pending investigation. Thank you, a fan in Bakersfield, California, Gabriel. That's above my pay grade. I'm not touching that one. But I've seen the stuff, and I do not know what to make of it all, to be honest. Let's see how it plays out. Question for GC from Jalapeno Man. What do we think of Alexa Grasso's coaching on Tough this year?
Shout out to Jalapeno Man. I'm not in a position to give a fair assessment of Alexa Grasso's coaching on this season of The Ultimate Fighter.
I thought it was interesting that he specifically asked you the question.
Yeah, I think Tough Hang last year and just being so diehard, repping the blue every single week for Team McGregor. He thought I might have continued on to this year, but unfortunately, with the non-renewal of Tough Hang, it's been tough to try to sit down 10 o'clock every Tuesday evening and lock in to the green and black.
When it's supposed to culminate to a fight between the two coaches, and you haven't even gotten that closure yet.
Yeah. Exactly. No closure still. So yeah, I did see they went out. They went out on the town. Team Shevchenko went to the casino, and Team Grasso went to get massages or whatever.
Yeah, it's nice. I thought you were gonna. By the way, I thought you were gonna set him up, Frank, for It's Tough.
Yeah, I don't have that one yet.
I thought
it is tough.
What the fuck is that?
That's tough. That's our tough breakdown for season 32.
Adam. Hello, Ariel. Happy belated Canada Day and early 4th of July. Thank you. Yes, my two countries coming together. With both Andrew Wiggins and Zach Edey pulling out of the Canadian Olympic team. Wiggins being held back by that scumbag of a team, the Golden State Warriors. Just kidding. Love them. They're great. But why aren't they letting him play? What's up with that? Edey, I understand. He just got drafted. I get it. Would be nice to have him, but we're going to be fine. What is your level of optimism around our chances? High. All right. It's medal or bust. I'll be happy with any. Gold, silver, bronze, I'm in. Can we still medal without two big pieces? Of course. We beat the USA in the bronze game. What was it? Without Jamal Murray. We're doing fine. We have a better team this year than last year. And we've already established the U.S. is going to be just a hodgepodge of parts. There's going to be no chemistry. It's going to be great. Also, huge shout out to Team Canada for advancing to the quarterfinals against Venezuela, the Copa America. Yes, representing CONCACAF. No Mexico, no USA. Who's there? The Voyageurs of Canada. We lost Tajon Buchanan. Unfortunate. I don't know how that happens in training, but nevertheless, we'll be okay. I hope you can take a break from Shabbos dinner to watch this Friday. I shall. I can't wait. At Jerry's World. Or Jerry World? What do they call it? AT&T Stadium. Oh, here's Ant Evans. 2 former UFC employees on the same show. Ariel, what are we to make from the juxtaposition of Hunter Campbell moving heaven and earth to make UFC pay-per-view co-mains between lunch and dinner on fight day, and Dana White saying, take turn, bitch slapping is going to be bigger than the UFC is? That is just classic Dana, as you know very well, Ant. You helped crafted this. You helped craft this character. Dana will say things passionately and definitively, and people will run with it and they'll debate it and they'll do all kinds of stuff with it. And that's exactly what he wants. And so if he does say slap fighting will be bigger than the UFC, okay, and then what? What are the ramifications? There's no accountability. You can say whatever the hell you want. People will clip it off and run with it. He has mastered the art of promotion and just saying somewhat, it's not always outlandish things, but like somewhat outlandish things and say like, oh, it's going to be big. And everyone's like, could you believe he said this? Could you believe Dana White said this? It's up to you to pay attention or put any stock into it. I don't. Do I think he's built something with slap fighting? Yes. Is it a profitable business? We don't know. Is it a thing that is gaining some type of attention based on the clips they put out? Yes. Is it more than Real Madrid and this sport and that sport? No. Can it be bigger than those sports? I don't believe. Will it be bigger than those sports? I don't think so. Will it be bigger than the UFC? I don't think so. I just don't. But I think they did find some, some kind of success with the Page signing, if you will. Getting recognizable, notable athletes, influencers, fighters, etc., to do it, I think will draw even more attention to it. The crazy Hawaiians and the other dudes, those people will not be stars, in my opinion. Is there someone that's going to come up and have a crazy look and do something? Yeah, sure. But like the crop of people they have here, no, I don't see it. I personally don't see it. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. But recognizable names doing it, I think will move the goalposts a little bit. It's whatever. The whole thing is I don't get fired up about it like some other people. I think it's all a bit silly. I think it's kind of weird that Nevada is okay with it when they talk to us about brain trauma, and I think it's weird that California is okay with it. But it's coming from Zuffa and it's coming from the UFC, and they're in business with them and they stand to make a lot of money with them. And so when they are behind it, I can assure you, if some other promoter was doing this, this would not be happening in Nevada and California. And a lot of people watch weirder things than that. So it's not like I actively ignore it or hate on it or want it to fail. It's just, I've said this about BKFC, by the way. You can find the clips where I was like, this is a little bit too intense for me. It's a little bit too gruesome for me. And over time, you come to either feel the same way or not. BKFC, I've warmed up to. Maybe I'll change my stance on this stuff. And not everything that I like is what people like and vice versa. I'm a big pro wrestling fan. People don't like pro wrestling. That's cool. Do your thing. Different strokes, different folks. Oh, this is an interesting one. Hi, Ariel. Thanks for fulfilling my cameo request this weekend. I survived witnessing Yuri's KO, but can't say that I emerged unscathed mentally. So this woman, Kim, sent me a cameo Saturday morning saying, I'm so nervous about the Yuri fight. Can you either celebrate with me or console me after the result? I've never received a request like this before. And so I waited for the result and then I sent her a message. Anyway, I'm curious to see what she has to say. Bear with me. I'm a bit of a noobish pandemic era fan, so I don't have a wide breadth of UFC history knowledge. What examples can you provide of fighters who had brutal KO losses and it wound up being a turning point that propelled them to higher levels of success? I'm trying to find the bright side and chase my depression away after Yuri's loss. Well, in my opinion, one of the greatest fighters of all time is George St. Pierre, and he's certainly the greatest ever if steroids aren't allowed, and he was TKO'd by Matt Serra. Was it as bad as the Yuri TKO/KOs? No, but that is an example. Let's see. Who else was able to? And Rick, feel free to weigh in. Rashad got KO'd. I'm trying to think of people who got KO'd and then eventually turned it around. I'm sure there's going to be one or two. Heavyweight, light heavyweight. Was Jones there for so long? Shogun. Middleweight. Anderson. Weidman. I mean, people got close. Welterweight. Usman did get knocked out. Yeah. Did Woodley? No. Lightweight. There's not a lot. But I feel, let's see. List. There's got to be someone. Or maybe not. maybe GSP is the best example. And what an example that would be. I mean, people have lost, right? Pennington got beat up by Amanda Nunes, eventually won the belt. Grasso has lost. Zhang Wei Li lost. Islam Makhachev got knocked out. There's one. There you go. Alex Pereira. There you go. The guy who did it to him. Alex Pereira got knocked out by Izzy, came back and became 205-pound champion. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Oh, Matt Mo wrote Islam. Shannon. Hi, Ariel. Writing to you from Nova Scotia. Big fan of your show. I never miss it. I have a question about the Olympics this summer. Any athletes in particular you're looking forward to interviewing or any events you're most looking forward to seeing? Your fellow Canadian, Shannon Quinn. Thank you, Shannon. The great Summer McIntosh, legendary Canadian swimmer. Obviously, I'm very excited about the men's basketball team, the women's basketball team. Swimming's a big one. Track and field is a big one. Andre DeGrasse, I've never met before. He's a great sprinter. So yeah, looking forward to it. And I know some people have been asking me about what's going to happen to the program when I will be in Paris. Here's what I could tell you. On July 22nd, so the Monday after the Jake Paul fight, I will be in studio. I'm going to Paris on July 23rd. That's a Tuesday. On July 24th, a Wednesday, you will be getting a GC and Rick show. And that will be the last stop for us before UFC 304. On July 29th, you will be getting a version of this show, most likely an audio-only version, because I will be over there, and I just don't know what the schedule is going to be. But we will have a reaction show to 304, so have no fear. It might be a different-ish kind of show, but you will have something from us. On July 31st, you will be getting a GC and Rick show. On August 5th, you will be getting another similar version to that post 304 show, a post Abu Dhabi / Madrimov Crawford weekend. It's a big one. Abu Dhabi card, August 3rd. And August 7th, you'll get another GC and Rick show. So you'll still be getting a Monday, Wednesday offering. It'll just be a little bit different. Nailed it, Frank.
Wow, the world that has opened up to Frank with these drops is
no problem, mate. Yeah.
We're never gonna hear his voice again on the show.
Do you have the one?
I'm coming.
Do you have the one where Connor says no? Do you have that one or no?
You know what? After reviewing that, without seeing his face,
it doesn't work.
It's lost.
What about the one where he walks in and he's like, "What's going on here?" You know that one?
I haven't gotten that one yet.
No. All right.
Wait, what's the one where he walks in and says, "What's going on here?"
What is
From
it?
Roadhouse?
Yeah.
Roadhouse,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
From Roadhouse. Okay.
GC, what does he say?
Where is everybody?
Yeah.
So sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, thanks for nothing, Frank.
Benny J. Yo, Ariel, greetings and salutations from the land down under. I come from a land down under. Long time, first time. With the chemistry between you and the crew at an all-time high, I just wondered if you could pull back the curtain a little further as to what the future might hold for the team at large. With Helwani set to become the hottest free agent in the game. Wow. Me and Paul Hughes? Wow. There's no chance you break up the band, right? Thanks, crew. Much love. I will tell you this. I will never do this show solo. I will never do this show without the crew. I will never do this show. I never want to go back to that. And so, no, there is no chance to answer your question. That is a very astute observation on your part. I do feel like the chemistry is at an all-time high, and there are no plans to break up the band. Okay, just a couple more here. Adrian, before I ask my question, I've heard you talk about Patrick Ewing. I'm assuming you're a fan of his. I have a jersey that was given to me by Patrick Ewing, and I wanted to gift it to you. Now, wow, thank you. But you should keep that. That's incredible. Now for my question, do you think that the Diamond should have his last dance against Justin Gaethje since they are 1-1? He could settle the score and walk off into the sunset. You're the man. Thank you to the crew and you for all that you do for MMA fans and fighters. Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Howdy y'all from OC. Simple question for you and the crew. Favorite soda, if any? Can I be honest with you? Since I had a kidney stone in the summer of 2002, I stopped drinking soda. So I don't have a favorite one. Now, back in the day, I loved the good cream soda. I enjoyed a Pepsi and a Coke. Obviously, wasn't
Any
a big
seltzer?
I don't like that. It makes me too bloated.
Does it make you do this a lot?
There's something in my throat. Clearly, thank you for calling attention to it.
I think we need that as a drop.
Yeah.
Mountain Dew I liked. Cream soda was probably my favorite. Like the
interesting choice.
Like the good
What-
root beer
what brand?
float. No, you don't like that? You don't like
I don't like
you don't
cream
like cream
soda
soda,
or
Rick?
root beer.
What?
Cream
soda or
sarsaparilla?
root beer.
Come
Love them
on.
both.
IBC?
Nah.
Love them both. Love them
Ugh.
both. I'm
Welsh is
with you,
great.
though, Ariel.
Welsh is great.
Wow,
That's the number
I do
one.
not drink much soda, but if I am going to drink one, vanilla Coke is actually my favorite soda.
Is that still around?
You gotta look to find it. I absolutely love it. Vanilla Coke, ice cold vanilla Coke,
I feel
glass
like
with ice.
I feel like vanilla Coke is one of the ones that, like, if you know, you know. Like, if you swear by it, there's like a community that will just be like, yeah, we swear by it, and then everybody else is like, nah, I don't get it. But the people who love it like to the craziest extreme.
It's a combination of nostalgia, just pure deliciousness. I absolutely love it. I haven't had one in years. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll get crazy. 4th of July, a little vanilla Coke.
You guys
action.
are crazy.
What is
Biggest
it?
continental state gave us Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper
Pepper's
is
also
a
a
good one.
great
Show some
soda.
respect to Dr.
That's actually the
Okay,
last soda that I
fair.
drank. Dr. Pepper is fantastic.
Shout out to Adrian.
We just talked about how we
Yanez.
had all this camaraderie, and now I'm like,
No, we're with you. We
Nah,
like
we're with
Dr.
you on the
Pepper
Dr.
here.
Pepper, man.
Welsh's Grape is still number one. Though.
I will say Dr. Pepper feels a little too medicine-y for me.
Oh, no. Well,
What
that's
the
the whole
fuck is
point. That's why
that?
it's called Dr. Pepper.
That's cool.
How many times have you hit that today, Frankie?
It's a good one. Hey,
It's
listen,
not enough.
Not enough.
I'm gonna take
I
it home,
agree.
and when my wife is asking me questions, I'm like,
What the fuck is that?
So good. Shout out to Big Francis. David Velasquez, is Plinio Cruz the coach of the year right now? I say yes.
Yes.
I say Plinio is, and Alex is the male fight of the year, right?
Yeah.
TJ, Ariel, any update from your excellency, Turkey Al Sheikh? By the way, you guys notice that Dana calls him Sheikh Turkey? Is anyone going to correct him on that? or
Yeah,
are we
I
just
did
gonna-
notice that.
look,
and I was just
they've
like,
held
what is he
hands.
saying?
He can say what he wants.
Fair enough. On having a sit down with Dana
Fingers
White?
intertwined.
No update. Hey, GC, have you noticed MMA memes being put out on the meme of the day on MMA Talk and Full Mount MMA YouTube? I don't know what that means. What does this mean? I actually thought as I was reading this, have you noticed people stealing your memes?
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed people, taking my memes, using them
Does it
elsewhere,
bother
but-
you? DC stole one of your
No,
memes.
Listen, man. Yeah, DC stole. I mean, there's a lot of people. Listen, I mean, it happens. Sometimes I'll just be scrolling on the Explore page. I'll be like, oh, that's a meme that I made. I'm in it for the love of the game, man. I'm not in it for the credit. I don't need to pat myself on the back. It's just strictly for the love of the game. It's all good.
New York
He's
Rick.
saying that my memes were featured on something though. Featured on a
Yeah,
YouTube
have you
channel?
noticed MMA memes being put on the meme of the day on MMA Talk? I don't know what's going on. Hey, New York Rick, as someone who works from home, how come you are a, quote, work at home sometimes and other days you aren't? And no offense to the rest of the crew, but which do you enjoy more? Not sure if this has already been answered.
Mondays, I was always coming in because it was feasible and possible. Wednesdays, I was not because there's a level of my wife. We have 3 children and not wanting to leave my wife in the lurch. But because there's nobody to kind of bounce this stuff off in studio with GC in Atlanta, I've talked to the wife. We were able to negotiate, make a little bit of a deal. And I'm coming in Mondays and Wednesdays now. So it's as simple as that. I would love to be here every day, ideally, but it wasn't in the cards until now.
Yeah. Frank, are you a horror movie fan? And what are your thoughts on the Nosferatu trailer?
I haven't seen the Nosferatu trailer, but I am a horror movie fan. I am looking forward to Long Legs that comes out on the 12th.
Okay. MJ.
I actually just saw the Nosferatu trailer, and I was with my dad, and there was a massive pop from my dad. I had no idea what was going on, but he was hyped because I think he saw the original one that came out in like 1920.
The one that is a silent film.
Yes.
Is the new one a silent film? Don't even tell
my
me.
dad had food in his mouth, and he was like squealing like a pig. He was so excited when he saw it. I couldn't believe it. I had no idea what was going on. So shout out to Nosferatu.
You should tell your dad there's a movie that came out in the early 2000s. about the actor who plays a Nosferatu being an actual vampire. So it's very meta, but I think he would enjoy it if he's a Nosferatu fan.
Have you watched Shawshank Redemption yet, Frank?
You know what?
Oh, that's a great one. I've seen that.
Then all your movie recommendations go out the window.
That's a great one.
I can't take another movie rec from you.
I just read my first Stephen King book last week. I'm getting there, all right?
Okay, just a couple more here. Querido Papi Ariel, you mentioned last week that it's apparently a thing to shit on women's MMA now, and I was so glad to hear someone acknowledge it. Do you think it's a byproduct of the Strickland-inspired, ever darker new MMA fan beast, or just a Twitter cesspool? I'm sick of the disrespect to my WMMA queens and want to understand where this is coming from. I have no idea, but it's just a thing. And if you like them and you like it, you like women's MMA, then good on you, as you should. So don't listen to the haters, is what I say. I forgot to mention Money in the Bank in Toronto this weekend. Shout out to our Money in the Bank briefcase over there. That is in Toronto. And Dominic asked me about Money in the Bank and NXT Heatwave going down this weekend in the 6, in the T-Dot. And he tells me that he's going and he's begging for a preview of Money in the Bank. The build has been great. I'd love to see Chelsea Green win, fellow Canadian. I think that would be great. And I think Drew McIntyre is going to win, even though he's one of the elder statesmen. But I think the Chelsea Green build and the pop would be huge. They're just on fire right now. The three-way is going to be fun. Great to see a pay-per-view back in Canada. Love it. Miss hear you talk about wrestling. I was bullied to stop talking about wrestling. Just kidding. We will talk more about it. Don't worry. Aaron, what is up, Ariel? Why is a panel of people surround like a dais, not a desk? It's a dais. Dais. I'd Google it, but I'm definitely not spelling it correctly. Yeah, you're spelling it dais. I think it's DAIS.
That's correct.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, is there a good one to end on here? Oh, Matt Moe and Ant are just going back and forth. Annie made... Yep, that sounds like a good time. This question here about Mark Ramundi and his new NWO book. If we'll ever talk to him, of course, when it comes out, we'll have him on the program for Shizzle. I think it comes out next year. Yes, 2025. And here's a good last one. Okay, two last good ones. Pecan Pie up in this. Who has the higher ceiling in the UFC, Bo Nickel or Peyton Talbot? Wow, that's a good one. I guess you'd have to side with Bo just because of the athletic pedigree pre-UFC, but that's a great debate. I said on Saturday, if there's one guy that was sub 5 fights that I could buy stock in, it would be Peyton Talbot. Everyone was like, what about Bo? I consider Bo's 2 Contender Series fights UFC fights. Why? Because he was under a UFC contract. They just put him there as like a little bit of a buildup, but those weren't typical Contender Series fights. If you know, you know. And so Payne's my guy, but man, hard to go against Bo, right? Anyone disagree, agree?
Yeah, I mean, what, 3 national championships wrestling in college? He's looked pretty unbeatable thus far in his career. The ceiling feels like the potential is there to have an unbelievable career.
I agree.
Just foundationally, that base is going to be very effective until he reaches the highest levels. And then if he can add the other parts of it, it really is a recipe for success.
Oh, by the way, New York Rick, Thomas says that you put him on the Wedding Scammer podcast and he wants to repay the favor by telling you about a podcast called Number One Dad. The pod is done by comedian Gary Vitter about his dad, who's a scam artist. He might already be listening to it, but if not, you should give it a shot.
I love it. I'm in. Thank you very much. That was that easy. I'm converted. Let's go.
Max says that he was at the Newark and NYC shows. He loved them. He wants to know, when we're watching fights, is there a go-to snack? Personally, he loves toasty Cheez-Its. It's become a ritual.
Shout out to Toasty Cheez-Its, man. Get that extra little...
What is a Toasty
little
Cheez-It?
crispness. Oh, man, like the ones that they like leave in the oven for too long, so they're like a little bit burnt. In my opinion, it's an upgrade from the regular ones. I think
this is not you doing it. It's in the box like this. So like it's a little extra.
You've never seen these? What? You guys have never seen these things? I actually think that they made them because so many people requested them. You'd get a couple in a box back in the olden days, and you'd be like, wow, those are just so much better. And I think they got requested so much that they made them. Sort of similar to like Gardetto's has the rye chips only, the special request bags, which are just on a whole nother level. I mean, absolutely. I mean, that might be my favorite snack of all time. The toasted Cheez-Its are next level. You got to go get yourself a box.
Breaking the truth here, I knew about the all rye chips, but I've never bought them. I just like the concept.
Oh my god!
What is
if
a rye
I see
chip?
them, I have to buy.
See, now I have another.
You've never had a
question.
Gordetto before?
So go.
I don't think
It's
so.
Chex Mix. Go Chex Mix, and then like the dark brown,
Oh,
like
okay,
Jewish
I've had that.
bakery.
Of course, because I've had Chex
And
Mix. I know that.
and it's
yeah.
just the entire bag is just the brown.
Oh, those
chips.
are pretty good.
It's next
I
level.
like that.
Oh, it's
Okay.
next level. I love them.
Good.
Love 'em.
Like it.
Okay, so is that what you do? You have a
No,
choice?
what's my snack? I don't know.
Do you have a
Grapes?
I don't-
Is that lame?
Grapes. Wow. No, I wouldn't
we
go
going
that
green,
lame.
red, purple.
I'm a black grape guy, but I'll take a red. I'll take any grapes. Are
How do you
just
feel about a
amazing.
Concord?
I don't know. I've
Very
never
simple.
had it.
Candy grapes.
No, absolutely not.
I like the candy grapes, but it's not worth the extra money for me for that. I'm just
I
as
feel
happy
that.
with the black grape.
I feel that. I mean, pizza's always a good go-to. You get a couple slices in you while you're watching fights. It's never a bad night.
I'm a big fan of peppermint tea.
That's your snack?
Okay.
Is that before or after your butterscotch hard candy?
So you're sitting there watching MMA, sipping on a
Sipping
peppermint tea?
For sure. I even
Do you
posted
put away
I posted a picture of it with our branded cup on Saturday.
I did see that actually. That was peppermint
Where
tea
do you
in there,
store
okay.
your bingo markers before you pour yourself some peppermint tea?
You know, when I have fruit in the afternoon, it doesn't sit well with me, so I can't have fruit. It makes me very,
Wow.
if you must know, very gazzy.
You can't do it in the afternoon, but if you do it in the morning, it's fine.
I can only have fruit on a very empty stomach. I can only have fruit as the first thing that I eat. People who have fruit after dinner, like they'll just sit there and have like grapes or mangoes.
that's me.
That's
Snacking fruits.
I would suffer if I did that. I would suffer for days. Days.
That's insane. I
Days.
will house an entire carton of blueberries like a gorilla after dinner,
hate
like it's my
blueberries.
dessert.
I would suffer for days.
You hate raw blueberries?
I hate them.
We're learning so much about each other.
I
right
will go fistfuls of blueberries into my
So
mouth.
weird. So bland. Feels like I'm eating a booger. Not that I know what
now.
that's
I like a good blueberry.
Bland? I don't feel like blueberries are bland.
Why is it all of a sudden you put a blueberry in a muffin and it's like the most tart, delicious thing in the world, but you eat a raw blueberry and it's like, whoa, that's great.
I have something to tell you. I think you're
Bad
getting
blueberries.
bad produce. You're getting bad
Hey,
produce.
I mean, that
Frank.
may
Yeah,
be true.
absolutely. Is
But
that-
also, Ariel,
how-
you should check with your doctor this whole I can't eat fruit thing. That's a little alarming.
Yeah.
Nah,
I
my
agree
mom
with
always
that.
told me that the fruit sits on top of the food and it rots and it gives you an upset stomach.
Okay, so
this feels like a
I
manifestation
don't
of
know if
something
that's
that has
true.
nothing to do
yeah,
with
Dr. Helwani has led you wrong.
Listen, if my mom tells me
1,000%
something,
true? I don't
if she
know.
tells it to me, I'm taking that to the grave. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just quickly here on the berries, how do we rank them? Straw, blue, black.
Starts with
do we
rasp.
have a rasp. Rasp is 1.
Then strawberry,
Straw 2.
gooseberries.
Okay, come on. I mean, let's go the big 4: rasp, black, blue, straw.
Blue?
I'm actually going.
Straw.
I'm going blue.
Me too.
Straw, rasp, black.
Same order.
Did you know that blackberries
Ditto.
are actually considered a
Straw first
pest?
for me. Like for jam, strawberry the best.
Oh, I love a good
I
strawberry
don't
jam.
like.
I actually.
I don't like tart as much.
Yeah,
I
me
like
too.
tart, but I don't like tart as much. I like sweet.
Is that a true thing, Frank? Blackberries are pests?
Yeah, like they grow
They're-
rampant. In fact, you're in San Francisco. Like they're a huge issue in Northern California.
They're kind of hard to get through. They're kind of hard to chew sometimes. You can only give them like 3 chews, and then you just kind of gotta.
Yeah, they just
swallow 'em
grow
down.
everywhere, take nutrients from other plants. Like they're considered.
Wow,
a pest.
this anti-blackberry agenda by
and
Frank.
blueberry.
I
Like
didn't
blueberry
expect
should even
this.
be on the top 4. Get out of here with that. Top 3.
This blueberry hatred feels grounded in something. We've
He's already dead.
You need to find a new place to get produce because you've been
Yes.
underserved.
All right,
You've
bring
been
me a
misserved.
blueberry, a prime blueberry, and I'll give you a true assessment. Stick it in a muffin. I bet it's amazing.
I'm about to go house just fistfuls of blueberries after this.
Last one. Tayshawn, 88888. Ariel, Monday evenings or Monday's opening soliloquy about Alex and his reign of late was spectacular. I'm very curious about your process when delivering these post-pay-per-view speeches. Is that just you off the rip? Do you have a few notes to guide your thoughts? Any and all insight you can provide on this is greatly appreciated. P.S. Care package coming soon. Hope to have GC back in the studio, though. Any update on his return? Hope all is well. Oh, you'll have to wait and see. You'll have to wait and see on that one. Regarding the soliloquies, as you call them, sometimes I'll jot down a couple of words. But as you can see, I'm pretty locked in. And that particular one was off the cuff. Like when we've done the deep dives in the past, about Francis, Leon, the James Krause one, that one, GC helped a lot as far as getting all the assets and putting that all together. And that kind of helped guide the conversation. But there was a Charles Oliveira one. Sometimes, I don't know. You just kind of wing it. I mean, at this point, I don't know if there's anything I feel more confident in talking about. Even basketball, or another thing that I love, nothing compares to MMA in terms of the confidence that I feel sitting here and speaking about it, just because of the years and years and years of watching and covering it. So it comes pretty naturally. But I'd be lying if I didn't say I thought about it a little bit beforehand. But there's no script. There's nothing written out. There's no kind of roadmap, if you will. You just kind of, speak from the heart. You get excited. You have passion. And then you tag in the other guys. That's kind of the formula. Appreciate you liking it. Appreciate all the questions. Appreciate all of you so very much. And if you are celebrating the holiday here in the United States, I do hope that you have a wonderful break. And hopefully, as you can hit the music here, Frank, hopefully you are listening to this by a lake, on a beach, at a barbecue. Well, if you're at a barbecue, you probably shouldn't be listening to this, but maybe sipping a favorite drink, rocking on a rocking chair, on a hike, a walk, take some time. And by the way, I did also want to mention, I failed to mention this on Monday's program. Shout out to Ryan Curtis, Chaos Curtis, who we saw on Monday walking out of the hospital with a walker. This man is a huge inspiration and is only getting better. And it was said to us that he refuses to give up, refuses to accept any kind of fate that people were attaching him to based on his injury. Unbelievable what he's doing. Shout out to you, my man. Much love, and keep pushing and keep inspiring. It has been a fun July 3rd on the program. I can't believe it's July. Blows my mind. And the next time I'll see you all, I'll be a 42-year-old man. How about that? That's very exciting. We're all getting older. We're all actually dying in front of your eyes. I don't know if you know this, Frank, but we're actually dying in front of your eyes right now. Who, me? Yeah. But today was a great day, and I enjoyed all the conversations very much. Thank you very much to Michelle Waterson. Congrats to her. Thank you very much to Andrei Arlovski. Congrats to him. Thank you very much to Andrei Fili. Congrats to him. And thank you to Nakisa Bidarian for coming in as well. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to everyone who sent in questions. Thanks to them. Back on Monday, same time and place. Peace. I'm out of here.
Chamba!